Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 83-1, I wish to table a notice of Ways and Means motion to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 19, 2019, and other measures. Pursuant to Standing Order 83-2, I ask that an order of the day be designated for consideration of the motion.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Consular Affairs.
Monsieur le Président, en vertu.
Mr. Speaker, under Standing Order 32-2, I have the honor of tabling in both official languages a document entitled Amendments to the Convention Placing the International Poplar Commission within the framework of the FAO.
On my feet, I move, seconded by the member of Winnipeg North, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
Responsible. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moved that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Calling the members. The question is the following one. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moved that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Sadjan.
Mr. Sadjan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Sen.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Mrs. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Lausanne, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mr. Chiffquet.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Anna DeSangari.
Mr. Nan Sangari.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. DeMoth.
Ms. DeMoth.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, La Matisse Matin, Matapédia.
Mr. Marseille Avignon, Le Métis Matin, Matapédia.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El-Khoury.
Monsieur El-Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragascatos.
Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rabial.
Monsieur Rabial.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Cerbera.
Mr. Cerbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bandayan.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Bergen.
Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abu Tayyaf.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genera.
Mr. Genera.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Falk.
Mr.
Provencher.
Provencher.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yodega.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefield, Lloydminster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Jones.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin.
Madame Laverdiere.
Madame Laverdiere.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Mr. Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Thériault.
Mr. Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Sandwich Gulf Island.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir. Yeas pour 152, 152. Nays contre 97, 97.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
The Honourable is rising on a point of order.
That was good. That was good.
I would ask the Honourable Minister to wait for the microphone to come on. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to, on a point of order, Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, I would like to table the government's responses to 8 petitions and to order paper questions 2242 to 2245. Thank you.
Member for Prince Albert is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, it's been 4 days now this Conservative government has tried to put forward a motion for emergency debate on canola. This government refuses to hear that motion. This government continues to play games with some 43,000 producers in Western Canada who need to make decisions on planting now. When will they take this issue seriously?
The member knows that I am subject to the rules of the House. It requires to go on with orders of the day. But I thank him. It sounds like debate, but I thank him for raising his point. L'honorable député de Salaberry.
The member for Salaberry-sur-Roi on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, it's been 4 days that the government has been preventing us from dealing with my private member's bill, which I'd like to introduce. It has to do with young people in Canada under federal jurisdiction, and my bill would help raise many of these young people out of poverty. Thank you. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of the House to introduce this bill There's no unanimous consent of the House. Orders of the day. Government orders.
Ways and Means motion number 27 on the budgetary policy.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, it is ironic that the entire SNC-Lavalin affair that has engulfed this government began with alleged bribes to the Gaddafi family. And that now the government, which has become embroiled in that scandal by trying to protect the company from criminal prosecution and interfere in prosecutorial independence, is now so cynical and so sinister that it believes it can bribe Canadians with $41 billion of their own money in this budget. But unfortunately for this government, Canadians are too smart and too moral to be distracted with billions of dollars of their own money. They understand that this Prime Minister is attempting to bury his unethical behavior under that $41 billion of irresponsible spending, but they are not buying it. We have new developments in this scandal just in the last 24 hours. And let me begin by highlighting perhaps the most important of those developments. The Prime Minister stood before Canadians, 37 million of his own citizens, in a press conference on February 15th, designed to distract from the scandal. And there he said, and I quote, "If anyone, including the former Attorney General, had issues with anything they might have experienced in this government, or didn't feel that we were living up to the high standards we set for itself, it was her responsibility to come forward. It was their responsibility to come forward, and no one did." He said that to 37 million Canadians. No one came forward to raise any concerns. Yet, the Attorney General had testified before the Justice Committee, and I quote, "My response, and I vividly remember this as well, was to ask the Prime Minister a direct question while looking him in the eye. Are you politically interfering with my role and my decision as the Attorney General? I would strongly advise against it." That sounds to me like somebody came forward to him personally. Now, in fairness, prior to yesterday, we did not have independent confirmation that she had said those words to the Prime Minister. We had her word, which I had accepted, but beyond her word, we did not have documented proof or audio recordings of that particular exchange. So yesterday, I rose in the House of Commons and said, "Mr. Speaker, at that September meeting, the former Attorney General reports, she looked the Prime Minister in the eye and said, 'Are you interfering with my role as Attorney General, because I strongly advise against it?' Does the Prime Minister remember her saying any such thing?" The Prime Minister rose and replied, "Mr. Speaker, once she said that, I responded no." Now, the first clause in his response is the most important one. It is an admission she said it. I'm going to quote him again. "Once she said that." In other words, he confirms that she looked him in the eye and said, "Are you politically interfering with my role, my decision as the Attorney General? I would strongly advise against it." The fact that he admits that she raised his political interference to his face in September proves he was stating a blatant falsehood when, in February, he said no one came forward. Now, the one final defense on which the Prime Minister could justify his February 15th statement would be that he did not remember when his Attorney General looked him in the eye and asked him if he was politically interfering in her role. But his admission yesterday that he did remember it proves that the memory loss defense is invalid. Yesterday he remembered it, therefore we conclude that on February 15th he remembered it, and we can finally conclude that when he was looking Canadians in the eye and claiming that no one had come forward, that he was stating something he knew was false. There is a word for that, Mr. Speaker, a word that would require I violate the standing orders to utter, and therefore I will not do that in this place. But I will be ever careful that ever cautious that a growing and longer nose from across the floor does not swing around and poke me in the eye as I give these remarks. Now, Mr. Speaker, that intervention proves that the Prime Minister has not been telling the truth to Canadians, that while he was simultaneously sending out the hounds to tear apart his two former cabinet ministers, whistleblowers that had spoken against him, he was also prepared to go and state patent falsehoods about them. The whole narrative he was trying to create in stating those falsehoods was that somehow the former Attorney General had testified against him in the Justice Committee out of political opportunism, that she'd never raised any concern about this SNC-Lavalin affair. She was completely fine with everything he was doing, and then she got shuffled out of what Jerry Butts called her dream job, and only then she had to come up with this big story about how the Prime Minister was mucking around in a criminal trial. In order to sell that narrative, he had to state the falsehood that she had never once raised any concern. We now know not only that that was false, but that he knew it was false and said it anyway. We further know that he stood by and watched as his best friend and principal secretary went before a parliamentary committee and testified that no one had come forward and raised any concerns. If what we were doing was so wrong, Gerald Butts said, then why were we not having this conversation in September, in October, in November, in December? Why were we not having this conversation? We now have 41 pages of documentary evidence showing there were that conversation was seemingly never ending in September, in October, in November, in December. Gerald Butts sat in that committee and looked members of this House in the eyes, as well as the millions of Canadians who were watching live, and stated a patent falsehood. A patent falsehood he knew was wrong, because much of the documentary evidence shows that he participated in the very conversations he later claimed never happened. That members of this government are prepared to go in front of parliamentary committees and state things that they know are absolutely false sheds light on why Liberals at Justice Committee did not want any of the witnesses to swear an oath before they began their testimony. It's clear that Gerald Butts didn't want to swear an oath that he would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. He wanted to be able to tell things other than the truth. And that sentence about why were we not having this conversation in the 4 months, September to December, was one such example. He knew he wanted to say something that was totally false, and therefore he had his Liberal members on the committee ensure that he would not have to swear an oath that might render him susceptible to allegations of contempt, though we are not ruling out the possibility he may well have been in contempt for having stated such patent and now disproven falsehoods. So the first new development that we've had in the last less than 24 hours is that the Prime Minister has admitted that the former Attorney General did come forward to him in September, months before, almost a half a year before the whole scandal became public, and yet he said exactly the opposite in a press conference. The second new development is this, and this is actually a big one. I'm not sure if people realize the enormity of this CBC article that was published at 8 p.m. On April 3rd. That would be yesterday. And here it is. Quote, weeks of tense negotiations preceded the PM's highly controversial decision to eject high-profile MPs. So while the Prime Minister was trying to put a public face on this scandal, what we now know is that behind the scenes, he was trying to transact a secret deal in order to keep the former Attorney General and former Treasury Board President from leaving caucus altogether. He was trying to make offers to them in order to have them stay so that he could grasp onto the last shreds of his phony feminist and idealistic self-image that he had worked so hard over so many years to create. He wanted to find a way to get them to start to replace their condemnations and whistleblowing with yet more praise. And he was in the behind the scenes this whole time while this scandal has been raging, sending emissaries in order to make offers to them in order to get them to do that. According to this article, the former Attorney General had 5 different conditions that she sought in order to bring an end to the public controversy. I will note before going into them that as I examined these 5 conditions that she allegedly had sought in order to end this public controversy, or at least to stop speaking about it, none of the conditions involved any benefit for herself. Exactly. They were, and I'm going to list them off. 1, she wanted to see the removal of Gerald Butts, the now disgraced former principal secretary to the Prime Minister. She wanted to see the removal of the clerk of the Privy Council, who we've now seen pressured her relentlessly in a 17-minute conversation where he attempted to change her mind on the criminal prosecution of SNC-Lavalin through veiled threats. She wanted to see the removal of Matthew Bouchard, to whom we will return later and at length. She also wanted to have a commitment that the new Attorney General would not overrule the Director of Public Prosecutions, Kathleen Roussel, and direct her to give SNC-Lavalin a deferred prosecution agreement. And 5th and finally, and this should have been a no-brainer, she wanted the Prime Minister to admit publicly or to caucus alone, and I'm quoting now from CBC, that his office acted inappropriately in its attempts to convince her to consider granting SNC-Lavalin a deferred prosecution agreement. In other words, the Prime Minister was asked just to own up for his own behavior, take responsibility for it, admit it was wrong, and commit that he would never do it again. So it's not clear which of the remaining conditions were not met, but we do know which ones were. And let me just list them very quickly. The former Attorney General's demand, according to this article, that Butts and Warnock be removed have been met. They are gone. So of the 5 conditions, the disgraced principal secretary is out. The disgraced Privy Council clerk is out. So now we're down to 3 remaining conditions. And they are these: that Matthew Bouchard, the senior advisor, or policy advisor to the Prime Minister, be removed, that the new Attorney General prevent the
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
I'm sitting 2 rows behind the honourable member from Carleton, and I can't hear him because of what's coming from the other side. Thank you.
I was about to stand on that and just bring the House to order, because I'm hearing it from both sides, not just from one side, and there seems to be a conversation going across the floor, and it's making it very difficult. It is making it very difficult to hear the honourable member for Carleton. So I just want to remind the honourable members, if you're having a conversation, just keep it to a whisper and just not to keep it so loud. Thank you for that point of order. That was very well done. The honourable member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And so we have, of the 5 conditions that the former Attorney General set, there are 2 that have been met. 1, the disgraced Principal Secretary Jerry Butts has resigned. 2, the disgraced Privy Council Clerk Michael Wernick has resigned. But there remain 3 conditions that have not been met. 1, Senior Advisor Matthew Bouchard remains and is not left, as one of the purported conditions required he leave. 2, she does not yet apparently have any commitment from the Prime Minister that the new Attorney General will not interfere and provide a deferred prosecution agreement to SNC-Lavalin. And then, of course, 3, and finally, the Prime Minister has not taken responsibility for his actions in this affair. So let us go through those conditions and analyze further what remains and why they remain conditions in this government. We're going to start with Matthew Bouchard. His role in this has been little noticed, but it is one of great importance. We're all aware that Jerry Butts inappropriately pressured the former Attorney General. We all have the audio recordings of Michael Wernick doing the same. But what we don't have, what we haven't discussed here, is the relentless drive of the Prime Minister's senior policy advisor, Matthew Bouchard, in order to try and tamper with the prosecution of SNC-Lavalin. Let me read from the former Attorney General's testimony before the committee. My Chief of Staff had a phone call with Matthew Bouchard and Elder Marquise from the Prime Minister's office. They wanted to discuss SNC. They told her that SNC had made further submissions to the Crown and that, quote, there is some softening, but not much. They said that they understand that the individual Crown prosecutor wants to negotiate agreement, but the director does not. Now, this is very important information. How is it that a senior policy advisor to this Liberal Prime Minister would be aware of any disagreement between an individual Crown prosecutor and the Director of Public Prosecutions? Under the Accountability Act, the whole office of the Director of Public Prosecutions is made separate and self-contained. It is apolitical and out of the reach of political interference from the Prime Minister and even from the Attorney General. Its decisions are made in total isolation from the political process, with the sole exception that an Attorney General may issue a written directive, but that written directive would have to be published for all eyes to see in the Canadian Gazette, just like a news magazine telling all the Canadian people the regulatory and administrative decisions of the government. In other words, it would be absolutely inappropriate for the senior advisor to the Prime Minister to have intimate knowledge about the disagreements and conversations within the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. This is precisely why we need this senior advisor to come before the Ethics Committee when it begins its investigation into this matter next Tuesday. We have asked for him to appear, and I have said very clearly that if this senior prime ministerial advisor, along with other witnesses alleged to have interfered in this criminal prosecution, are called before the committee, I will end my marathon speech immediately. And I await a member of government rising to his or her feet in order to tell me that, at which point I will take the government's word and end my remarks so that they can speak on other matters before this House. She goes on in this intervention. They also mentioned the Quebec election. They asked my chief if someone had suggested the outside advice idea to the Public Prosecution Service of Canada and asked whether we are open to this suggestion. They wanted to know if my deputy could do it. In response, my chief of staff stressed to them prosecutorial independence and potential concerns about the interference in the independence of the prosecutorial function. Mr. Bouchard and Mr. Marquis, two senior advisors to the Prime Minister, kept telling her that they didn't want to cross lines, but they asked my chief of staff to follow up with me directly on this matter. She goes on. Later that day, my chief of staff had a phone call with Elder Marquis and Matthew Bouchard from the Prime Minister's office. They wanted an update on what was going on regarding the DPAs since, quote, "We don't have a ton of time," she quotes them saying. Her chief of staff, relayed my summary of the meeting with the clerk and the Prime Minister. Two senior prime ministerial advisors, Mathieu and Elder, also raised the idea of informal outreach to the Director of Public Prosecutions. Oh, why not? You know, why not just have someone in the Attorney General's office or the PMO just informally reach out? Maybe they could just have a beer and talk about how they could squash this criminal prosecution. That's how our legal system is supposed to work, right? Informal outreach, which in reality means backroom dealings. Former Attorney General goes on, my chief of staff said that she knew I was not comfortable with that, as it looked like and probably did constitute political interference. They asked whether that was true. They asked whether that was true if it wasn't the Attorney General herself, but if it was her staff or the Deputy Minister. My chief of staff said yes, it would, and offered a call with me directly. So that was these are the early interventions of Mr. Bouchard, senior PMO advisor, on in mid-September. We go on. At this point, after September 20th, there was an apparent pause in communicating with myself or my chief of staff on the matter. We did not hear from anyone again until October 18th, when senior PMO advisor Matthew Bouchard called my chief of staff and asked if I look at the option of my seeking an external opinion on the DPP's decision not to extend an invitation to negotiate a deferred prosecution agreement. Of course, Mr. Speaker, that would not have been necessary because the Attorney General had already made her decision clear. She was not going to intervene and overturn the decision of the prosecutor, regardless of what some outside opinion the Prime Minister cooked up with a friendly lawyer would say. And so this call constituted further and unnecessary political interference. It went on. On October 26, my chief of staff, says the Attorney General, spoke to PMO advisor Matthew Bouchard and communicated to him that given that SNC now had filed in the federal court seeking to review the Director of Public Prosecution's decision, surely we had moved past the idea of the Attorney General intervening or getting an opinion on the same question. Mathieu replied that he was still interested in an external opinion idea. Could she not get an external opinion on whether the Director of Public Prosecutions had exercised their role, their discretion properly, and then on the application itself, the Attorney General could intervene and seek to stay the proceedings, given that she was awaiting a legal opinion? So in other words, Mr. Bouchard, operating on behalf of the Prime Minister, suggested that the Attorney General slam the brakes on the trial itself by seeking a stay. In other words, what a stay means is that the Attorney General would go to the court and say, could you just put the whole trial on hold? PMO has hooked me up with a legal opinion from a liberal-minded legal mind who will offer an opinion shortly about whether or not the company should get a settlement instead of a criminal trial. And in the meantime, we'll just hit the pause button and delay justice. Absolutely inappropriate. The Attorney General writes further, my Chief of Staff said this would obviously be perceived as political interference. And her boss questioning the DPP's decision. Mathieu, again, one of the top PMO advisors, said that if 6 months from the election, SNC announces they're moving their headquarters out of Canada, that is bad. He said, quote, we can have the best policy in the world, but we need to get reelected. Doesn't sound political. Doesn't sound political at all, does it? So now, Mr. Speaker, there's two things here that we need to address. First of all, Monsieur Bouchard was stating a patent falsehood. He's saying here that SNC could move their office within 6 months. We know that that's impossible. This intervention, by the way, was made in October. November, December, January, February, March, we're now in April. We're at 6 months. So far, no announcement of the headquarters move. We know why. SNC has already signed a $1.5 billion loan agreement with the Quebec Pension Plan requiring its headquarters stay in Canada. It has just signed a 20-year lease on its Montreal headquarters. It announced a multi-million-dollar renovation of that headquarters to accommodate its employees. All of this publicly available if someone were to consult with Mr. Google. And yet, despite this publicly available evidence to the contrary, this senior PMO advisor was stating that the Attorney General had to immediately find a way to shelve the criminal prosecution of this company or the headquarters would move. It's one thing to interfere in a criminal prosecution. It is even another thing, even more significant, to lie in order to shelve a criminal prosecution. Section 139 of the Criminal Code makes it an offense for anyone to attempt to defeat, pervert, or obstruct the course of justice. If the course of justice was for SNC-Lavalin to face its fraud and bribery charges in court, then lying to interrupt that process would certainly constitute an attempt to defeat, pervert, or obstruct the course of justice. As a result, I hope the RCMP will investigate whether or not this lie constituted a criminal offense. The second part I will focus on, because it is hard to believe that in one sentence we have two things that are so spectacularly inappropriate. The first being the aforementioned lie, the second being the overt politicization of the prosecutorial and criminal process. In saying, he said, we can have the best policy in the world, but we need to get reelected. Excuse me? Is this how the Prime Minister's office treats criminal trials? Yes. You literally have a top advisor who's still on the payroll in the PMO, who calls up the Attorney General's office, speaks to the Chief of Staff, and says that she has to interfere in the criminal prosecution of a massive Liberal Link corporation because we need, and I'm quoting, to get reelected. Like, this is astonishing. It is absolutely astonishing that this guy is still on the payroll. The fact that the Prime Minister has had this information, as we all have now, for over a month since the former Attorney General had appeared and testified, and has not fired this man, is astonishing. What's worse, I just heard a member across the way yell, "It's over." The member for Kildon St. Paul is yelling, "It's over." Well, they hope it's over. They hope by firing the two, by punishing and attempting to humiliate and attack the two courageous women who were whistleblowers in this scandal, that they have managed to make this thing over. Well, it's not over. I've got news for them. It's just beginning. So we go on. We go on. We hear laughter across the way. Laughter at the prospect that a senior PMO advisor would lie and would ask for electoral politics to play a role in the decision to pursue a criminal prosecution against a major company accused of fraud and bribery. That is what makes Liberals laugh in this chamber. Now we move on to testimony about, in mid-October, the PMO requested that I meet with Mr. Bouchard and Elder Marquise to discuss the matter, which I did on November 22nd. The meeting was quite long. I would say about an hour and a half. I was irritated by having to have this meeting, as I had already told the Prime Minister, etc., that a deferred prosecution agreement on SNC was not going to happen, that I was not going to issue a directive. Mathieu, the senior PMO advisor, in this meeting did most of the talking. He was trying to tell me that there were options and that I needed to find a solution. I took them through the Director of Public Prosecutions Act, Section 15 and Section 10, and talked about prosecutorial independence as a constitutional principle, and that they were interfering. I talked about the Section 13 note, which they said they had never received, but I reminded them that we sent it to them in September, 2 months earlier, Mr. Speaker. Senior PMO advisors, Mathieu and Elder, she continues, continued to plead their case, talking about it as if I'm not sure in my decision, that we could hire an eminent person to advise me. They were kicking the tires. I said no. My mind had been made up, and they needed to stop. This was enough. We go on to the second part of my question. There were sustained efforts at communications, not only with me, but with my office, from various members of the Prime Minister's office, including Mathieu Bouchard and Elder Marquise, two top PMO staffers, both of whom are key policy advisors and legal advisors to the Prime Minister, as well as Jerry Butts and Katie Telford. It would have been, in my view, not a secret that these were concerns I had. Now, if this weren't enough, in the question and answer portion of her testimony, one of the Liberal members asked, I understand that you referred that there was one discussion with Mr. Bouchard, and he asked you whether you would consider the opinion of seeking an external legal opinion. The response from the former Attorney General, in the context of deferred prosecutions agreements and SNC, yes, I had the conversation with PMO advisors, Bouchard and Marquise, and a number of other individuals. At the time, all of those individuals knew I was firm on my decision not to interfere with the discretion of the Director of Public Prosecutions, and having conversations about hiring external legal counsels in that environment is entirely inappropriate. Now, let's be clear on one thing here. Jerry Butts, in his very dishonest testimony, seemed to suggested that all he was asking for is that she get a second opinion. You know, like if you go to a doctor and you get a prognosis that you're not sure about, you can just go get a second opinion. We now know from text messages that have been tabled in the House that Gerald Butts believed that this second opinion was already determined in what the opinion would be. In other words, he knew what that second opinion would say before even asking for it. Because the Attorney General and her team said, what if the second opinion does not back up your desire for me to, the Attorney General to interfere and offer a DPA? And Jerry Butts says, it won't say that. In other words, he knew exactly what the second opinion was going to say. It was rigged from the start, and it was an attempt to manipulate the Attorney General and force her through a rigged second opinion to interfere and allow SNC-Lavalin to avoid a trial. So let's put to rest once and for all the manipulative comments of Jerry Butts when he claimed that this was merely an attempt to get another legal scholar involved. It was nothing of the sort. It was an attempt to rig the process and hand her an opinion that was for which the outcome was predetermined. But the Attorney General goes on in her testimony, and she's speaking again about PMO advisor Mathieu Bouchard. I would say, she says, with respect to the conversations you mentioned, and Mathieu Bouchard's remarks about an individual prosecutor's opinion being different from that of the Director of Public Prosecutions, I can't help but wonder why he would bring that up, how he would know that, how had he garnered that information. For context, what she is talking about here is Mathieu Bouchard, senior PMO advisor, as I mentioned earlier, claimed to have direct knowledge of disagreements between the top prosecutor and the Crown Attorney assigned to this particular trial. The fact that the Prime Minister's office at the highest levels was knowledgeable about internal discussions within the office of the Director of Public Prosecutions suggests something very ominous that we have not yet examined. And it is this. We already know that that the PMO, the Finance Minister, and their staff interfered with the Attorney General. We already know through 41 pages of texts, journal entries, and also audio recordings that this happened. It's not even really disputed anymore. But what we don't yet know is whether there was similar pressure from the Prime Minister's team directly to the office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. So in order to give viewers who might not understand the superstructure of this situation, you have the Prime Minister's office, the Attorney General's office, and then over on the side you have the Director of Public Prosecutions. That director is responsible for prosecuting all federal offenses outside, except for those that fall to provincial Crown Attorneys. In other words, this director is responsible for prosecuting SNC-Lavalin on the charges of fraud and bribery. We know that the Prime Minister was interfering with his Attorney General over here. We know he was trying to get her to interfere with the Director of Public Prosecutions over here. What we don't know yet is whether the Prime Minister's office might have actually gone around the Attorney General directly to the office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. But the fact that this senior advisor was knowledgeable about internal discussions in the office of the director suggests that may well have happened. If there is some other explanation, for example, that SNC-Lavalin was feeding information from its talks with the director over to the PMO. That would be equally problematic, but at the very least, we should know we should know the truth. How did Matthew Bouchard, a senior PMO advisor, come to know about the internal discussions and the alleged disagreements that were ongoing in the office of the Director of Public Prosecutions? Now, my honorable colleague from British Columbia asks out loud, was Mr. Bouchard asked that question at Justice Committee when he testified there? Oh, sorry. He didn't testify there. And nor did he testify at ethics. And nor did the other 9 alleged perpetrators around and including the Prime Minister, who the former Attorney General says interfered to shelve the criminal prosecution of SNC-Lavalin. Of the people she alleges participated in the interference, we've actually, it's hard to believe this, but we've actually only heard from 2 of them. There were probably 12, if you believe the text messages, journal entries, and audio recordings. There were probably 12 different officials, everyone from the Prime Minister himself in his September 17th meeting with the Attorney General, to the Finance Minister in a conversation on the floor of the House of Commons, the Finance Minister's Chief of Staff, Ben Chin, who sent threatening text messages to the senior staff of the Attorney General, to Matthew Bouchard, Senior Advisor to the PMO, Elder Marquise, Senior Legal Advisor to the Prime Minister, Katie Telford, who said we do not want to debate legalities anymore. We just want a solution. In other words, a lawless deal to let SNC off. I could go on, but there are at least 9, maybe 10, who are alleged by the former Liberal Attorney General to have intervened, who have not yet testified, in addition to the 2 that have already appeared. Staying back, and those 2 have been fired, raises the question, if these others were to testify and their conduct known, they too would probably have to be removed. Now, back to Matthew Bouchard. Why was he so involved in this? Why do we find his fingerprints everywhere on this scandal?
I love that.
Why?
Fingerprints everywhere.
Well, good thing we have the lobbyist registry, because all of this starts with the lobbyist registry. You look to the lobbyist registry, which also Prime Minister Harper created in that very inconvenient Accountability Act. Yes, it is Stephen Harper's fault, Mr. Speaker. We now know most of, perhaps not all of, the lobbying interactions between SNC and senior public office holders in this Prime Minister's government. Did they meet with Matthew Bouchard? Well, the answer is not once, not twice, but close to a dozen times. Let me recount the number of meetings that this senior PMO advisor had with SNC-Lavalin. February 16th, 2018, Matthew Bouchard met with SNC-Lavalin to discuss infrastructure, budget, justice, and law enforcement. Matthew Bouchard, on March 16th, meets with SNC-Lavalin to discuss international relations, industry, and justice and law enforcement. May 16th, Matthew Bouchard, Senior Advisor to the Prime Minister, meets with SNC-Lavalin to discuss international relations, justice, and law enforcement. January 31st, Matthew Bouchard, Senior Advisor to the Prime Minister, meets with SNC-Lavalin to discuss industry, international relations, justice, and law enforcement. February 28th, 2017, Matthew Bouchard, Senior Advisor to the Prime Minister, meets with SNC-Lavalin to discuss industry. April the 12th, 2017, Matthew Bouchard, Policy Advisor to the Prime Minister, meets to discuss justice and law enforcement with SNC-Lavalin. May 18th, 2017, Matthew Bouchard, Senior Advisor to the Prime Minister, meets with SNC-Lavalin to discuss justice and law enforcement. June 21st, 2017, Matthew Bouchard, Senior Advisor to the Prime Minister, meets with SNC-Lavalin to discuss, you guessed it, justice and law enforcement. July 21st, 2017, Matthew Bouchard meets with the SNC-Lavalin to discuss justice and law enforcement. August 30th, 2017, Matthew Bouchard meets with SNC-Lavalin to discuss justice and law enforcement. September 11th, Matthew Bouchard, Senior Advisor to the Prime Minister, meets with SNC-Lavalin to discuss justice and law enforcement. Oh, they also talked about the budget. You might remember that in the last Liberal budget, they snuck in an amendment to the criminal code, making it possible for SNC-Lavalin to get out of a criminal trial,
Justice and law enforcement.
to escape justice and law enforcement. July the 5th, 2018, Matthew Bouchard, Senior Advisor to the Prime Minister, meets with SNC-Lavalin to discuss justice and law enforcement. Oh, they talked about the budget that day too. November the 5th, 2018, Matthew Bouchard meets with SNC-Lavalin to discuss justice and law enforcement. November 19th, 2018, Matthew Bouchard meets with SNC-Lavalin to discuss justice and law enforcement. Mr. Speaker, is SNC-Lavalin in the justice or law enforcement business? I would think they're an engineering and construction firm. That's an awful lot of conversations about justice and law enforcement with a company that is, on those subjects, most known for violating justice and trying to evade law enforcement. But yet this one PMO staffer, a senior advisor to the Prime Minister, meets with this company over and over and over again. And if you look at the last 6 meetings that they had, they almost entirely correspond with the time frame during which the former Attorney General experienced what she called hounding, veiled threats, and inappropriate pressure from the Prime Minister. No wonder the Prime Minister does not want Matthew Bouchard to testify before the Ethics Committee.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, I've been listening intently to the member for Carleton relaying the number of times that Senior Advisor to the Prime Minister Matthew Bouchard met with SNC-Lavalin to talk about justice and law enforcement, and I'm wondering if he has a document that he could table. I'm wondering if there would be unanimous consent.
That's not a point of order. I just. Okay. What we'll do is we'll wait for the honourable member. If he does have anything to table, he can ask for unanimous consent, and we'll see about it then. I'm sure he's quite capable of asking on his own, but it's very nice of the honourable member for Chilliwack Hope for asking on his behalf. But we'll leave it to the honourable member for Carleton. On a point of order, the honourable member for, or the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government house leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I do rise actually on a point of order, and in part because I was sharing the same concern that the member from Chilliwack had raised in regards to the repetition. And what I would do is I would ask that you take a look at page 625 of our reference books, Mr. Speaker, where it deals with repetition and relevance of debate. And I'd like to quote from it, Mr. Speaker, if I may, or make reference to it, that the rules of relevance and repetition are intertwined and mutually reinforcing. The requirements that speeches remain relevant to the question before the House flows from the latter's right to reach decisions without undue obstruction and to exclude from debate any discussion not conducive to that end. The rule against repetition helps to ensure that expeditious conduct of debates by prohibiting the repetition of arguments already made. To neglect either rule would seriously impair the ability of the House to manage its time efficiently. Speakers have been exceptionally generous, Mr. Speaker, in regards to allowing the member to be maybe off topic at times, like when he's talking about limestones and so forth, Mr. Speaker. But the other part is the repetition.
Okay, I think I've got enough information. I want to thank the government. I believe the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent was up on a point of order as well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the same point of order raised by my colleague from BC, I think it's essential for Canadians to know all the evidence here in the chamber. My colleague said we're always repeating the same thing. This is not true. Second, what is being said is very relevant to the topic that is being discussed. To have all the information, this is not really a point of order. This is an argument you're making. I'm sorry. The honourable member for Chilliwack.
Mr. Speaker, and I think obviously without getting into whether the member for Winnipeg North would ever be allowed to speak if repetition was disqualifying for that, page 632 of Boston Gagnon says very clearly that debates on the address and reply to the speech from the throne in the budget, that the Speaker, the Chair, relaxes the requirement for the rule of relevance on those debates because the days have been allotted to the motion. Private members have the opportunity to bring forward topics of their own choosing. Consequently, debate tends to be very wide-ranging, and the Speaker usually makes no effort to apply the rule of relevance. This is not the case, however, when the House is debating the budget, et cetera, et cetera. So I would argue, and had the member been here at the beginning of the member for Carleton's remarks today, he would have clearly heard that this is exactly relevant to this budget because this entire thing is a cover-up, and he is exposing it hour after hour, Mr. Speaker.
I want to remind the honourable member that we are not to refer to whether a member is present in the House or not. That's just the rules. And I will remind the honourable member for Carleton that we are debating the budget, and the budget is a very wide spectrum. So I'll let the honourable member for Carleton continue on his discourse.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would say two things to my loquacious friend from Winnipeg. I would say, one, I am talking about budget policy according to his government. His government put the deferred prosecution agreements in budget implementation legislation and thereby determined that this entire conversation is budget related. That was their determination. If he wants to rise now and announce that the deferred prosecution agreement ought never to have been in an omnibus budget bill, then we will all agree in unanimous consent to repeal it, remove it from the criminal code so that it can be reintroduced as criminal legislation and put before the Justice Committee for consideration rather than having snuck it in to a 550-page budget bill. So yes, it is relevant to the budget according to this government. Second, he says I'm repetitious. I dispute that outrageous allegation. However, if he wants me to stop talking about this matter, I will. On one condition, he rise now, commit the government, will allow the Ethics Committee to bring before it everyone that the former Attorney General named as having participated in the interference in the criminal prosecution of SNC-Lavalin. The second he does that, I will sit down and shut up. You know, and stop being, as he alleges I am, repetitive. I will stop speaking, period, for the rest of the week if he stands now and commits to have a full investigation at the Ethics Committee.
Take the deal, Kevin.
Take the deal. They like deals. They wanted a deal with SNC-Lavalin. This is a much easier deal to make. The Prime Minister claims he did nothing wrong. He's thus far refused to apologize for his conduct if he truly believes he did nothing wrong. The Prime Minister will come right in and offer to have that matter investigated right before the parliamentary committee so that all Canadians can judge for themselves whether or not he in fact did nothing wrong. And that brings me to the next of the conditions that, according to a CBC article released today, the Attorney General had suggested that she was attempting to extract from the government in exchange for ending the controversy around SNC-Lavalin. And that is this one. According to the article, the former Attorney General, I'm going to read now, but the former Attorney General wishes went beyond a limited house cleaning the PMO. Sources said she also sought assurances that her replacement as Attorney General would not overrule the Director of Public Prosecutions, Kathleen Roussel, and direct her to give SNC-Lavalin a deferred prosecution agreement. Now, this is very important. The Prime Minister claims that his decision to shuffle out his former Attorney General and replace her with a new one had absolutely nothing to do with her resolute determination not to interfere in the SNC-Lavalin criminal prosecution. It was completely unrelated. Remember, the first story was that Scott Bryson resigned, causing a musical chairs game that required the Attorney General to move from her position to Veterans Affairs. Not to replace Scott Bryson at Treasury Board, but for reasons that I do not yet understand and no one has clearly explained. Having the Treasury Board president resign, for some reason, required she move over to Veterans Affairs. So, that may, as far as I can tell, is not an accurate description, because later the Prime Minister's office changed its story and leaked to Liberal-friendly journalists the theory that the reason that the Attorney General had to be moved out is because she tried to elevate a Manitoba judge to become Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, and that Manitoba judge was not liberal enough for the Prime Minister's liking, and that because he was unhappy with her desire to promote a judge that was not ideologically aligned with the liberal values of the Prime Minister, he questioned her judgment, and that caused their relationship to disintegrate. So the story over the original cause of the Attorney General's move changed from Scott Bryson is to blame to a not liberal enough Manitoba judge is to blame. But others have a simpler theory, and that is she was moved because she refused to grant a special deal to SNC-Lavalin. Now, the Prime Minister denies that. But what he does not deny, and what is now on the public record in this regard, is that before the shuffle, the Attorney General of Canada took the position with respect to SNC-Lavalin's special deal that the answer was no. After the shuffle, the new Attorney General has taken the public position that the answer is maybe. Let me reiterate. So by shuffling the cabinet, the Prime Minister has changed the state of play on SNC's request for a deal from no to maybe. That is actually not in dispute. We have documentary evidence showing the former Attorney General said no special deal. And we have public comments from the new Attorney General saying maybe to a special deal. So whether or not the Prime Minister wants to deny it was his purpose in the shuffle, it is undeniably the result of the shuffle. Now, let us examine the merits of the notion that this company should get a special deal. The legislation that allows for such deals, of course, was rammed in through this place in a 500-plus page budget, amending the criminal code. And it allows the prosecutor to extend these deals to corporate criminals in certain circumstances. Was the prosecutor right when she rejected the company's plea for such a settlement? Well, look to section 715.312 of the Criminal Code, entitled Factors to Consider. The prosecutor must consider the following factors. A, the circumstances in which the act or omission that forms the basis of the offense was brought to the attention of the investigative authorities. How did these circumstances come to the attention of the authorities? In other words, did SNC-Lavalin self-report? Did it stand up and admit that members of its company had participated in fraud and bribery of the Libyan people? The answer is no. We had to find out about it because Swiss authorities arrested an SNC official and convicted him of the offenses we all now know are before the courts in Canada. So, when the prosecutor looked at criteria A to determine if that criteria favored a deferred prosecution agreement for the company, she would have correctly concluded that the circumstances that led to the act or omission, in this case fraud and bribery, becoming known to investigative authorities would not be a mitigating factor, that the company did nothing in order to show its ethics and transparency by self-reporting, that in fact the RCMP learned of the crime when Swiss authorities acted on against the individuals who committed it. B, the nature and gravity of the act or omission and its impact on any victim. This section or subsection of the Criminal Code makes clear that the prosecutor must determine whether or not the crime was grave and whether or not it had an impact on any victims. Well, who are the victims? It's easy with white-collar crime because its effects are not immediately visible to think that there are no victims. You know, violent offenses lead to broken bones and bloodied flesh, and so it is very easy for the visual human mind to ascertain who are the victims. But white-collar crime is more insidious. Its damage is no less severe. In fact, that damage too can be manifested to the naked eye when one goes to countries who are ravaged by parasitical corruption. You see it in the slums and the shanty towns of the world, where people no less talented and industrious than Canadians live in squalor. The thing that most strikes you in these places is the relentless work ethic of the people who live in them. They are always bustling and moving, repairing things, carrying heavy objects and heavy weights, and they are toiling away to bring about their survival. And yet, despite their relentless hard work, often much longer hours than we in much richer countries work, they never seem to advance. Their people seem always on the cusp of starvation. What is the difference what is the cause of their misery. We know it is not themselves. We know it is corruption. Corrupt interests bleed the wealth of those nations. And in this particular case, SNC-Lavalin is accused not just of bribery, as is so often recorded, though it is accused of that, but also of fraud. So often the two go hand in hand. And let's start first with the bribery, and then we will get to the fraud. The company is accused of having bribed the Gaddafi family with prostitutes and yachts and a whole other assortment of benefits designed to win over favor of the brutal Libyan dictator for the company to win public contracts in that country. It is alleged that the company created a phony shell corporation through which this bribery could be funneled. Gaddafi's son, Saadi, it is alleged, received prostitutes and other so-called companion services in the amounts of tens of thousands of dollars. Gaddafi and his inner circle received yachts from SNC-Lavalin or its shell companies. Now, most people sitting by will say, all right, who were the victims of this crime? Well, the Libyan people, because this is the second shoe to drop in the charges: fraud. It is alleged that SNC-Lavalin defrauded the Libyan people of $130 million. This is a group of people, Mr. Speaker, who do not have $30 million to give. And as a result, they are the victims of this scandal. Now, some people might say, how do we know that they suffered as a result of the fraud? Well, Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that if that $130 million had not been defrauded by SNC-Lavalin, it could have been put to other more productive purposes to the betterment of these poor and suffering people in the war-ravaged nation of Libya. They could have paid for hospitals and food and medicine for their children. They could have paid for schooling for girls and boys to grow up and live in better lands. They could have repaired their crumbling infrastructure with that $137 million of defrauded money. They could have done all of those things, but for the fact that this company allegedly stole the money and made it impossible to do so. Maybe, God forbid, that money could have stayed in the pockets of the Libyan people so they could have paid for their own household items to better nourish their children or feed their families. But that is not possible when companies defraud the people. So it is not a victimless crime. It is not acceptable to say that's just how those people do things over there. The reason people such as the Libyan people live in poverty is because of this kind of corruption. So there are victims. Now, an old tactic of wealthy Western companies was to do their crimes and then leave the country before they could be prosecuted locally. And they'd head back to their Western headquarters with their looted cash, and they'd live high in the hog with impunity. That's why Canada signed on to international treaties so that countries who are host to those companies would prosecute them at home. In other words, the message was, if you are going to defraud people, if you're going to steal from the poor, you have nowhere to hide. We will give you no comfort. You will be prosecuted, and you will face punishment for your crimes. The reason why the Organization for Economic Development and Cooperation is now examining the Prime Minister of Canada in this matter is because that organization is worried that his political interference might violate our international treaties against fraud, bribery, and corruption. And, Mr. Speaker, that may very well be true. So, when the prosecutor examined criteria 2B in section 715.32 of the Criminal Code to determine the nature and gravity of the act or omission and its impact on any victim, she correctly concluded that this criteria favored a rejection of a deferred prosecution agreement for this alleged corporate criminal SNC-Lavalin. What about the degree of involvement of senior officers of the organization in the act of omission, in the act or omission? Well, in this case, Mr. Speaker, we know that the corruption went right up to the highest levels of the company. In fact, the former CEO has not only had to resign, but has pled guilty to bribery himself, and therefore, and the players in this particular scandal were all tied right into upper management. In other words, this was not some junior intern operating on his or her own accord as a rogue player. It was a corruption scandal that has gone right to the top and straight to the heart of SNC-Lavalin as an enterprise itself. Next, the prosecutor must consider the factor of whether the organization has made reparations or taken other measures to remedy the harm caused by the act or omission and to prevent the commission of similar acts or omissions. Well, let's break that into two parts. Whether the organization has made reparations or taken measures to remedy the harm caused. Well, actually it hasn't. The company has not paid the Libyan people back the $130 million. If it really believed what it was doing was wrong, it would have made those reparations. If, as the act requires, the company was taking responsibility for its wrongdoing, it would have reimbursed all the stolen cash. Now imagine all the good that company could have done if, Mr. Speaker, the company had returned the cash to the people who are suffering in Libya, one of the poorest countries in the world. But for reasons unknown to us, that has not happened. And thus, the prosecutor was unable to use that criteria as a justification for extending a deferred prosecution to SNC-Lavalin. What other measures has the company taken to remedy the harm it caused the poor and suffering Libyan people? I am not aware of any. I suspect nor is the prosecutor. So once again, the Director of Public Prosecutions was correct in evaluating that this criteria found in section 715.32(2)(e) was not met, and therefore the company does not qualify for a deferred prosecution agreement. As for any actions the company has taken to prevent the commission of similar acts or omissions, we've had public assurances from the new CEO that they have they've changed their corporate culture and they've brought in a bunch of new rules requiring that its new members behave in a manner that is more ethical but I have no evidence to prove that. And the only way to know for sure is if the company goes on for a prolonged period without any repeat of the copious examples of corruption in which it has engaged systematically over the last 2 decades. F, did the organization identified SNC-Lavalin? Did they identify or express a willingness to identify any person involved in the wrongdoing related to the act or omission? The answer is no, they did not. They did not. In fact, the wrongdoers, as I pointed out earlier, had to be caught by Swiss authorities. And only after that occurred did they get a conviction and did those individuals pay a price. So it was not some act of virtue by SNC-Lavalin that led the company, that led to the prosecution of the wrongdoers in this case, not even close. So once again, the prosecutor was absolutely right when she said the company did not meet criteria F in section 715 of the Criminal Code, which asked whether or not the organization had identified or expressed willingness to identify any person involved in wrongdoing related to the act or omission in question. The next criteria that the prosecutor is asked to evaluate: whether the organization or any of its representatives was convicted of an offense or sanctioned by a regulatory body, or whether it entered into previous remediation agreement or other settlement in Canada or elsewhere for similar acts or omissions. In other words, is this an isolated incident? Did SNC-Lavalin simply make a small mistake once, and for God's sakes, can't we all make a mistake from time to time? Mr. Speaker, is this an isolated incident? I don't, even in the 6 hours that I have left, I don't have time to chronicle all of the proven corruption in which this company has engaged over the years. We would have to go too far back in history and travel too many years to the present in order for all of its crimes to be listed on the floor of this House of Commons. This company has officials who've been convicted or pled guilty to bribery in relation to the Jacques Cartier Bridge. Once again, bribery in relation to the McGill Health Centre. Did the Prime Minister, by the way, when he was working so hard to get the company off these charges, insist that in exchange for the settlement that the company repay Canadian taxpayers for any wrongdoing in respect of the Jacques Cartier Bridge? Did he ask SNC to repay Quebec taxpayers for the bribery in respect of the McGill Health Centre? I suspect not, but those are just 2 examples. We have SNC officials who are accused of crimes in Mexico, in Panama, who've been charged in Switzerland, and of course in Libya. There are other examples I could list, but again, for lack of time, I will not at this moment. All of it to say, this organization and its representatives have a track record of criminality that would be hard to match anywhere in Canada, and competes with companies around the world for similar, for its prodigious criminal track record. Now, it says here that the prosecutor must also consider whether the organization or any of its representatives is alleged to have committed any other offenses, including those not listed in this part. And once again, of course, its representatives are accused, convicted, and have pled guilty to countless other serious crimes. I will not reiterate what I just said. Finally, the company has, the prosecutor is obliged to consider any other factor that he or she considers relevant, and I suspect the prosecutor did that very carefully. And she properly concluded, having looked at this criteria even more systematically than I have just now done, that the company did not qualify for a deferred prosecution agreement. That is probably why the Attorney General took one look at the Act in the Criminal Code and one look at the track record of the company accused and said that the Director of Public Prosecutions was absolutely right not to grant this company an exemption from charges by signing a deferred prosecution agreement. I wonder if anyone in the Prime Minister's office even bothered to read their own legislation when they made this relentless drive to convince or strong-arm the Attorney General to overrule her prosecutor. Now, Mr. Speaker, I note that the argument they used was one that they're not even allowed to make. In subsection 3 of this chapter of the Criminal Code, it says, if the organization is alleged to have committed an offense under Section 3 or 4 of the Corruption of Foreign Public Officials Act, which it is, the prosecutor must not consider national economic interest, the potential effects on relations with a state other than Canada, or the identity of the organization or individual involved. The government has claimed falsely that it was doing all this to protect jobs. Now, I have in previous interventions proven that was complete falsehood. I call it the jobs lie. They were not protecting a single solitary job except for perhaps the powerful executives at the company, but that the claim that this was a job protection plan by the Prime Minister is completely false. But even if it weren't, the Act in question is clear that the prosecutor cannot take into account national economic interest. In other words, such arguments ought never have been made in the first place, true or otherwise. And so, given the Act as it is written, it is impossible to imagine how the prosecutor or later the Attorney General would have concluded that this company was entitled to a deferred prosecution agreement. But I'm curious if there's any record anywhere that the Prime Minister's office tried to dispute the legality of the the director's or the Attorney General's position on this. In all the documents released, we now have some from our friend Gerald Butts, we see nothing about the criteria in the Act that would have justified giving the company a deferred prosecution agreement. I ask you, browse through the documents that Jerry Butts provided. They're supposed to exonerate him somehow and the Prime Minister. Did any of those documents show that the company was entitled to a deferred prosecution agreement because of the circumstances of the act or omission that forms the basis of the offense?
No.
Did those documents show the company was entitled to a deal because the nature and gravity of the act or omission was small, or that the impact of the victim on the victim was mild?
No.
No. Did Gerald Butts table any document or any information? Did Michael Wernick do the same? showing that the degree of involvement of the senior officers of the organization was so remote that the company was entitled to a deferred prosecution agreement. If they did, I sure as hell didn't see it. Did the government, any of its members, since this scandal erupted publicly in the last 2 months, show that the company qualified for a deferred prosecution agreement because they had made reparations to the Libyan people who were the victims of this fraud? Is there any evidence that the government can provide that the Libyan people have been made whole in the aftermath of this $130 million of theft?
None.
Did the government at any time present the House or the Justice Committee or the Attorney General in any of the evidence that we see that the company identified the wrongdoers and reported them to authorities before they got caught? Was there any evidence that the Prime Minister's office provided in order to argue that the company qualified for a deferred prosecution agreement because it self-reported the crime? Of course, there was no such evidence. Did the Prime Minister or the clerk or anyone else provide evidence to the Attorney General that the company should qualify for a special deal because under criteria G, neither the organization nor its representatives have ever been convicted or sanctioned by a regulatory body on similar charges? Did they ever provide evidence that the company should be entitled to a special deal because the individuals listed or the organization listed in the offenses had already reported themselves in for their offenses? Was there any evidence on any of these criteria that SNC-Lavalin was entitled to a deferred prosecution?
No.
There was none. And yet, the Prime Minister and his team pushed and pushed and pushed in what Gerald Butts admitted was 20 meetings, phone calls, and text messages, a number that is probably an underestimation. 20 times, at least 20 times, the Prime Minister and his team would go back to the Attorney General again and again and again, and not once in any of those 20 occasions do we find evidence that they argued that the company was even entitled under the criteria in the law the government wrote to receive a settlement. So in other words, they were clearly doing something for which they had no legal grounding. And instead of acting in accordance with the law, we have text messages proving that Gerald Butts had cooked up a scheme whereby they would get a pre-cooked legal opinion to try and justify letting this liberal-linked corporation off the hook. Now, if that does not defeat, pervert, or obstruct the course of justice, I don't know what does. That brings us from the past to the present and the future. We now know that in the past, from December through to the Attorney General's removal in January, the Prime Minister orchestrated this massive campaign. It's all documented. It's all proven. But what about the future? Everyone's forgetting about the future. When the Liberal member across the way yelled, "It's over now." I wish it were, but the door is open. The current Attorney General has said he may still grant a deferred prosecution to SNC-Lavalin, that he is open to directing the top prosecutor to negotiate such a settlement.
Unacceptable. Shame.
Not true.
And Furthermore, we have looked at the sections of the Director of Public Prosecutions Act, and while it is clear that direction from the Attorney General to the prosecutor must be published in the Gazette, such publication can be delayed if the Attorney General believes it's necessary. In other words, it now remains a possibility that the Prime Minister will attempt to force through such a negotiation without Canadians immediately finding out. I think it's possible that this Prime Minister is now hatching a scheme that he will quietly plan right now to grant this settlement to SNC-Lavalin in a way that will only become public after the next election. Imagine that. After all we've been through, after the brazen interference in the legal system that we've already witnessed, the Prime Minister still will not rule out the possibility that this company will get a settlement instead of go to trial. Now, some might say, well, that's just an opposition allegation. You know, how can you prove that? Well, of course, we can't prove what someone is going to do in the future, but if he weren't, it's a pretty easy way for him to prove it. He could stand in the House today and say, the top prosecutor has made her decision. The company does not deserve a settlement, it deserves a trial. We respect the prosecutor's decision. It is final, and our government, including our Attorney General, will do absolutely nothing to overturn it. But so far, he has not stood in the House of Commons and said that. Rather, he has allowed his Attorney General to take the public position, contrary to his predecessor, that said agreement is still a possibility. In other words, we could be standing here if, God forbid, the Prime Minister is re-elected. Before Christmas, we could learn that the Prime Minister has granted a special deal to SNC-Lavalin, allowing it to avoid trial in the case of fraud and bribery. And this is very much an open question. Canadians who have followed this scandal breathlessly for 2 months obviously are interested in the answer to that question. And they should have it before the next election. I can state with certainty that the leader of the Conservative Party, as Prime Minister of Canada, will not direct or in any way influence his future Attorney General to hand SNC-Lavalin a deal. He has said, and so I can restate, that he will not interfere with the work of an Attorney General or of a top prosecutor.
Professional doing their job.
Because even if you believe that a deferred prosecution agreement should exist in the criminal code, something we never really had a chance to debate because it was buried in a massive omnibus budget bill, you ought to at least believe that granting one is the exclusive decision of the Director of Public Prosecutions, who is an independent and separate agent of the legal system that has the authority to act with an independent frame of mind to make the right decision. Any future Conservative government, much like previous Conservative governments, will always respect the sacrosanctity of prosecutorial independence. In fact, and you know, it's funny. Most Liberal members have been hanging their head in shame for most of my speech as I roll out one devastating fact after another. But now, all of a sudden, when I restate that a Conservative government will not grant a special deal to SNC-Lavalin, they start screaming and hollering. They come unglued. It's like they're more outraged by the possibility that SNC-Lavalin will go to trial for its alleged fraud and bribery than they are about the conduct of their own Prime Minister. I wish they had been screaming and hollering a few minutes ago when I was laying out all of the evidence of how the Prime Minister's top advisors interfered with a criminal prosecution, but they were dead silent. They just sat there in disgrace. But the second they find out that a future Conservative government will let the legal course of action run independently and that SNC-Lavalin will be made to answer for itself before trial, that is a lot. That is too far. It is too much. They can't handle it, and they erupt in screams and hollers, Mr. Speaker. That says an awful lot about the things that matter to this Liberal government. I think you will agree.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. He'd like to rise on a point of order. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Canadians have seen for the past 2 days that the member for Carleton has provided an excellent explanation. And when we're faced with these facts, we hear people from across the aisle screaming against the facts. These facts are the very basis of the argument and the political debate that we need to have in a respectful manner in this House of Commons. So, Mr. Speaker, I would ask you to remind all members that when an MP has the floor and he's exposing facts and providing evidence and is tabling documents and other people refuse this, all this has to happen in a respectful and cordial atmosphere, and particularly if they have something to say, they will have the time to do so later, but Canadians will judge their behaviour on October 21st. I'd like to thank the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent for his intervention. Usually, I proceed carefully with regard to the decorum. As the member has indicated, we do mention this, and we need to have decorum for debate in the House, and I'm going to continue to observe decorum. And when noise levels become too high, I will interrupt to lower the noise here in the House. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, point of order, just to correct what I said. I've been informed. I said October 24th. I'm sorry if I did say this. I would like to excuse myself. It is October 21st that the people will be voting. That's not really a point of order under normal circumstances. So now I'm going to expect the continuation of debate. The honourable member for Carleton.
This brings me to the next part of my presentation. According to the CBC's article that was just published in the last 24 hours about the conditions that the former Attorney General allegedly brought to the Prime Minister in order to put an end to the public controversy that has been raging, the final one was that the Prime Minister admit, I'm quoting now, publicly or to caucus that his office acted inappropriately in its attempts to convince her to consider granting SNC-Lavalin a deferred prosecution agreement. Now, the Prime Minister apparently considered this a demand he was not prepared to fulfill. He thought that she was in no position to tell him he was wrong. He's the boss around here. He doesn't take responsibility for anything. And that, of course, has been the story of his life. You know, he inherited a massive, what he calls a family fortune from his grandfather. That family fortune had been for over a decade in a trust fund, a testamentary trust fund, that is the income from which is sheltered from personal income taxes, and therefore he was able to avoid paying the same rate of taxation that another Canadian would pay on earned income for the growth in that trust fund. This was called the testamentary trust fund loophole, and it existed up until the beginning of 2015 when the loophole was closed. I will note that there was the former Harper government that closed that loophole, and the then Liberal leader opposed the Prime Minister's decision, the Harper's decision to do that, and I believe stood in the House of Commons and actually voted against closing the loophole that he profited from. We have to do some thinking about whether or not we need to change the ethics laws to prevent members from using their vote in this House of Commons to profit themselves, or at least to take positions on issues for which they clearly have a real conflict of interest, if not one that is captured in law. But nevertheless, because he has inherited this great family fortune, he's never had to live with the consequences of his own decisions, and he was not prepared to do so in this case either. The former Attorney General had asked him to stand up and say it was wrong to badger, hound, threaten, pressure, and interfere in the criminal prosecution of SNC-Lavalin. And according to this story, if he had done that along with the other conditions, she might have stayed in caucus and continued to work with the Liberal government. And though the Prime Minister apparently considered apologizing, it was widely reported that he would apologize. He showed up in a press conference and put on another high school drama production, which is an extension of his earlier profession, and avoided taking any personal blame or responsibility for his actions. It was at that press conference, I note in passing, that he stated the blatant falsehood that the former Attorney General had never once raised any concerns with him about his interference in the file. But I digress. So he did not take responsibility. I think that says something about him and about the kind of leader he is versus what he promised he would be. He promised he was going to be the great Prime Minister of reconciliation, that he was going to do things completely differently. He would usher in a new era of idealism, and that Canadians could take him at his word. That would involve taking responsibility for one's own failures. When he didn't do so, he proved that he has failed to live up to the expectations he deliberately and meticulously set in the last election. Furthermore, by trying to blame the first female Indigenous Attorney General for his own behavior, he proved that what many have long suspected, that his talk about reconciliation has been nothing more than drama and theater. Yes, we know he's given sobbing speeches, he's acted with great symbolism. We know that he can put on a show for the cameras. That's what he did as a drama teacher. He acted. But there's a difference between acting and action. And actions speak louder than words. So let me just examine the approach that this Prime Minister has taken to using First Nations people for his own political objectives. I quote from the Rolling Stone magazine, and the magazine's reporter asked a question about his boxing match with Patrick Brazeau, the now senator in the upper chamber. Notice the descriptive language that the Rolling Stone reports after he was asked about that question. The Prime Minister, it writes, mischievously smiled when I asked how much of the boxing match had been planned out. It was not random, he says. I wanted someone who would be a good foil. We stumbled upon the scrappy, tough guy senator from an Indigenous community. He fit the bill. It was a very nice counterpoint. The Prime Minister says this with the calculation of a CFO in a company budget markup session. Quote, I saw it as the right kind of narrative, the right story to tell, he says. Let's just capture that again. I wanted someone who would be a good foil. And we stumbled upon the scrappy, tough guy senator from an Indigenous community. He fit the bill. And it was a very nice counterpoint. The Prime Minister said, with the calculation of a CFO in a company budget markup session, I saw it as the right kind of narrative, the right kind of story. Exactly what I said earlier. A drama teacher putting on a production, telling a story about his grandeur at the expense of a so-called scrappy, tough guy from an Indigenous community. But you know what's much more disgusting is what he was since caught on tape saying. And I'll share it with the House. And wanting to shame Mr. Brazeau, the scrappy, tough guy from the Indigenous community, the Prime Minister cut his hair, which was part of the bet at the outcome of the boxing match. And I'm going to quote the Prime Minister here. We're both known for our hair on the Hill. Let's say the loser gets a haircut, the Prime Minister said of the bet, adding to Brazeau that Brazeau resisted back a little bit, pointing out that hair has a cultural significance for First Nations people. And I said, I know. That's why I proposed it. When a warrior cuts his hair, it's a sign of shame. So it's very apropos. That's the Prime Minister of Reconciliation. Let me read that again. Prime Minister added that Brazeau resisted a little bit the haircut bet. Pointing out that hair has a cultural significance for First Nations peoples. And I, the Prime Minister said, I know. That's why I proposed it. When a warrior cuts his hair, it's a sign of shame. So it's very apropos. Just digest that a little bit.
Yes.
He didn't just want to win the boxing match. He wanted to do it against an Indigenous person. And then he wanted to cut his hair because it was a cultural symbol of shame, of him dominating over that person, of him humiliating that person. Now put aside whether or not Mr. Brazeau agreed to participate in the fight, he did. But it is the pleasure with which the Prime Minister embraced this opportunity to shame someone on the basis of their cultural traditions. That is the Prime Minister. That is the heart of the so-called reconciliation Prime Minister. And this is not lost on First Nations leaders. Let me quote from an interview by Mercedes Stephenson. Joining me now to discuss this, we're referring now to the affair with SNC-Lavalin, is Grand Chief Stuart Phillip. Grand Chief, you had a chance to see that video, and she was talking about a video in relationship to the scandal. What did you make of it? Grand Chief Phillip says, well, it was deeply disappointing to know and understand at this late date in the game that the vision and the promises of the Prime Minister that were announced in the October 2015 have not come to pass. all of the promises and the commitments that he made have simply been set aside, and now that he's under tremendous pressure from the former Attorney General on the SNC-Lavalin issue, the Prime Minister is really revealing himself to be who he really is, which is a very self-centered, conceited, arrogant individual. And I think that was demonstrated with his very smug, mean-spirited response to the Grassy Narrows demonstrator. That situation is incredibly tragic. Many, many people have died. Many people...
Just a reminder to the honourable member of Carleton, when we're using citations to make references to other members in the House, be they ministers or other members, the usual practice is to not do something through a citation that a member would be not permitted to do in the usual spirit of decorum and civil discourse in the House. And so I would encourage him to perhaps, if there's language in the citation that might sort of fit in that category, he may wish to either rephrase it or perhaps skip over that part of the citation. I thank the honourable member for Carleton, and we'll resume debate.
Yes, I will. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will restart the quote then and I will properly ascribe pronouns and titles in place of personal names. Grand Chief Stuart Phillip. He is the Grand Chief of, I believe, the Union of First Nations in British Columbia. And he says of the Prime Minister, well, it was very deeply disappointing to know and understand that at this late date in the game, that the vision and promises of the Prime Minister that he announced in October 2015 have not come to pass. All of the promises and commitments that he made have simply been set aside, and now that he's under tremendous pressure from the former Attorney General, the SNC-Lavalin issue, the Prime Minister is really revealing himself to be who he really is, which is a very self-centered, conceited, arrogant individual. And I think that was demonstrated with his very smug, mean-spirited response to the Grassy Narrows demonstrator. That situation is simply tragic. Many, many people have died. Many people are handicapped and living with the legacy of mercury poisoning. And, you know, he's such an arrogant individual. It's very disturbing and very disappointing, end quote. Now, that respected chief was referring to the Prime Minister's disgusting comment at a recent $1,500 a ticket fundraiser, where he was speaking to a bunch of well-connected Liberal lobbyists and wealthy donors, and a courageous whistleblower stood up and warned him about an issue of mercury poisoning in an Aboriginal community. And he had the audacity to laugh about the incident and say, "Thank you for your donation." And then he said again, "Thank you for your donation to the Liberal Party of Canada." He actually said it twice. And of course, the millionaire Liberals in the room burst into uproarious laughter, thinking it was just hilarious as she was being dragged out by security, that he would make a joke at the expense of the people suffering from mercury poisoning on a First Nations reserve and say, "Thank you for your donation." You know, isn't it nice that he and his wealthy friends can gather together and luxuriate at a beautiful reception with fine wine and other delicious liqueurs that they can enjoy in the comfort and safety of a place where the water is not poisoned by mercury, but that, God forbid, someone should stand up and confront him when he thinks no one's looking because he didn't know he was on camera. And the real Prime Minister reveals himself when he's not the drama teacher we all see on television. Mercedes Stevenson then asked, "The Prime Minister did apologize for his tone and what he said in that video. I take it that that apology doesn't mean much to you." The response from the chief, "No, you know, I think it was this late stage in this game. Again, we're used to the Prime Minister's apologies and alligator tears. It's not about apologies. It's about getting it right. I think the chief made a very good point there, the Grand Chief, excuse me, when he talked about the Prime Minister's alligator tears, because the Prime Minister has substituted his ability to generate these phony tears on demand for real action on behalf of the people, the First Nations people. They weren't looking for more water to pour out of his eyeballs. They were looking for fresh water and clean water that they could drink on reserve. And he didn't provide any of that. Instead, he provided a disgusting display of mockery against those same people. Mercedes Stephenson, how would you describe the relationship between the government and Indigenous communities under the Prime Minister compared to previous governments? Well, I think it started off with a great sense of hope and anticipation that the Prime Minister and his government was going to embrace the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People and the TRC calls to action were going to be fully implemented. That there was going to be a seismic change with respect to our jurisdictional issues and the other issues around energy in this country. And as time has moved forward, all of those promises have simply swept aside and have not come to pass. And here we are, 6 months out from the next election, and we're faced with the Prime Minister's government totally unraveling, coming apart at the seams. And without question, the sun is setting on this Prime Minister. Mercedes Stephenson goes on, do you think it's that the government isn't committed to reconciliation, or that it's simply much more difficult than we were anticipating, and it takes more time and more effort to solve what are some very complex problems? The Grand Chief. Well, quite honestly, I think that the clip that we witnessed, the most disturbing part of that clip, aside from the smugness and mean-spirited remark on the part of the Prime Minister, was the spontaneous applause from Liberal Party members who were attending, which to me is a reflection on the heart and soul of the Liberal Party, which for many, many decades had this arrogant sense of entitlement, that they were a national party that is so accustomed to forming government, and I think that's the central issue here. The Prime Minister paid a lot of lip service, to this historic change, to this historic changes, but I don't think the party itself was, that much in support of those visionary statements made by the Prime Minister in the early days of his tenure. So then Ms. Stephenson asked the Grand Chief about the former Attorney General, and he said, and asks, is it because you're upset with what happened there, or is it also because the government's not meeting its promises that you feel that they put out there? It's both, replied the Grand Chief. But believe me, British Columbians, the Indigenous community in British Columbia, we're so proud of the former Attorney General. We were so proud when the former Attorney General was appointed as Justice Minister. We have had the privilege and honor of working with her, and we know her to be deeply committed, very conscientious, and an absolute workhorse. And she's very meticulous in terms of preparation and keeping records of meetings and so on and so forth. And we knew immediately that the efforts to smear the former Attorney General were politically motivated, and needless to say, we were deeply angered by how terribly she was treated as an Indigenous woman. When the Prime Minister said there was nothing more dear to him than relationships with Indigenous peoples, and in a very misleading way, has always held himself as a feminist. End quote. And of course, then Ms. Stephenson finishes up the interview. I encourage anyone to go watch the Grand Chief's words, and they will find them very revealing indeed about the Prime Minister's true motivations and his true character in respect of the issue of reconciliation. And nowhere is this more evident than in the Prime Minister's decision to trample all over the will of First Nations peoples in the approval or rejection of pipelines. First Nations people supported the Northern Gateway Pipeline. It was a wonderful opportunity for Northern British Columbian First Nations communities to generate billions of dollars for schools and hospitals and thousands of jobs for young people who are bursting with potential but lack opportunity to fulfill it. You think of the Aboriginal population of the country is the youngest of any demographic. And so we have this spectacular opportunity for Canada to address its aging population and retiring workforce by expanding opportunity to young First Nations people to take on excellent jobs of the future. And many of those jobs, good, high-paying jobs, will be in natural resource sectors. Building pipelines, pipe fitting, welding, operating heavy machinery to install those pipelines. And of course, rightfully collecting royalties from the resulting economic wealth these projects generate. One thing that a lot of people who oppose natural resource projects don't realize is their potential to pay royalties to the rightful owners of the land, in many cases, First Nations communities. That's why energy companies regularly sign agreements to not only pay revenue directly to First Nations governments that they can be used to build schools and hospitals and clinics and other services, but also to employ the young, youthful workforce in those communities. And so let me start with the Northern Gateway Pipeline, which the Prime Minister vetoed, even though it had already been approved, and even though the majority of First Nations communities on the pathway of the pipeline had supported it. Many of them had benefit agreements that they had signed with the company Enbridge in order to share in the prosperity that would come from that project. It is a constitutional obligation to consult with First Nations people when their interests are directly affected by a natural resources project in or around their lands. That happened in the case of the Northern Gateway. And the project was approved. The Prime Minister ran in the last election, though, on killing the project because he wanted to take advantage of a hardcore anti-development agenda that was popular with the far-left base of his party in certain parts of the country. He also wanted to take advantage of the copious foreign dollars that were pouring in to Canada to influence the outcome of the last election against resource development. And we now know why these foreign interests don't want Canadian resources to get to market, because they're profiting from keeping Canada landlocked in its oil and gas sector. Why? Because Saudi Arabia, Algeria, Venezuela, and numerous other foreign producers of oil don't want to have to compete with Canada. One easy way to prevent that competition is to block the construction of pipelines to Tidewater. That, in other words, as a result of the fact that we cannot expand our pipeline network to the east and west coasts, we ultimately have to sell 99% of our oil exports to the United States of America, which is the other foreign interest. The refineries south of the border profit from buying Canada's oil at 40 and 50% price discounts and then selling it to the world market at full price. So they buy from Canada at $20 and sell to the world at $50, and they pocket the difference. No wonder these foreign interests don't want Canada to have pipelines. So there's now been documented millions upon millions of dollars that poured into Canada through various forms of internet advertising to dissuade people from supporting pro-development politicians and ultimately electing an anti-development government. But the victims of that political agenda, which the Prime Minister deliberately played into, have been First Nations people. Let me read from an article in the Financial Post entitled, "We are very disappointed. Loss of Northern Gateway devastating for many First Nations chiefs say. Most, I'm quoting still, most Aboriginal communities in northern BC impacted by the pipeline supported the $7.9 billion project and are angry the Prime Minister rejected it, say leaders from 3 of the bands." I'm going to continue reading. This is on April the 10th, 2017, Financial Post. Most Aboriginal communities in northern British Columbia impacted by the Northern Gateway pipeline supported the $7.9 billion project and are angry the Prime Minister rejected it, say representatives of 3 bands. Elmer Ghostkeeper of the Buffalo Lake Métis Settlement, Chief Elmer Derrick of the Gitxsan Nation, and Dale Swampy of the Samson Cree Nation said on the sidelines of a private meeting in Calgary on Friday with oil patch leaders they are disappointed in the, quote, political decisions which they say was made without their input. Let's stop there for a second. The Prime Minister claims to support the constitutional obligation of consulting with First Nations people on resource projects. But does that consultation only go ahead with those who oppose development? What about consulting those communities who are the majority that support the development? Do they not have the constitutional right to be consulted by their government? Well, in that case, I would challenge the Prime Minister to tell me how many First Nations communities who had benefit agreements in the Northern Gateway pipeline did he meet with and consult personally before he vetoed the project? The article goes on. Again, I'm reading from the Financial Post from April of 2017, Claudia Catania. Quote, "They are now looking for ways to generate new development. Ghostkeeper said more than 20 of the 42 bands of the Alberta to West Coast pipelines right-of-way were looking forward to sharing in the construction and long-term benefits. Their expectations were really raised with a promise of $2 billion set aside in the business and employment opportunities, Ghostkeeper said before addressing the Canadian Energy Executive Association at the Calgary Petroleum Club. Quote, energy was offered to Alberta communities, and with the change in government, that was all taken away. We are very disappointed in this young government," end quote. Ghostkeeper said he'd like to see an oil pipeline revived, but led by Aboriginals. Quote, we have to partner with the oil and gas industry and be treated as equals, not as tokens, because any natural resource project that is going to take place on traditional lands has to be given free, informed, and prior consent. The old ways of doing business doesn't cut it, end quote. I continue to quote from the story. Derrick said his band was supportive of it from the outset, but the Prime Minister didn't want to hear from supportive communities. Quote, "The fact that the Prime Minister chose not to consult with people in northern BC disappointed us very much," he said. Still quoting from the article, Swampy said some of the bands are discussing legal action against the federal government for rejecting the project without proper consultation. They understand, I'm quoting now, they understand that it was a political decision and not a decision acting in the best interest of Canadians, said Swampy. They weren't asked about the financial effect, the lost employment. They were trying to get themselves out of poverty, the welfare system that they are stuck to. And every time they try to do something like that, it's destroyed. Now let me just repeat that. For the self-righteous anti-development types, such as the Prime Minister, who consistently block these resource projects. Let me quote again from this First Nations leader. He says of the local Indigenous communities that wanted this project, they weren't asked about the financial effect, the lost employment. They are trying to get themselves out of poverty, the welfare system that they are stuck to. And every time they try to do something like that, it's destroyed. And that was the effect of the Prime Minister's personal decision to veto the Northern Gateway pipeline. I go on, quoting the article, saying the Great Bear, quote, the Great Bear Rainforest is no place for a pipeline and the Douglas Channel is no place for a oil tanker traffic. The Prime Minister killed the Northern Gateway last November. Enbridge Inc., the Enbridge Inc. project had received regulatory approval, as well as approval from the previous Conservative government, after a decade of planning and more than $500 million of spending. I mean, think about that. First Nations, entrepreneurs, and the previous Harper government consulted, studied, examined the ecological and economic impacts for a decade. The company spent $500 million on that process. And yet after the Independent Energy Board concluded it was in the public interest and it was environmentally safe, the Prime Minister politically interfered and overturned the decision without consulting with the communities on First Nations that had supported it and counted on it as their best hope to escape poverty. I go on. The Prime Minister also imposed a ban on tanker traffic on the northern BC coast while approving Kinder Morgan's Trans Mountain pipeline expansion and the upgrading of Enbridge's Line 3. I'll stop quoting right here. Kinder Morgan's Trans Mountain pipeline. Right. The Prime Minister claims he's approved that. Not a single shovel is in the ground all these years later. Not a single inch of steel has been added in pipeline to the Kinder Morgan project. It has been entangled in political obfuscation now for years, even though it must be the least controversial actual project in the history of pipelines. If they're not even seeking a new right-of-way, the pipeline is already there. They're simply looking to twin it so that its capacity can go from the existing 300,000 to 900,000. So far, the Prime Minister has bought the old pipeline, but done nothing to build the new pipeline. The courts have found that once again, he failed to properly consult First Nations communities along the route of the Kinder Morgan project, and has, as a result, had to go back to the drawing board and start all over. And in the process, he has moved as slowly as possible. Do nothing in a mile that can be done in a yard. Do nothing in a yard that can be done in a foot. Do nothing in a foot that can be done in an inch. And so the process inches along. Prime Minister giving vague reassurances that someday, one day, steel will be in the ground and we will begin building this project on which he's already spent $4.5 billion in exchange for nothing we didn't already have. We know his real agenda, though. He is going to get through the next election by trying to convince Canadians who poll shows support pipelines that he does too. And if he gets back in, there will be no pipeline built, just like there hasn't been for the last 3.5 years, because he is ideologically opposed to energy development. He said so. He said he wants to phase out the oil sands. Those were his words. And he is succeeding. By blocking the 3 pipelines that were ready to go when he took office, Trans Mountain, Northern Gateway, and Energy East, he's landlocked the industry, put 100,000 people out of work, and as I was just saying, has attacked the interests and the autonomy of the Indigenous communities. I was there quoting from the Financial Post in April of 2017. Now, similar groups are coming forward to demand an end to the Prime Minister's tanker ban. You know, the Prime Minister claims he supports pipelines. Right. how are you going to get the oil from the coast to Asia if you're banning tankers? Does he have some magical petroleum-carrying unicorn that is capable of lifting up the oil and taking it to foreign markets? If there is a tanker ban, how could it possibly get where it's going? And so, and I'm quoting right out of the National Post on this, First Nations Coalition calls for rejection of Liberal tanker ban. One group plans to file UN complaint. End quote. So now we have First Nations that are considering going to the UN to fight against the Prime Minister's policies, anti-development policies that keep them in poverty. Quote, the coalition has sketched out plans to build a roughly $18 billion oil pipeline from northern Alberta to around Prince Rupert, BC. A coalition of First Nations groups is imploring Ottawa to rein in an oil tanker ban on the northern BC coast, with one organization planning to level a United Nations complaint against the government to protest the legislation. The plea is a last-ditch effort to reverse Bill C-48 as it nears passage through the Senate. The coalition, composed of the National Coalition of Chiefs, the Indian Resource Council, and the Eagle Spirit Chiefs Council, met with a number of senators Tuesday morning in Ottawa to oppose the moratorium. Calvin Helen, who led the talks with senators, is the CEO of Eagle Spirit Energy Holding, which has sketched out plans to build a roughly $18 billion oil pipeline from northern Alberta to around Prince Rupert, BC. Helen, Alex Qualam BAM member, has long pitched the idea as Canada's sole First Nations-led pipeline. Helen said C-48 is a matter of enormous concern for the roughly 200 First Nations communities represented by the coalition, and said the Prime Minister's tanker ban explicitly targets the project, effectively stripping Indigenous people of their economic self-determination. Is this what reconciliation is supposed to represent in Canada, he asks. Is that what reconciliation looks like? Then when a group of ambitious and smart and industrious First Nations people come forward with an $18 billion project that could lift whole communities out of the long-term poverty in which they've been trapped and give them full independence and control over their own destiny, that the Prime Minister comes forward with a bill banning them from doing so. Is that what he meant by reconciliation? That is the question that this band member asks as he speaks out against the tanker ban. Because the tanker ban is not just about blocking big oil companies from moving their product, it's about blocking these communities from their one chance to escape poverty. And if the Prime Minister believed half as much in reconciliation as he does in his great dramatic and theatrical productions on the subject, then he would consult with and listen to these First Nations people. I asked members of the government, what did he say to Mr. Helen when he put forward C-48, the tanker ban? Did he look him in the eye and tell him that generations of First Nations people in Western Canada will have to be held back because this government is blocking them from achieving economic independence through resource development? Or did he even meet with them at all? My suspicion is that he couldn't be bothered. If there was no camera nearby and no photo opportunity to carry out, then he simply couldn't be bothered to show up for reconciliation. Helen's comments, the article goes on, come amid intense angst in Alberta, which has failed for many years to build the necessary pipelines to carry away steadily increasing oil sands production. The Eagle Spirit Chiefs Council said Tuesday it would file a complaint in coming days under the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, UNDRIP, against the federal government. I'll stop on this point. Now, there's much legitimate debate about whether the declaration is the best way to achieve reconciliation with First Nations people. But the Prime Minister gave plenty of lip service to that declaration before the last election. And now he appears to have violated it in his tanker ban that prevents First Nations from achieving the economic independence that they have worked so hard to achieve. The article goes on, quoting again from the National Post. The chief said the ban unfairly restricts oil exports to the First Nations group, while allowing multinational corporations to ship their products from the southern portion of the BC coast. So here we go again. Large multinational corporations will continue to ship their product. So this is not even about stopping the shipment of oil and gas. It's just about stopping Canadians from shipping their product. This Prime Minister had never contemplated banning oil tankers from the East Coast arriving at the East Coast. All of those East Coast tankers, they come right across the Atlantic, one tanker after another, into the eastern coast of our country, shipping foreign oil to Canadian markets. And as that oil comes in, our money goes out, and we get poorer and poorer. No wonder our trade deficit is approaching record highs. Now, let me quote further from that National Post article. Quote, "All we're trying to do is take advantage of the resources available to us," said former Chief Wallace Fox, chairman of the Indian Resource Council, a part of the coalition. The Eagle Spirit Pipeline appears to present a conundrum on Indigenous rights. A handful of First Nations communities, including the Yinka Dene Alliance, which oppose the other pipelines in BC, have opposed the project in part due to environmental worries. Meanwhile, a host of Indigenous communities along the pipeline route support Eagle Spirit, while saying it will give them more financial independence. Helen said he is close to a consensus among First Nations on Eagle Spirit. He said much of the First Nations opposition to the pipeline comes from Indigenous people backed by activist organizations who claim to speak for whole communities, but do not. I continue to quote from the National Post there, Mr. Speaker. And so the story goes on and on and on. Prime Minister.
The honourable member for Durham is rising on a point of order.
On a point of privilege, Mr. Speaker. I hate interrupting my colleague from Carleton, but in accordance with Standing Order 48-2, I've filed appropriate notice with respect to a point of parliamentary privilege that I would wish to bring at this time. As you know, Mr. Speaker, and I've spent considerable time researching this important point for the Chamber, Mr. Speaker, for yourself, and for Canadians who may be watching. As you know, Mr. Speaker, there's two aspects to parliamentary privilege which I feel are both touched upon with respect to the subject of my point of privilege and my recommendation to you, Mr. Speaker. First, there's the individual privilege of every single member of this Chamber, including opposition to fulfill our challenge function, our parliamentary role of holding the government to account, but as well as the collective privilege of the Chamber, which represents all of Canada, Mr. Speaker. All members should be able to deliberate, legislate, and fulfill our parliamentary functions, whether on the front bench of the government side, or in the shadow minister's bench, or in the far corners where some former Liberals now sit, Mr. Speaker. Parliamentary privilege has both an individual and a collective aspect, and our collective privilege and my individual privilege has been impeded by the Prime Minister's partial waiver of privilege with respect to the former Attorney General and the current member for Vancouver Granville. And so my point of privilege will outline a recommendation to you, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of myself and this Chamber. And I remind my colleagues that parliamentary privilege is absolute and has been as a defining feature going back to the 1600s, Mr. Speaker. to allow parliamentarians to fulfill those functions I outlined at the beginning. As Canada was created in 1867, the Constitution Act incorporated parliamentary privilege and its supremacy as part of our both written and unwritten Constitution, Mr. Speaker. This was affirmed by the Supreme Court of Canada in the New Brunswick Broadcasting decision decades ago. And the point I'm raising here, Mr. Speaker, is on several occasions, including the most senior officials presiding over this House, helping us fulfill our duty as members individually and collectively, have confirmed that privilege outranks or supersedes solicitor-client privilege, Mr. Speaker, and that's going to be the critical element of my suggestion to you in response to my point of privilege. In fact, the first quote I would refer you and our table officers to, Mr. Speaker, is a quote from the parliamentary law clerk and parliamentary councillor Rob Walsh on November 4th, 2009, when he said this about balancing solicitor-client privilege considerations alongside the privilege of parliamentarians, Mr. Speaker. He said, "I feel I must respond to what Brigadier General Watkin was just saying about solicitor-client privilege. What he's saying relative to the obligation on lawyers as lawyers in the usual context in which lawyers operate is true. Solicitor-client privilege, in my view, is an important privilege. It is one the committee obviously should respect, but not necessarily be governed by. It is the principle that relates to the legal rights of people who are in that solicitor-client relationship. It's all designed for the benefit of the client, not the lawyer. It's to protect the client's rights from being prejudiced by the wrongful disclosure of information exchanged with a lawyer." He goes on to say, Mr. Speaker, but that's in the context of legal rights, legal proceedings. There are no legal rights at issue here with respect to parliamentary privilege and the right of parliamentarians. I'll continue. These are not legal proceedings. These are parliamentary proceedings. It is, in my view, open to the committee to seek answers from a lawyer appearing as a witness, notwithstanding this principle, end quote, Mr. Speaker. That's the former law clerk of this chamber, Mr. Speaker, looking at the ability for the executive branch of government to preclude Parliament from fulfilling its function on the grounds of solicitor-client privilege. This determination by the former law clerk of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, was considered by Speaker Milliken in your chair many years ago in his April 27, 2010 decision with respect to the Afghan detainees. I'll quote again. "It is the view of the chair that accepting an unconditional authority of the executive to censor the information provided to Parliament would in fact jeopardize the very separation of powers that is purported to lie at the heart of our parliamentary system and the independence of its constituent parts, Mr. Speaker." So this matter has been considered in recent memory by your chair, Mr. Speaker, on advice of Mr. Walsh as clerk, confirming that solicitor-client privilege considerations, an important privilege, I say this as a lawyer, Mr. Speaker, do not outstrip the primacy of Parliament and the primary function of Parliament to fulfill the individual and collective role we have as parliamentarians. Therefore, solicitor-client privilege cannot bar the release of information, Mr. Speaker. This has been confirmed in other parliaments in Westminster where parliamentary privilege outranks court injunctions, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the court rank below the importance of parliamentarians to have their privileges recognized and respected. This has been reiterated when you look at the underlying principles of solicitor-client privilege, Mr. Speaker. And I think this is important. I don't think, whether it's the Daughters of the Vote yesterday or Canadians, I don't think we've ever had more of a fulsome discussion of solicitor-client privilege in the history of our country, Mr. Speaker. So let's look at its underpinnings. It is not absolute, like parliamentary privilege is. If you look at the Descoteaux decision of the Supreme Court of Canada, written by Justice Lemaire before he was Chief Justice, solicitor-client privilege can be nailed down into three elements, Mr. Speaker. First, that solicitor-client privilege can be raised when communications are likely to be disclosed to prevent that disclosure. Two, unless otherwise provided, when that prevention of disclosure and the extent of limiting disclosure should be decided leaning in favor of the privilege, but not absolute. And third, when the law provides, I'm going to quote from the judgment, Mr. Speaker, quote, the decision to do so, meaning disclosure, and the choice of means of exercising the authority should be determined with a view of not interfering with it, except to the extent absolutely necessary to achieve the ends sought by the enabling legislation. In our case, Mr. Speaker, the enabling legislation is our Constitution, is the supremacy of Parliament going back before 1867, Mr. Speaker. So
I just wanted to, I recognize the Honourable Member for Durham had given notice of his question of privilege at an earlier time, and he was interrupted several sitting days ago when the House moved on to another part of the daily program. And so quite willing to hear his intervention in this regard. He's also mindful, of course, that chair occupants are obliged to be mindful of the time that the questions of privilege or points of order take in these matters, as he rightfully pointed out at the outset, that normally these kinds of things do come at typical interruptions during the daily program, for example, after question period and the like. In this case, we are in the middle of debate, and so I take what the honourable member has to say. If he perhaps maybe gives some indication as to the time he's considering, and if he could, in sort of bridging from the subject that he has at hand to attention to where he believes this breach of privilege has occurred, that would be good to hear. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, I was going to give more of an underpinning of the supremacy of parliamentary privilege with respect to the attempts by the executive to use solicitor-client privilege to fetter that absolute right. I will condense down to where I'm going in a few minutes of remaining time to show you, Mr. Speaker, and my friend, the Deputy House Leader from the Liberals, what the request to respect the individual and collective rights of parliamentarians should be. Particularly, my parliamentary privilege to fulfill my individual and collective function has been impeded by the Prime Minister's inappropriate use of solicitor-client privilege to bar full consideration of the facts underlying the SNC affair, the Shawcross Doctrine, and the crisis that has really gripped the government over the last 2 months, Mr. Speaker. And I'll narrow in now to be quick. When the Prime Minister yesterday, Mr. Speaker, said that he has provided this waiver, he said, I quote, yesterday in this chamber, we issued an unprecedented order in Council waiving solicitor-client privilege and cabinet confidence, allowing her to speak fully on the matter, end quote, Mr. Speaker. But that actually doesn't jive with the order in Council he refers to, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy to table this order in Council afterwards, but it's 2019-0105, Mr. Speaker, where in 2 parts it is limited to, I quote, while she held that office, Mr. Speaker, in 2 different sections with respect to that waiver. It then goes on to say, quote, waiver does not extend to any information or communications between the former Attorney General and the Director of Public Prosecutions, end quote, Mr. Speaker. There hasn't been no full waiver here, Mr. Speaker. It is clear that the full waiver would include any conversations that might be bound by solicitor-client privilege after a cabinet shuffle. So the minister became the Minister of Veterans Affairs, a position I hold in very high regard as a former occupant of that position, Mr. Speaker, on January 14th. So between January 14th and on February 12th, when she resigned her role in cabinet, Mr. Speaker, a number of conversations were likely held. We know for a fact, Mr. Speaker, on February 11th, when the Prime Minister was in Vancouver, there was a discussion where he said the fact that the former Attorney General was still in cabinet showed, quote, full confidence, unquote, in the former Attorney General and hers in response, Mr. Speaker. She resigned the next day. So certainly there wasn't full confidence both ways. Parliament, to fulfill our function individually and collectively, needs a full waiver. The Prime Minister says to Canadians there's been a full waiver. There has been a partial waiver, Mr. Speaker. That member, now the member for Vancouver Granville, needs to be able to inform the House about all discussions, free of privilege considerations, right until the present day, Mr. Speaker. And I'll put one more thing on the record because I think it's important to know when her own colleagues are suggesting she can come in here at any moment and just rise on a point of order. That member, the member for Vancouver Granville, has professional obligations as a lawyer, Mr. Speaker, where the Law Society of British Columbia, in the rules of practice at section 3.32 says, quote, a lawyer must not use or disclose a client's or former client's confidence information to the disadvantage of the client, end quote, Mr. Speaker. So that member, who's been seeking advice from a former Supreme Court Justice, Mr. Speaker, is taking both her Privy Council, her cabinet, and her professional obligations seriously, Mr. Speaker, at a time the Prime Minister suggests that he has provided full waiver. He used the word fully yesterday, Mr. Speaker. There is a month where clearly that waiver has not been provided. So for the Prime Minister to live up to the claim that he's provided the former Attorney General with full waiver, he needs to do exactly that, including conversations in Vancouver on February 11th, Mr. Speaker, because a lawyer has obligations to their client long after the client relationship ends, Mr. Speaker. The member from Vancouver Granville should not be forced to walk away from her professional obligations when the simplest answer, whenever there are solicitor-client considerations, is waiver of those protections by the client. And the Government of Canada, in this case, represented by the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. So what I'm asking you to do is a bit extraordinary, because I'm not asking you to find a prima facie finding and refer this to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. Because, Mr. Speaker, my privilege has also been violated by the executive's use of committees, both justice and ethics, to circumvent or stall full explanation, full exploration, full deliberation of these events. So, Mr. Speaker, I take the extraordinary step to ask you, on behalf of all parliamentarians in our collective function, to invite the member from Vancouver Granville to speak fully on the record in this chamber, not burdened by any solicitor-client privileges, going all the way to the present day, Mr. Speaker. So any conversations, any continued pressure that happened after her shuffle to Veterans Affairs, if you give a declaratory judgment or a declaratory statement telling the member that parliamentary privilege supersedes any legal obligations she has to the Law Society of British Columbia, to her former client, the Prime Minister, or her status as a Privy Councillor, to show and to reaffirm that parliamentary privilege is absolute, I would ask the Chair to take the extraordinary step of inviting the member for Vancouver Granville to speak unfettered in this chamber, Mr. Speaker. It's within your power. Parliament can let her speak. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Durham for his intervention, and will certainly take his comments under advisement. I do see the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government house leader on his feet. Is this in a point of order, a different point of order? The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Mr. Speaker, it is on a different point of order in the sense that I as an individual, am concerned in terms of how it is that privileges might be being utilized, whether it's today or previously, as a tool or as a mechanism in order to achieve some sort of an alternative agenda. And that concerns me, Mr. Speaker, because as you know, privileges are supposed to be very, very important. It is about the rights of individual members of Parliament. I'm concerned that if we don't maybe review the last 50 or so that have been brought to the attention of the Speaker's office or the Speaker's chair. And I think if we review and give an overall opinion, and maybe what's necessary is that the Speaker's chair needs to come out and say, this is, in the Speaker's chair's opinion, some sort of guidance so that we can look at the standing orders, listen to what the Speaker's chair is actually saying when members should be standing up, because as I say, I've been a parliamentarian for almost 30 years. My concern is that very important rule is maybe being deviated from in terms of why it's there. That's the reason why I raise it as a point of order, Mr. Speaker, and I would appreciate that through you and the other speakers of this House just to review it. That's all I ask.
I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his point of order. He certainly touches on a topic that has come up in the last several days. I can assure him that there are a number of questions of privilege that are currently under consideration for which the Speaker has yet to provide his direction upon. And certainly, as members do come up, though, with points of order or questions of privilege, these are privileges that are accorded to them in the standing orders. That said, as I indicated in my response, in my intervention relating to the Honourable Member for Durham, it is incumbent on chair occupants to decide, or at least to ensure that the time that's being taken for these interventions are managed in a way that's in line with the expectation of this privilege that's given to honourable members. So it's not a means by which a member can tax the time of the House unnecessarily, but at the same time, if members have additional points to add that are in fact new information or other aspects of the question of privilege that are relevant and pertinent, there is an obligation to hear those comments as they pertain to the question that's under consideration. So I appreciate that it is a bit of a subjective call on our part. We listen carefully to hear what's being said, and as you've seen on numerous occasions, if it's a member is soon into, for example, some form of debate on a question under the guise of a standing order, you'll see that these interventions are very short-lived. So I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his comments. We'll in turn take those under advisement and get back to the House if necessary. We'll return to debate. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. At the outset of my presentation today, I brought the House of Commons' attention to a detailed report by the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation in which it listed the extensive conversations, secret discussions that the Prime Minister's office had been carrying out with the former Attorney General and indirectly the former Treasury Board President about putting this whole scandal behind the government. I listed the 5 different conditions that the former Attorney General is said to have provided in exchange for her willingness to put the matter to rest. And those conditions were the following. 1, remove the Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister, the now disgraced Gerald Butts. Remove the former clerk of the outgoing clerk of the Privy Council, Michael Wernick. Both of them have been removed. Third condition was to remove Senior Prime Ministerial Advisor Matthew Bouchard, whose inappropriate behavior, perhaps illegal conduct, I have chronicled for you extensively earlier today. To guarantee that the new Attorney General would not overturn the decision of the Director of Public Prosecutions and issue a deal for SNC-Lavalin to avoid criminal trial. And fifth and finally, the former Attorney General asked that the Prime Minister take responsibility for his inappropriate conduct and apologize either to caucus or to the public, or better yet, both. We know that the first two conditions were met. Butts and Wernick are gone, are going. But the three remaining conditions have not apparently been met. Matthew Bouchard, the senior advisor, remains. The Prime Minister has not committed, not guaranteed, that he will avoid further interference in granting SNC-Lavalin a special deal to avoid trial. And finally, perhaps most importantly, the Prime Minister has not taken responsibility for his conduct. He has not apologized. He has not held himself to account. This, at the same time as he has punished the whistleblowers for speaking out. Today, the former Treasury Board President, MP for Markham Stouffville, appeared in an interview with Anna Maria Tremonti, a CBC reporter. And Tremonti confirms that this secret negotiations were going on. I quote from her. We just learned last night on CBC News that there were secret discussions to broker a compromise with the former Attorney General before you were both removed from caucus last week. She explains. The former Treasury Board President was not able to comment on these negotiations. But she did say, and I quote, "Well, I've been very clear from the beginning of when this took place. The issue, just to remind your listeners, is that there is very good evidence that there were attempts to interfere with, have political interference with, a very serious criminal trial. I had to resign from cabinet because I was not willing to deny what took place. And from the beginning, I tried to suggest that the way to deal with this is to speak the truth, to admit that mistakes were made, to apologize to Canadians for it, and find out how it happened and make sure it never happens again. That's been my stance from the beginning, that I have communicated to the Prime Minister and his office and others. So, to the extent that there have been conversations going on, but I would not say that they were intense in any way, there were no efforts to bring all the people involved into a room together and actually resolve this. So I would say this, fairly stunned when I was expelled from caucus on Tuesday without ever having had the opportunity to speak to caucus, to share my perspective on what happened and why I resigned from cabinet, for example. She goes on in this interview to make some other very interesting observations. And I will note that though I don't share the party color, or perhaps the political ideology of this particular member, she is a widely respected medical doctor, and up until her most recent political stand, someone that the government had put forward as an example of the integrity and expertise that it boasted on its front bench. So I ask Liberal members not to roll their eyes and dismiss her as though she's some sort of political enemy. She has not been a political enemy to the Liberal Party. These remarks show that she might have been the best friend the Prime Minister could ever have had if he had been willing to listen to her wise counsel that he rest himself on integrity. But he did not listen to that. Instead, he punished her for speaking truth to power. And she goes on to explain how that happened. Well, what I did, for example, I have to say, was a hard thing to do. I made the decision to resign from cabinet because there is a constitutional convention of cabinet solidarity. That means when we talk about a decision in cabinet, we may air our disagreements around the table privately, but we have to go out from that room of one mind, prepared to defend and support the decision that we have made together. and I've been able to do that on I would have been able to do that on any other important issues that we've talked about. In this case, this is the issue at the heart of this is the issue at the heart of this is the independence of our judicial system. We cannot have a democracy without an independent justice system that is free from political interference. I felt there was evidence that there had been some attempts of interference, and the expectations of cabinet ministers to deny that interference took place and or to suggest that it didn't matter, that it wasn't important in some way, was not something I could do in good conscience. And so I could not meet my expectation of cabinet solidarity on that matter. But it was a very hard thing. You know, I don't want to go into a lot of detail, but I have received some treatment which I think is less than respectful from former colleagues and lots of folks on social media and elsewhere. And you know, that's not what the story is about. I can deal with critique, but it takes a certain measure of courage to step up and do something that is going to upset others. But I believe so strongly in the importance to us, of us as a country having a system, a justice system that we can trust, to know that these decisions are not going to be made in the courts based on whether the person or the company on trial is friends with or associated with a particular politician who will plead their case. That's the fundamental issue here. And she's hit the nail on the head, Mr. Speaker. You know, a lot of people have said, this is an inside baseball story. Who could possibly make sense out of all of the intricacies of Justice Committee and Ethics Committee and deferred prosecution agreements and the Shawcross Doctrine? And it's all so boring. When are people's eyes going to glaze over? And what keeps shocking members of the Liberal Party is that eyes are not glazing over, that people are not losing interest in this scandal. And if the Liberals want to understand why, they need only listen to their own former Treasury Board president, because she said it here so simply. I want to say it again, what she said. But I believe so strongly in the importance of us as a country having a justice system that we can trust. To know that decisions are not going to be made in the courts based on whether the person or the company on trial is friends with or associated with a particular politician who will plead their case. That's the fundamental issue here. And that's why everybody in Canada understands and has followed this scandal so carefully. They don't need to know all of the intricacies of the Shawcross Doctrine. They don't need to know about how cabinet confidence works. What they do know is this, that in our system, everybody is supposed to be equal under the law, that there is no special treatment for special people or special companies, that we have the rule of law and not the law of rulers, that you can't buy justice with powerful lobbyists. That is exactly what is at stake in this particular scandal. Do we have one law for the people and another for the powerful? Everyday people on the streets understand how much we stand to lose if we normalize the process of politicians walking into the court sphere and helping special people avoid prosecution. The former Treasury Board president said, went on in the interview. She was asked by Anna Maria Tremonti, the CBC host, so do we have a justice system in Canada that is now deeply flawed? You left. You didn't get what you wanted. It didn't change. Does that mean our justice system is flawed as it stands now under this Liberal government? No. In fact, I think Canadians can be very thankful that the system did work. I believe it worked because the former Attorney General did not bend to the wishes of those who wanted her to interfere in the trial. The decision around this particular trial the SNC-Lavalin case, you know. It's being described by some as the largest corporate corruption trial in modern Canadian history, says the former Liberal Treasury Board president. It's not an insignificant trial in any way, she goes on. And there is a person called the Director of Public Prosecutions who is completely non-political, who has a large office of people who are trained in criminal prosecutions. She made the determination that this should go to trial. There is a tool that the former Attorney General could have used if this company qualified, but the Director of Public Prosecutions said they did not qualify for that. She goes on, there's lots of evidence as to why. We can be thankful that we did have, we can be thankful that we did not have political interference didn't occur, but it was because the former Attorney General was not willing to meddle. This goes right to the heart of one of the principal defenses that the government has so far made. They say, well, the company didn't get a special deal in the end, so none of this matters. Let's forget about it and move on. That's not because of them. It's because of one principled woman who stood in their way. And what do? They trampled over her. They kicked her out as Attorney General, and now they've forced her right out of the Liberal caucus. They have tried to destroy her reputation. They've sent out powerful former Liberal ministers to make racial and sexist slurs against her as part of a long-standing 2-month campaign of character assassination. But all of that said, because of her, this company did not wrongly get off without a trial. And the former Treasury Board president is quite right when she points out why. Let's just say it one more time. There's lots of evidence as to why we can be thankful that we did not have, that political interference didn't occur, but it was because the former Attorney General was not willing to meddle.
That's it.
In other words, the Prime Minister's office was over here, the Attorney General's office was over here, and farther still was the Director of Public Prosecutions. And the Prime Minister's office slammed and slammed and slammed against that wall that was the principle built in stone of the former Attorney General, and tried as they might, like a battering ram, to bust through that wall held. And on the other end of that wall was the top prosecutor of the land, whom the Prime Minister was trying to overpower, but he could not do it because he was up. The seemingly irresistible force of a Prime Minister was up against an immovable object, and that was the principled former Attorney General. So no one on that side of the House of Commons that still stands behind this Prime Minister should fool themselves into thinking that the administration of justice was protected by anything other than her principle. It is true that as of now, SNC-Lavalin is headed for a criminal prosecution. But it is not true that that has anything to do with the Prime Minister or the people around him. He did everything in his power over a steady campaign, 4 months long, to avoid that trial. A trial that his own former Treasury Board president says might be the biggest criminal corruption trial in Canadian history. But yet, the people who stood their ground paid the price. We know that. We've witnessed it this week. The Prime Minister has signaled how he responds when strong, principled, courageous people stand up to him and speak truth to power. Now, George Orwell said, as my friend from British Columbia recently reminded me, The further a society drifts from the truth, the more it will hate those who speak it. The further a society drifts from the truth, the more it will hate those who speak it.
Wow.
No more appropriate words could be spoken in the House of Commons than those on this particular week. The anger and hatred that senior Liberals have shown these two courageous whistleblowers over the last 2 months demonstrates just how accurately Orwell captured the sentiment and the consequences that truth tellers often face. But we are all blessed that they did tell the truth, that they did do their job, and that for now, the sacred and precious and fragile gift handed down from our ancestors of an independent legal system is, in the moment, safe. I say in the moment because we don't yet know the next chapter in the story. Will the government succeed in covering up any other political interference that went on? We don't know. Will the government succeed in covering up the real motives for the Prime Minister's extraordinary defense of this accused corporate criminal? Will we ever find out who stood to benefit from the Prime Minister blocking this trial for fraud and bribery? Finally, will the trial ever actually make it to court? These delays will drag on, and maybe until after the next election. And with the Prime Minister refusing to rule out a future deferred prosecution agreement,
Shame on him.
with his current position that he's done nothing wrong, what assurance could we possibly have that he won't do it again? If he, as is his current position, believes there was nothing wrong with the 4-month campaign of pressure applied to the former Attorney General, that it was perfectly acceptable for everyone from his Chief of Staff to his Principal Secretary to the Clerk of the Privy Council to his Senior Advisor to his Finance Minister to the Finance Minister's Chief of Staff, all relentlessly badgering the Attorney General to write a letter overturning the decision of the prosecutor and shelve the charges, if he thinks that all of that was perfectly appropriate, why wouldn't he just do it again? He's open to it.
He's trying. He will.
The Attorney General says he might do it. Doesn't know yet. Won't say. Thinking about it. No further comment. Thank you very much.
Cover up.
See you after the next election. And do not be surprised, Mr. Speaker. Do not say I didn't warn you. If you wake up in the lead up to Christmas of this coming year, this Prime Minister is back in office, and all of a sudden, surprise, SNC-Lavalin is off the corruption charges. They get excited about that, don't they? They get excited about the prospect that SNC might get off of the crimes of fraud and bribery. That was a Liberal member who apparently takes great delight in the prospect that after the next election, the Prime Minister would step up and have his Attorney General shelve those charges so the company could get off with impunity and the Libyan people could be left to suffer in the consequences of the corruption that the company is said to have carried out. But that applause and that reaction we just witnessed in the floor of the House of Commons confirms my warning to you, Mr. Speaker, that if this Prime Minister is back in office, make no mistake, he will let SNC-Lavalin off. He will contaminate our justice system with more political interference because he has made it clear that he does not believe there is anything wrong with a Prime Minister pressuring an Attorney General to override a top prosecutor. He has made that clear. That is not my allegation. He had a chance to stand up at his February 15th press conference and state clearly and definitively that what happened was wrong. In fact, what the Treasury Board president said was her solution for him was to stand up at that same press conference and say, it was a mistake. We shouldn't have done it. We'll never, ever do it again. I'm sorry. But he refused to do that because he doesn't think there's anything wrong with what he did. And if he doesn't think there's anything wrong, why wouldn't he just do it again?
You had an option.
I welcome him to come before this House and tell us that he promises, put his hand, not that his promises have never meant anything in the past, but even if they did, even if we could believe them, he has not even yet promised that a future re-elected Liberal government would refrain from imposing a settlement that shelves the criminal charges into SNC-Lavalin. In other words, this is not over. This is only the beginning. The future of judicial and prosecutorial independence is very much a live issue in the coming federal election.
Very much so.
There is one leader who has thus far said that if he becomes Prime Minister, he will not interfere with his Attorney General. He will not allow for a political decision to override the prosecutor and shelve criminal charges into large-scale white-collar criminals.
Who is that?
That leader is the leader of the Conservative Party. You know what I will further say? There may be a leader of the NDP who will say the same thing, and I would welcome him. From all accounts, he is an honorable man. And the leader of the Green Party may likewise say the same thing. Our disagreements notwithstanding, she, too, is an honorable person. I believe they all will commit that if they are elected Prime Minister of Canada in October of this year, that there will be no political interference to let this large-scale accused corporate criminal off the hook. But there is one leader who has thus far refused resolutely to rule out doing that. Again. In other words, we are just at the very beginning of this debate about the future of the prosecution of SNC-Lavalin. And we will have to decide as a nation whether it is acceptable for the crony capitalists and corporatists to flood this place with lobbyists and illegal donations in order to buy themselves justice.
Unbelievable.
Any other Canadian accused of any other offense would have no political recourse against it.
Nope.
They'd have to hire a lawyer and fight the charges in front of a judge or a jury of their peers. But the Prime Minister thinks there's absolutely nothing wrong with the idea that a corporation with billions of dollars, massive influence, shareholders, lobbyists, and board members linked to power in government, using all of that influence to avoid repercussions in our criminal justice system. He thinks that is perfectly fine. And he believes that that decision should reside with his office, not with an independent prosecutor who is immune to political interference, not with an Attorney General who is sworn to nonpartisanship, but with him, with a Prime Minister with the most political office in all of the land. You see, he is creating a justice system based on who you know in the PMO.
Exactly.
Where there's one set of rules for the people and another set of rules for the powerful. Where he replaces the rule of law with the law of rulers. We have to remember just how fragile a gift we have inherited. We are among the blessed few born in a democracy with an independent system that judges the guilt or innocence of people in the court of law and carries out that judgment independent from political decisions.
That's right.
Billions of people around the world would literally give their lives for the chance that their children might live in such a country as ours. 300,000 people a year arrive on our shores, the largest sustained rate of immigration of any country in the world, because people flee from places where politicians decide who faces trial and who walks free. These people come here because they heard and they understood that in Canada it was different. That's right. That everybody is equal under the law and no one is above the law.
Not anymore.
They understood, those many newcomers who came to our shores and enriched our country, that we had a long-standing and apparently durable tradition of judicial and prosecutorial independence that developed over more than 800 years from the time of the Magna Carta in Great Britain, the mother country of our parliamentary and legal system. They knew that at the moment that King John signed that parchment, he was committing himself to being under the law, not above the law. And that meant that henceforward, the king, all of the crown, and those inside the court, all those inside the court of the crown would be subjected to the same treatment. No matter their name, their title, their lineage, their wealth, their race, their religion, people understood that when they come to Canada, they will be treated as equals. That protection of that principle is what is at stake in SNC-Lavalin's corruption scandal. Are we going to hold this company accountable just like any other Canadian would face accountability if charged with a crime? Or are we going to allow backroom meetings by lobbyists and insiders with political decision makers in this Liberal Prime Minister's government to extend a special deal to avoid trial and dodge accountability? That is what we're debating here today. So when I hear the cries of those on the other side that we should just move on and forget about this and get back to talking about something else. Hey, didn't you hear we spent $41 billion the other day in the budget? Can't we talk about all that deficit spending, they cry? Oh, we'll have time for that. They'll be held accountable for all the money they've squandered and the debt that they've piled up and the taxes they've raised on the working class people to pay for it. There will be plenty of time for that accountability, I assure them, and we will welcome that debate with relish. But they can spray dollar signs in all directions all they want. We will not be distracted in our role of official opposition. We will show up here every day and do our jobs of protecting the rule of law, the system of justice, the equality of people. We will do that here, today, and every day, and we will never apologize for doing it. They can cry and they can howl and they can scream on the other side of the floor as they're now doing, begging, pleading for silence, but we will not be silent. We will continue to speak up. We will defend the principles that made this country great. We will remember that when we look at the green on the ground here, that it represents the fields in which the original commoners met to fight for their rights. We will remember that this is the house of the common people.
I see the honourable member for Timmins James Bay on a point of order.
Speaker, I came in during the beginning of that speech and I wasn't quite sure exactly what it had to do with the budget, so I'm just asking if the member will back up a little bit and explain to us how this does actually have anything to do with what we've been talking about. I didn't want to miss the point, so I just want to make sure for the honourable members who were confused like me.
Order. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay, order. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay will know that the rules of relevance as it relates to budget debates are quite vast, and will allow the honourable member for Carleton to wrap up. Just about 1 minute or so remaining before we need to interrupt before member statements. The honourable member for Carleton.
Out of respect for the honourable member, who missed the beginning of my speech, I will start over again.
Let's hear it again.
Very beginning. And I ask, Mr. Speaker, that you put aside the normal rules of decorum to allow the member to bring popcorn into the House of Commons, because I promise it's going to be one hell of a show.
I naturally urge the honourable member for Carleton to be judicious in his choice of words and not use words that might be considered unparliamentary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Employment is rising on a very, very brief point of order. It's time to go to member statements.
Mr. Speaker, I've caught most of the member's speech, but I've recorded it all, and to help him out, I'm going to binge watch this summer. It's called The Game of Drones.
Order. We all love, and I think the honourable member for Carleton also enjoys the humour of the honourable member, the honourable Parliamentary Secretary, but that was not a point of order. And if I may now, we'll go to member statements. Statements by members. Déclaration de député, l'honorable député.
Honourable member for La Pontigny. Mr. Speaker, 50 years ago, 12,000 people were forced out of their homes by the Canadian government so that it could go ahead with the fiasco that was the Mirabel Airport. Pierre Elliott Trudeau seized some of Quebec's best agricultural land and paved it over. And after having evicted 12,000 people, after razing their homes to the ground and ruining their land, Pierre Elliott Trudeau allowed air traffic to bypass Montreal in favor of Toronto, meaning that all of these people's sacrifices had been in vain. Taxpayers paid $500 million to expropriate these families, all for a failed airport. Yesterday, Quebec's National Assembly unanimously called for the Canadian government to present an official apology to the people whose property was expropriated. So I call on the Prime Minister to take notice of this and to apologize on behalf of Canada for the harm that was caused to these 12,000 people.
Député de Saint-Jean.
Honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, it's with great emotion that I rise today to pay tribute to a politician who touched many lives in my riding through his great commitment. Paul-André Massé passed away on March 17th. He was born in Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, and he became a Liberal Member of Parliament in 1979 and was re-elected in 1980. He was a veteran who proudly fought to defend and promote the Royal Military College and the Saint-Jean garrison. Paul-André was the type of public figure who believed in serving others to build a better society. He was generous and committed, and he worked tirelessly for the St. Vincent de Paul Society. He was also actively involved with the Centre des Aînés Joannais Senior Center. I give my deepest condolences to his family and friends. I know that you will miss him, but know that he will remain with us because this positive attitude will continue to inspire us throughout our lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, April 1st, as we all know, is April Fool's Day. It has recently become something altogether different. This year, on April 1st, gas prices across Canada went up due to the carbon tax. The carbon tax in British Columbia, already the highest in Canada, increased yet again with no rebate, punishing drivers to fund government pet projects. Many people in rural and remote communities simply don't have access to alternatives to their vehicles to get to work, school, or medically necessary appointments. Adding insult to injury, the BC government-owned monopoly, ICBC, raised auto insurance rates. Also, every year on April 1st, the federal excise duty on beer, spirits, and wine increases automatically, along with thousands of user fees instituted by this Liberal government. In my view, any tax increase should be presented as part of an annual budget where it can be debated and voted on. Bottom line, Mr. Speaker, April 1st is the day that leftist governments of all stripes decided to make the cost of living more expensive, has become the day that left-leaning governments decided to take taxpayers.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to strongly condemn the horrific slaughter of 50 Muslim men, women, and children in Christchurch, New Zealand. This act of terrorism, perpetrated by hate and ignorance, tried to divide communities, but it has had the opposite effect. It brought diverse faith groups together in solidarity around the world. As the chair of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, I recently led a delegation on a bilateral visit to New Zealand. I convey my deepest condolences to the victims' families and to the people of New Zealand for this heinous attack. Mr. Speaker, I will end with a quote from Maya Angelou, "And still I rise." You may shoot me with your words. You may cut me with your eyes. You may kill me with your hatefulness. But still, like air, I'll rise. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in this House to talk about Jim, and Jim is no stranger to parliamentarians. He sits each day on the bridge between the Chateau Laurier and Parliament Hill in every kind of weather, rain, hot sun, or the brutal Ottawa winter, which often hits minus 30 degrees below. Jim always has a warm smile and a hearty greeting for everyone. Jim lives on a fixed disability income that barely pays for his rent and food. And the medication that he urgently needs to stay alive costs him $580 each month. Wow. There's no way he could ever afford that, so he relies on the generosity of strangers to get through each month because we have no pharmacare in this country. Every day the Prime Minister and Liberal cabinet ministers pass Jim in their limousines, and they just don't seem to care. There are hundreds of thousands of Canadians like Jim that are struggling to pay for their medication in the face of the Liberal betrayal on pharmacare. The leader of the NDP, like Tommy Douglas before him on Medicare, will make sure Jim and countless others like him get the pharmacare they deserve.
The Honourable Member for Beaches East York.
Mr. Speaker, Shelter Movers is a national charity providing moving and storage services at no cost to survivors of domestic abuse. Leaving abuse can be fraught with obstacles. Beyond the costs, logistical challenges, and safety concerns, women fleeing violence face the prospect of losing everything they own. Returning is too dangerous. Shelter Movers is the only service of its kind in Canada, working with community partners to fill a major gap in our social safety net. The organization has completed almost 800 moves to date, on pace to perform move number 1,000 this year. 300 volunteers help up to 9 families every week to move out of abusive homes in Toronto, Ottawa, and Vancouver. Now a national expansion is underway across urban and rural Canada, thanks to $1 million in support from our Liberal government. Thank you to Shelter Movers volunteers for their compassion and service. Let's work together in this House to ensure their services are no longer needed.
Bravo. That's great. The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Back in spring of 2015, after my personal assistant Nate Belkamp left my office to work at St. Clair College in a foreign student program, Adam Ruffle joined our team to take his place. Adam was a recent grad of University of Windsor with a master's degree in history. I knew we had an excellent raw recruit to train. He quickly grew into the role of personal assistant, and for 4 years learned all about government services, constituency communications, as well as all the challenges of engaging and enlisting the help of a multitude of ministries and bureaucratic agencies for the benefit of constituents at Chatham-Kent-Leamington. Then last month, he accepted a position with the local health integration network. We all want to wish Adam the very best in his new position with the LMH, where I am convinced he will continue to flourish, grow, and serve our community as he did so well as a special assistant to the Member of Parliament for Chatham-Kent.
Hey, congratulations.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, Italian Canadians have always been a key part of Canadian society for generations and helped to build this great country. That is why I'm pleased to rise in the House today to recognize a remarkable man who came to Canada in 1960 by the name of Rocco Di Giovanni, a now retired construction worker who has been a LiUNA union member for over 57 years. Rocco has helped build subways, bridges, highways, throughout the city of Toronto. He has contributed a better way of life for his family and all of ours in Canada. I'm truly blessed to know and call Rocco and his lovely wife Giovanna true friends. Mr. Speaker, it is stories such as Rocco's that show that Canada really is the best place to live. Thank you, Rocco, for everything you have done and continue to do to improve the lives of all Canadians. Grazie and Dio di benedicto.
The honourable member for Mission, Mascui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, I stand before you today to acknowledge the Intercultural Online Health Network called ICON for their efforts in advancing the well-being of multicultural and Indigenous communities in BC. Celebrating 10 years of service in partnership with the South Asian community, I was happy to attend a health forum for seniors and caregivers living with diabetes and hypertension. ICON has successfully brought together key stakeholders in health, such as BC Ministry of Health and its health authorities, healthcare providers, patients, and families. ICON has started a dialogue on healthcare issues to help educate communities with workshop and web-based resources. I encourage Minister of Health to connect with ICON leaders, Dr. Chima and Dr. Ho, to explore how can we bring ICON to the communities throughout our country.
Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, and I quote, Ottawa cannot impose a carbon tax on a province that has a credible greenhouse gas reduction plan of its own, and we do. Those were the words of Manitoba Premier Brian Pallister yesterday as he announced that Manitoba would launch a court challenge of a newest Liberal tax scheme. On April 1st, the Liberal government's carbon tax came into effect. The tax has already raised the price of everything in our province. Manitobans are paying more for fuel, more for groceries, more for home heating, more for everything. My province is in good company joining Saskatchewan, Ontario, and New Brunswick to fight against this Liberal cash grab. Whether in East, West, or Central Canada, the Liberal carbon tax is hurting Canadian families. I applaud the government of Manitoba and Premier Brian Pallister for doing what's right. Conservatives look forward to forming governments so we can scrap the carbon tax and help all Canadians get ahead.
The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, once again, I want to rise to express my concern about water quality in Memphremagog Lake. The lake provides drinking water for 175,000 people, mainly in Sherbrooke and Magog. In Coventry, Vermont, there's a huge landfill site located very close to our lake. Last fall, we learned that U.S. authorities had approved an expansion of the landfill for an additional 51 acres. And this is a landfill, let's not forget, that is leaving toxic residue in the lake. The amount of waste allowed to be dumped there will increase from 250,000 to 600,000 tons per year for the next 22 years. Federal, provincial, and municipal politicians, as well as experts and citizens on both sides of the border, are calling for the project to be halted until further studies can be done. Several environmentalists in Vermont have even thanked the Canadians for their commitment to this issue. I urge all levels of government and all municipalities in the area to show strong support for this cause. High-quality drinking water is critical for our daily lives and for the health of our children and grandchildren. The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, for 16 years now, the people in my community have attended the Salon des Vins to taste local and international wines, raise funds for the Vaudreuil-Soulanges Hospital Foundation, and ensure that the next generation in our community will have access to the best possible services.
Wine enthusiasts and exhibitors will gather in Vaudreuil-Dorion to sample local and international wine, to enjoy gastronomic delicacies, and to discover the talents of more than 30 exhibitors from our community, our country, and beyond.
As the honorary president of the 2019 Salon des Vins, I want to invite all members of the community to join me, as well as the organizers, on May 15th at the Vaudreuil-Dorion Arena for an evening of fine wine and good conversation, all for a good cause. Cheers, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate my neighbors to the east in Manitoba for joining the legal fight against the Liberal carbon tax. Since day one, Saskatchewan has opposed this tax, which has increased the cost of gas, groceries, home eating, and much more. Manitoba had a plan, but no, it wasn't good enough for this Prime Minister and the 7 Liberal MPs from the province of Manitoba. The carbon tax isn't about the environment, Mr. Speaker. It is a tax grab by a cash-strapped government. Otherwise, they wouldn't have negotiated the massive exemptions for Canada's largest emitters, who will now be able to pollute for free, while the rest of us have to pay for their mistakes. This Liberal government is imposing punishing taxes on Canadians while calling it an environmental plan.
Honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to highlight the importance of Budget 2019 for my riding of Mississauga Lakeshore. As residents of a waterfront community, many of my constituents have shared with me their views on the importance of safeguarding the environment for future generations by making greener choices. Our government is taking real action by putting a price on pollution and putting money back into the pockets of hardworking Canadians through the Climate Action Incentive rebates. And our plan encourages businesses to innovate more and pollute less. Budget 2019 invests in measures that will make it easier and more affordable for Canadians to contribute to a clean economy. They include incentives for zero-emission vehicles, creating a realistic option for more of us by reducing the cost of ownership by up to $5,000, lower energy costs through programs like the New Home Retrofit Program, and investments in infrastructure to build cleaner and healthier communities. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2019 is a real plan to fight climate change, to grow our economy, and to help make life more affordable for Canadian families. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, allow me to take a moment to pay tribute to a great resident of Sherbrooke who left us far too soon, Claude Leblanc. He dedicated his life to improving the lives of people in Sherbrooke right to the very end. One project he really focused on was the installation of automated external defibrillators. It's estimated that 85% of cardiac events happen outside the hospital, and nearly 30% of people who are saved are under the age of 40. Also, if you can defibrillate a victim within 4 minutes of the cardiac event, they have a 75% chance of survival. Many lives have undoubtedly been saved in the Eastern Townships thanks to Claude's hard work. He achieved so much, but his work isn't done, and we need to continue that work for him. Just 2 months ago, Claude and his colleague, Dr. Wayne Smith, pitched me the idea of having a bill that would make defibrillators mandatory in federal buildings and federally regulated organizations. So I call on everyone to consider moving forward with Mr. Leblanc's idea. It's what he would have wanted if he were here with us today. Thank you, Claude.
The Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
While Canadians struggle to make ends meet, this government chooses to make life even harder and more expensive. On April 1st, the Liberal carbon tax came into effect, making everyday essentials like gas, home heating, and groceries more expensive for all Canadians.
Shame.
This carbon tax will hit Canada's most vulnerable the hardest. Seniors on fixed incomes will see what little resources they have chipped away by higher costs for essentials, with many unable to afford the new prices. And with the increased cost of home heating and groceries, young families will struggle to save for their children's future. Our farming communities, who rely on transportation and heavy machinery to harvest and get the product to Canadian dinner tables, will have to pay more and receive less for providing this vital service. Mr. Speaker, only a Conservative government will help make life more affordable for all Canadians by scrapping the carbon tax.
Right on. Here we go.
Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the 70th anniversary of the establishment of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. In the post-World War II wasteland of Europe, the continent's weak democracies faced an existentialist threat from a military superpower with an expansionist communist ideology and more battle-hardened divisions than Western Europe combined. In the post-war period, Louis Saint Laurent and Lester B. Pearson determinedly advocated for a defensive transatlantic security organization which would ally countries with shared democratic values. In April 1949, 12 countries signed the North Atlantic Treaty. With the fall of the Iron Curtain, NATO established the principle of an expanding shield behind which nascent democracies would find security. Today, 29 countries are NATO members and 21 aspire to membership. May NATO's defensive shield continue to expand and, in the words of Pearson, promote the economic well-being of peoples to achieve social justice on the side of peace and progress.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Again, trying to deceive. On February 7th, when he said the initial Globe and Mail story was false, he wasn't telling the truth. And now we know that when he said that the former Attorney General never raised her valid concerns with him, he was misleading Canadians. Just yesterday, he accidentally admitted that on September 17th, the former Attorney General told him very directly to back off. The Prime Minister cannot seem to keep his story straight. Is that because it's just not true?
Yeah. The Honourable Government House Leader.
We've been clear from the beginning that Canadians deserve to know, and that's exactly why the Prime Minister provided an unprecedented waiver. He waived solicitor-client privilege as well as cabinet confidence. Mr. Speaker, the reason why the facts are all now on the table and why the public is able to see for themselves is because the Prime Minister took that step. And at committee, it was confirmed through testimony that the rule of law is intact in Canada and that the rule of law was followed. But the Prime Minister recognizes that we can always strengthen our institutions, and that's why he's taken additional measures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, on February 15th, the Prime Minister said that if anyone thought he was doing anything wrong, then it was their responsibility to come forward. But he said no one did. Well, yesterday he admitted that that just wasn't true. The former AG warned him several times, including on September 17th, not to politically interfere in the SNC prosecution. But he refused to listen, he fired her, and he continues to spread falsehoods. Why won't the Prime Minister simply tell the truth about his interference in a criminal prosecution?
Honourable Government House Leader.
What is clear is that there is an ongoing court case on this matter. We know that the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner is currently investigating this matter, and we know that the Justice Committee spent over 5 weeks on this matter. And we believe that Canadians deserve to know, and that's exactly why the Prime Minister waived solicitor-client privilege as well as cabinet confidence. And it's important to note, Mr. Speaker, that this is an unprecedented waiver because it's never been done in the history of our country, because the Prime Minister recognizes that Canadians deserve to get to know. And that's exactly why all facts are now public. They are on the table. Thank you.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader. Order.
Now let's review the facts. The Prime Minister tried to politically interfere in a criminal prosecution. His Attorney General says no, so he fires her. The truth comes out. He denies everything. He then shuts down the investigation and refuses the full waiver. A tape proves that the former AG has been telling the truth. He's furious, so he kicks the two women out of his caucus and runs a smear campaign against both of them. It's time to end the cover-up, Mr. Speaker. When will the Prime Minister tell the truth?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to talk about the facts. Justice Committee members, which have members from all recognized parties in this House that sit on the Justice Committee, they came together, they set parameters when it comes to these allegations to ensure that Canadians could hear about those allegations directly from witnesses. The Prime Minister waived solicitor-client privilege as well as cabinet confidence. So even though every step of the way the Conservatives, the opposition, frankly, believed that these meetings wouldn't take place, witnesses wouldn't appear, that cabinet confidence wouldn't be waived, actually, committee met, witnesses appear, and confidence was waived so that Canadians themselves could see and hear. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, it's been more than 8 weeks now that the Prime Minister continues
to mislead Canadians. On February 7th, he said that the interference scandal involving him and his office was untrue. He denied everything before he changed his story every week. Yesterday, in this House, by magic, his memory came back to him, and he confessed that the concerns raised by the former Attorney General were brought to his attention. Can the Prime Minister tell us why he's having such a hard time remembering the truth? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, we know that Canadians have to have the opportunity to listen for themselves, and that is why the Prime Minister waived solicitor-client privilege and cabinet confidence. We know that the members who sit on the Justice Committee have done their work. They decided to hear from witnesses. They appeared, they provided testimony, and at every stage the Conservatives said that they won't be able to appear, that they won't have the opportunity to come, but this was not the case. The members who sit on the Justice Committee invited witnesses, and they were able to provide their testimony. The Honourable Member for Richmond, Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want to know the truth. La Presse asked for documents from Michael Wernick between November 1st and December 15th. Usually, the department meet these demands within 30 days, but the response that they received was that the documents would not be able for 240 days, strangely, after the upcoming election. Will the Prime Minister keep his promise and make these documents available to the media and Canadians, yes or no? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, to make sure that Canadians can hear the truth for themselves, this is why the Prime Minister did waive solicitor-client privilege and cabinet confidence. Now, all the facts are public, and Canadians themselves can see them. And the member himself even said that asked for documentation, they received a response, and they know they're going to receive the documents that they requested. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
For Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, today the member for Markham-Stouffville reminded us this is about the fundamental principle of politicians interfering with the justice system. She said, I chose the truth. I chose principles that are so important to the future of our country. That's more important than my political career. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister of Justice assure the House that he will not overrule the decision of the public prosecutions for the sake of a wealthy corporation?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said at this House on a number of occasions, we're still in a period in which an appeal of the judicial review decision is possible. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I will make no pronouncement on the situation with respect to a deferred prosecution agreement, because anything that I might say might be interpreted and have an impact on litigation.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, the former President of the Treasury Board chose her principles, the truth, and to do what is right for Canadians. The Prime Minister chose his rich friends and his own political interests. Can the Liberals commit to respecting the fundamental principle of not interfering in criminal prosecutions? The Honourable Minister of Justice. As I've said on several occasions in this House, particularly in responding to the questions from my Bloc Québécois colleagues, there is an appeal process period, and therefore I'm not going to make any pronouncements on this situation right now because it could have an impact on the result. The member for Burnaby South. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers were avant-garde in 1997 when they created public-private pharmacare, but the Liberals and the Conservatives have turned their backs on Quebec. Ottawa's inaction has meant that 10% of Quebecers do not buy their medications because they cost too much. Can the Prime Minister commit to helping Quebec establish a public and universal pharmacare system? The Honourable Minister for Health. Mr. Speaker, recognizing that Canadians are proud of their health system, we can do better. And that is why we've created an advisory council for pharmacare. And we've asked the council to have a national conversation with Canadians. And they provided a report a month ago, a draft one, and I'm looking forward to receiving the final report by the end of this year.
Canadians don't need any more studies, they need action. Too many Canadians are struggling to afford the much needed medicine. I spoke to one young person who was more worried about his parents spending on his medication than his own health. Canadians are asking for help. The New Democrats' Medication for All plan will put hundreds of dollars back into the pockets of families and ensure that affordable medication is within reach of Canadians. Will the Prime Minister finally stand up to large drug and insurance companies and assure that this program is in action?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Canadians are proud of their publicly funded healthcare system, one that's based on need and not on their ability to pay. But we certainly recognize that we can do better. And that's why last year we launched the Advisory Council on the implementation of a national pharmacare program. Unlike the NDP, Mr. Speaker, we choose to want to have a plan as we move forward with this very important initiative that is very important for all Canadians. I've received their interim report last month. I look forward to receiving their final report later on in June this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would ask the member for New Westminster Burnaby not to be speaking when someone else has the floor. As much as we'd love to hear his voice, we'd like to hear it when he has the floor. The honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, in 2015, this Prime Minister said, quote, sunlight is the best disinfectant. In 2019, he is blocking the former Attorney General from sharing all the facts about his interference in a criminal prosecution, including what was said and done when he removed her from that position. On February 7th, he said the claims that he, his staff, and officials pressured her were, quote, false. On February 12th, he said that no one, including her, raised any concerns, but all the evidence shows otherwise. Why won't the Prime Minister end the cover-up and tell Canadians the truth?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
To ensure that Canadians can hear the truth is exactly why the Prime Minister waived solicitor-client privilege as well as cabinet confidence. Mr. Speaker, for Canadians that are watching that might not recognize what kind of an essential step that was to having these documents be public, I would like to say that from the history of our country since Confederation, cabinet ministers are sworn by cabinet confidence, cabinet secrecy, so that whatever happens in cabinet stays in cabinet. To ensure that witnesses could appear and put this information into the public, the Prime Minister waived such measures. So he waived the cabinet confidence as well as solicitor-client privilege to make sure.
Member for Lakeland.
But he hasn't fully waived confidentiality, and the Liberals have shut down 2 committee investigations and are withholding documents to a paper until after the next election. Top officials have resigned, and yesterday in question period, the Prime Minister finally admitted that she did raise concerns with him directly in September and told him to back off. In fact, she and her staff did that at least 9 separate times over 4 months. She told the Privy Council clerk it was inappropriate to interfere with prosecutorial independence 14 times on the December 19 call alone, and Wernick said the Prime Minister was firm 4 times. The Prime Minister has caught himself in his own tangled web. He should tell the truth.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, to ensure that Canadians receive the truth, the Prime Minister waived solicitor-client privilege as well as cabinet confidence. Members that sit on the Justice Committee, they set parameters when it came to these allegations, and to ensure that Canadians could hear from themselves, the Prime Minister waived solicitor-client privilege as well as cabinet confidence. And that's why the facts are all on the table. They are all now public. What's interesting is the Conservatives continue to ask for more information, but the information's become quite repetitive and they refuse to actually pay attention to it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister continues to mislead Canadians. On February 7th, he said that no one had raised concern with him with regard to his political interference to help SNC-Lavalin avoid criminal prosecution. But yesterday, here in the House of Commons, he finally admitted that he had actually heard the concerns raised by the former Attorney General. In this chamber, I am not allowed to call the Prime Minister a liar, but Canadians can think it. So why did he mislead Canadians? The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles knows that he cannot indirectly do what he cannot do directly here in the House. So what I would advise him to be cautious. The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, we know that Canadians need to know the truth, and that's exactly why the members who sit on the Justice Committee did their work to make sure that Canadians could hear the truth. The Prime Minister thus waived solicitor-client privilege and cabinet confidence for 5 weeks. And for 5 weeks, witnesses appeared before the committee and provided their testimony. All these facts are now public. We know that the Conservatives don't want to hear the facts, but they are public for Canadians to hear and to decide for themselves. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I understand that the Government House Leader is doing her work by repeating the same thing every day, but cabinet confidence was limited and the witnesses requested by the opposition were refused. So no one on that side of the House wants to shed light on this and know the truth. The Honourable Prime Minister himself confirmed that the former Attorney General was telling the truth. 2 ministers, honest ministers, were kicked out for having protected the PM's image. Why did the Prime Minister mislead the Canadians? The Honourable Government House Leader. Every day, every question during question periods, well, the Conservatives are asking the same questions, and they can't understand why I provide the same answer. Mr. Speaker, if they ask the same questions, they'll receive the same answer, because the truth is the truth. And to make sure that Canadians can hear the truth, the Prime Minister did waive solicitor-client privilege and cabinet confidence. But we also know that the Conservatives are continue to do indirectly what they can't do directly.
Chilliwack Hope.
In February, the Prime Minister went on TV and said that if only the former Attorney General had told him that she was feeling undue pressure to intervene in ongoing criminal proceedings, he would have taken action. But yesterday, the Prime Minister admitted in this House that the former Attorney General had, in fact, raised her concerns about his political interference with him directly and in person. Why did he mislead Canadians about that meeting for weeks, and why does he always experience it differently when it comes to telling the truth?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, to make sure that Canadians know is why the committee had meetings in public. That's also why the Prime Minister waived solicitor-client privilege as well as cabinet confidence. And the Conservatives know very well when it comes to misleading, because that's what they continue to do day after day after day in this House. And I think it's importantly that they listen attentively to the words that are coming out of witness testimony. Witness testimony confirmed that the rule of law was followed, the rule of law in Canada is intact, and that it was followed at every step. But we recognize we can always improve and strengthen our institutions. We'll continue to work.
Order. I'd ask all members to respect for the House and for other members and to listen when someone else has the floor, whether they're asking a question or answering it. The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, when the SNC-Lavalin story broke, the Prime Minister dismissed it as a fabrication, but we now know that it was the Prime Minister's story that he was unaware of the former Attorney General's concerns about his political interference that was the fabrication. We know that because he admitted in this House yesterday that he had been warned in person by the former Attorney General way back in September that his actions on this file were inappropriate. Fabricator, fabricator, pants on fire. Why can't he tell the truth?
In his choice of words. And secondly, members should avoid characterizing other members negatively. They should reflect on decisions, on actions, etc., but not on individual members from either side. Or either side. Order. 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 The Honourable Government. Well, when a member stands up, then I call upon them, so I know who it is. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's interesting because the Conservative members have actually come to their conclusion prior to the Justice Committee even meeting. And Conservatives recognize that there is an ongoing investigation when it comes to the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. And the Conservatives also know that there is an ongoing court case. But what is clear today, as I was in the House and the member from Carleton was on his 4th day of the budget debate because nobody else can speak in this House if a Conservative's got the floor, we know very well that they stood up multiple times that it's not appropriate that if someone has the floor, they not be able to hear. But yet, when I have the floor, they will always try to out-talk or speak louder.
Order, please. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, the member for Markham-Stouffville was very sincere this morning. She said, I chose the truth. I chose the principles that are important to the future of our country. And she paid a high price for her choices. She was booted from the Liberal caucus by this Prime Minister because she didn't want to stand behind the political interference in our judiciary, because she chose integrity and truth instead of giving into pressure from the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, why has the Prime Minister chosen to punish a member for doing the right thing? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are going to hear for themselves, and that is why all these facts are now public. The Prime Minister waived solicitor-client privilege and cabinet confidence to make sure Canadians can hear for themselves the truth. And I think it's very important that we respect our institutions, and I'm going to respect our institutions. I have confidence in them, and I know that they're working very well. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's office is running their daily smear and leak campaign against the 2 women cabinet ministers who stood up for the rule of law. But yesterday, in this House, women from across Canada turned their backs on their Prime Minister to show their repugnance with his behavior. The member for Markham-Stouffville states, I chose the truth. I chose to act on principles that are important to the future of our country. That's more important than my political career. And what did the Prime Minister choose? A get-out-of-jail card for corporate corruption. Does he not see how morally adrift he has become in this scandal?
The Honourable Minister for the Status of Women.
Answered that question. And yesterday, when these seats were filled by 338 young women from across the country, we were able to see what is possible when the federal government steps in and invests in creating spaces and opportunities for young women to take their rightful seats in positions of power and influence. I thank the daughters for their courage and for their effective advocacy. We'll continue to engage with Equal Voice to ensure their efforts are sustainable. And maybe next time the NDP will support this initiative by voting in favor of it.
I would ask the member for Abbotsford not to speak when someone else has the floor, as I'm sure he wants to hear from the next member on this side, because I'm sure he knows that each side get their chance to have their say. And I know he wants to hear now from the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, the Government House Leader seems very convinced that the Conservatives had arrived at a conclusion before the investigation began. But it's Liberal members who called it a witch hunt. It's Liberal members who called it a fishing expedition. And now twice this Prime Minister has been caught misleading Canadians. First, he said the story about political interference in SNC-Lavalin was false. Clearly, that's not true. Then he said that no one came forward to him with concerns about interference with SNC. But yesterday, he admitted to hearing the concerns raised by the former Attorney General. He caught himself in his own trap.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I can reassure this House, reassure all Canadians that we believe that Canadians should be able to hear for themselves, and that's exactly why the Prime Minister waived solicitor-client privilege as well as cabinet confidence. What is clear is that the Conservatives will continue to focus on us, but Mr. Speaker, we will continue to focus on Canadians. We will continue to have respect for our institutions. We know that the Justice Committee did its important work. We know that the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner is currently investigating this matter, and we know that there's an ongoing court case. We on this side, we respect our institutions. institutions. We do not undermine them like the Conservatives do and did under 10 years of Stephen Harper. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, I think if the current government was actually focused on Canadians, they'd be telling the truth and being transparent. We know that this Prime Minister has been caught misleading Canadians twice. First, he told Canadians that SNC-Lavalin story was false. That wasn't true. And now yesterday, he admitted to hearing the concern raised by the former Attorney General on September 17th. Instead of fabricating more falsehoods or showing the door to anyone who dares to tell the truth, why don't the Prime Minister just tell the truth?
Here, here. Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, to ensure that Canadians can hear the truth for themselves is exactly why the Prime Minister waived solicitor-client privilege as well as cabinet confidence. Mr. Speaker, these meetings took place in public so that Canadians could hear and decide for themselves. And for anyone that actually listened to the witness testimony, they would have heard that the rule of law in Canada was followed and that the rule of law is intact in Canada. But we recognize we can always strengthen our institutions, and that's why the Prime Minister has taken additional steps. The Prime Minister has also stated that he should have directly spoken with the Minister. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, all parents tell their children that they should always tell the truth because sooner or later everything comes out. So that's exactly what the Prime Minister has been doing for 8 months. For 8 months, the Prime Minister has been unable to tell the truth to Canadians. We remember that in February, he said that no one spoke to him about their concerns regarding political interference in SNC-Lavalin. And yesterday, he finally recognized that, yes, on September 17th, the former Attorney General did raise concerns to him. When will the Prime Minister stand up and finally tell the truth to Canadians? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, to make sure that Canadians can hear the truth for themselves, the Prime Minister waived solicitor-client privilege and cabinet confidence. And something else that parents tell their children, Mr. Speaker, they tell them, you have to respect the rules. You have to respect institutions. And we have to help future generations. But the Conservatives don't have any respect, and they don't have a plan. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, that under our government, greenhouse gases were reduced by 2.2%. That's what the Conservatives have done. Respect for institutions, Mr. Speaker, well, that means preventing partisan politics from getting into our judiciary system. And that's what's happening with SNC-Lavalin. Yes, the Liberals want to be re-elected because they're playing partisan politics with the legal system. When will the Prime Minister finally stand up and tell the truth to Canadians? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, one of the first things that Stephen Harper and the Conservatives did was to halt the Kyoto Protocol, and Canadians know this very well. Today, they continue to talk, but I heard his question, but they'll never listen to the answer. And now he'll explain why Ontario has done so well, but Ontario produced results because the Liberal government made decisions, and we know that the provincial or federal Conservatives will not do so.
Order. The Honourable Member for Kootenay Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, students from Nelson recently participated in a climate change strike, and Tunaha students in grades 5 and 6 from the Occam Reserve wrote me passionate letters warning about climate change. It's clear my constituencies from Kootenay Columbia and Canadians from across the country want immediate action, but the Liberal government is failing them. The Liberals' budget continues fossil fuel subsidies which limit our ability to transition to a low-carbon economy before it is too late. We have fewer than 12 years to act. When will the government end fossil fuel subsidies and help workers transition to the green jobs of the...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question and, more importantly, his continued advocacy for climate change. In particular, I'd like to thank the young people who march all across Canada and around the world to support climate action. At this time in our history, it's hard to imagine anything more important. I'm pleased to share that last week we commenced a consultation with Canadians to identify inefficient, non-tax fossil fuel subsidies that we can phase out. In addition, Mr. Speaker, our plan includes over 50 measures that are going to help implement climate action in Canada, including putting a price on pollution, ensuring 90% of our electricity is generated from clean resources, and a number of other measures. This is what real action looks like, Mr. Speaker.
The member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, Veterans Affairs shortened their psychological questionnaire that is filled out by mental health providers. The changes resulted in the removal of questions that allow health professionals to ensure a proper diagnosis of PTSD. Without it, veterans will not qualify for the support that they are entitled to and desperately need. What's shocking is the minister ignored his own mental health advisory panel that deals with these very issues. Will the minister listen to these health providers and ensure that veterans get the proper support they require?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the well-being of veterans is our #1 priority, and we have committed to making progress. We've opened a Centre of Excellence in Research on PTSD, and we have hired more health professionals. The process has been streamlined, and the assessment rate is up to 97%. The opposition had 10 years to provide mental health support to veterans, but instead they undermined those services and cut budgets at the expense of veterans. The honourable member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, in the last federal budget, the government promised to invest $300 million to increase the number of zero-emission vehicles. Given that 23% of our greenhouse gas emissions are from transportation, can the minister tell us more about this new commitment? The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank the member for Alfred Pellan for his good work and his great question. Yes, we want to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by making zero-emission vehicles more affordable and more accessible, and that's why we're proposing a purchase incentive of up to $500 for people who buy an electric car for under $45,000. Unlike the Harper Conservatives, who had no plan for climate change, they weren't concerned about our children and our grandchildren, but we are, and that's the news. The announcement today is good news. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the process for appointing Supreme Court justices in Canada is tightly controlled and, above all, confidential. Participants signed very strict confidentiality agreements to not disclose any information regarding the process or potential candidates. The reputations of leading Canadian judges depend on it. Mr. Speaker, the leak of confidential information about the potential appointment of Justice Joyal was wholly unacceptable. We want to know who disclosed the information. The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, this morning I met with the Chief Justices of Canada from all across the country, and I reassured them that the appointment process is very high quality. I'm concerned about this leak, and as Minister of Justice, I will make sure that it won't happen again, that we will have a process of such high quality, and in the future we will continue with high-quality appointments.
Albert Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have demonstrated their complete contempt for the rule of law. In another shocking display, they have attacked the independence of the judiciary by leaking highly confidential information about a respected jurist and his application to sit on the Supreme Court, all part of a desperate effort to change the channel on this Prime Minister's corruption. Who leaked the information?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Speaker, I met with the Chief Justices from Canada this morning, and I assured them that our process for naming high-quality judges to the Supreme Court of Canada will continue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have said that I'm deeply troubled by the publication of these details, but our nomination process will remain, Mr. Speaker, merit-based, and will consider Canada's finest jurists for this lofty position.
Yeah. Order. The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Speaker, that answer is an absolute insult to Canadians. It is no coincidence that the leak occurred on the eve of the release of damning evidence submitted by the former Attorney General to the Justice Committee. It was a clear attempt to undermine the credibility of the former Attorney General, and it demonstrates that the Prime Minister will go to no ends to obstruct justice. So again, who leaked the information? Was it Jerry Butts?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, of course it is unfair for parties to see their names and their information used as weapons in this kind of debate for political reasons, and we have said that, and we have expressed our concern with this situation. But, Mr. Speaker,
Order. It's far too much noise. Members, I know, want to hear both the questions and the answers, and we need to respect the right of other members to have their say. In fact, it's vital in this place that members, when they have the floor, be able to speak. Members ought to respect that and recognize the importance of that in democracy. The Honourable Minister of Justice has the floor. Order.
Mr. Speaker, I would continue by saying that the integrity of the process demands confidentiality. And moving forward, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to ensure that our nomination process for the Supreme Court of Canada, as well as for other courts, remains of the very highest quality to get the very best appointments.
Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, these leaks had to come from somebody very close to the Prime Minister. This Liberal government's corrupt practices knows no bounds, and they didn't hesitate to drag the good name of Manitoba's Chief Justice through the mud. Now, in the Justice Minister's own words, he said, "I am concerned about the publication of the most recent Supreme Court Justice selection. The integrity of our process depends on confidentiality in the administration of justice." If the Justice Minister believes his own words, why hasn't he started an investigation into these leaks?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
If the party opposite had any respect for the Supreme Court of Canada, they wouldn't have attacked a sitting Supreme Court justice and appointed a candidate who had been reversed by the court.
Order. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
A&R Hammer is being investigated by IRCC for human trafficking. The victim, Roger DeMoto, is a key witness in this case. He was scheduled to give evidence to IRCC yesterday, but instead, CBSA detained him and wants to deport him. It is absurd that the right hand does not know what the left hand is doing. We must do everything we can to combat human trafficking. Urgent action is required. Will the Minister of Immigration work with public safety to stay the deportation to avert this travesty of justice?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister.
That I cannot get into the specifics of an individual case. However, I commit to her to working with her on any issues of concern that she has on this or any other case in her capacity to advocate on issues of concern to her. What I can say is that every case that comes before my department is looked at based on its merits, and no decision is made on removal, especially after exhausting numerous avenues of appeal, and that is the law in Canada, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, the Netflix saga continues and the plot thickens. After the tax breaks, the Liberal government is caving in to still more Netflix demands, and this U.S. giant isn't even required to produce French-language content. It's a violation of Francophone language rights all across the country. This violation must be called out. It may not be Netflix's role to promote official languages, but it is the government's job to protect them. When will the government take its role seriously and force Netflix to produce its fair share of French content?
Minister of Canadian Heritage.
The Official Languages Commissioner was clear our government is respecting all of its official languages responsibilities. We've always protected the French language, and we will keep on doing that. Francophones all across the country know that we are endeavoring to provide the greatest range of entertainment in both official languages. The NDP is playing petty politics, whereas we are complying with the law.
For Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, we know the Prime Minister fired the former Attorney General to cover up his political interference over SNC. And he's hired powerful lawyers at the taxpayers' expense to protect himself. Katie Telford, Gerald Butts, Michael Wernick, Matthew Bouchard, and Elder Marquez in a potential RCMP investigation. Yet the Prime Minister refuses to do the same for Admiral Mark Norman. Why won't he pay for Admiral's legal fees and ensure a fair defense? Why is there one set of rules for Liberals and another set of rules for everyone else?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, the rules for counsel in all cases are set by the department and apply to all members of Parliament and other people who work in departments.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Chemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, it's a double standard. The Minister and the Prime Minister and Cabinet are hiring a lawyer to defend themselves against criminal charges, but a senior naval official is being dragged through the mud by the Prime Minister. His reputation is tarnished, and not one penny is being spent by the government to defend him. Why the double standard? Why isn't this individual having their defense paid for? The Honourable Minister. I know that General Norman has legal representation. It's very high-quality representation, and I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that the Department of Justice is cooperating with this prosecution to provide the necessary documents.
Mr. Speaker, Liberals involved in the SNC scandal have retained lawyers at the public expense. I'm informing taxpayers that they're paying for the Prime Minister, Jerry Butts, Katie Telford, Michael Wernick, Matthew Bouchard, Elder Marquez, and the present Justice Minister. You know who's not having their legal fees covered, Mr. Speaker, in a politically sensitive matter? Admiral Mark Norman. Now, since the Justice Minister is in a conflict, my question is for the Defense Minister. Why do the LAV scam Liberals get their fees covered and a 30-year veteran is left out to dry?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Justice. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the rules for the retention of counsel for members of Parliament and for other officers of the government are well known. Mr. Speaker, I do know that Admiral Norman has very able legal representation, Mr. Speaker, as is always the case for persons in the private sector. And Mr. Speaker, I can assure Canadians that the Justice Department is cooperating with all requests in this case for documentation.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, women's organizations provide vital services supporting women and girls to be financially secure, to be free from violence, and to be fully able to participate in the economy and society. In my riding and across Canada, there is increasing demand for their services, and yet these organizations struggle to keep their doors open after a decade of neglect by the Harper Conservatives. Can the Minister of Women and Gender Equality please update this House on what the government has been doing to support these organizations and the women that they serve?
Honourable Minister.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Mississauga, Erin Mills, for her strong and courageous leadership and for her important question, because we know that the most effective way to advance gender equality is by investing in women's organizations. The Conservatives undermined, underestimated, and underfunded women's organizations and muzzled them so they would not be able to advocate for women's rights. Our government has made the single largest investment in the sustainability of women's organizations so that over 250 of them can keep their doors open, keep their lights on, and continue to save and transform lives.
Again, I ask members to show respect when other members have the floor and are speaking. Order. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, last December, the Foreign Affairs Minister stated, "We see a lot of countries around the world starting to play fast and loose with the rule of law." The Minister promised Canada is not going to be one of those countries. Well, that promise came 3 months into the Prime Minister's incessant campaign to corrupt the rule of law, to help a corrupt corporation avoid criminal justice. Mr. Speaker, does the Prime Minister not owe that minister, as well as the Attorney General and all Canadians, an apology and a resignation?
The Honourable Government House Leader. Order.
Mr. Speaker, as I've stated on numerous occasions, when it comes to respecting our institutions, when it comes to respecting the law, that's exactly what we will do. We are here to ensure that we do respect the rules, and that's why oftentimes it's the Conservatives that are being called out by the Speaker, because they will always manage to find a way to break them. We know that not only has the rule of law been followed, we can always improve our institutions and strengthen our institutions. We know that's what Canadians expect, and that's what we'll continue to fight hard for. The Conservatives will stay focused on rhetoric and shenanigans. We will stay focused on Canadians so that we can deliver for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, true to form, secretly announcing questionable decisions, it came to light last Friday that the Transport Minister has not renewed Mr. Ceciliano Desjardins' term as CEO of Via Rail. Despite his strong record and having laid the foundation for the high-frequency train project, the government saw fit to make a change at the helm. The latest Liberal budget makes no mention of the high-frequency train, despite the ministers having promised an announcement. Mr. Speaker, is the minister disavowing Via Rail's vision? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, my colleague tends to barge through doors that are already wide open. We thanked Mr. Ceciliano Desjardins for his 5 years of excellent service. He did an outstanding job, and I personally thanked him for that. Now, Ms. Cynthia Garneau is going to take over, and I'm sure she will lead us into the future with her vision to replace Via Rail train cars and with the high-frequency train project. Thank you.
Thank you, kind Speaker. Throughout our national dialogue on the country's energy future, Generation Energy, Canadians have told us that inclusiveness is a foundational principle of success. And across this great country, stakeholders who contributed have made it clear that the time to act is right now. Indeed, putting gender equality at the heart of a global transition to a clean energy future is the key to achieving success. With the Minister of Natural Resources, please update this House with the initiatives that have been taken to ensure that progress towards equality for women in the clean energy sector by 2030 is successful.
Good question.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for South Surrey White Rock for his question and for his hard work.
Hear, hear.
Yesterday, this chamber was full of bright young women from across our country. Whether it's Parliament or our natural resources sector, we all must do our part to close the gender gap.
Yes.
That is why we launched Equal by 30. Countries, companies, and organizations from the world are joining us as we work toward equal pay, equal leadership, and equal opportunity for women in the world in the energy sector by 2030.
Bravo.
Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, the evidence is clear that there was an attempt to obstruct justice by the Prime Minister and his operatives in the SNC-Lavalin scandal. Let's recap how we got here. After the Prime Minister initially called the allegations false, they were found to be true. So true, in fact, that it cost Gerald Butts' job, Michael Wernick his job, 2 former cabinet ministers their place in caucus, and has left our great country with a government and Prime Minister that cannot be redeemed. They can only be replaced. How come every time Liberals form government, a culture of corruption and entitlement follow?
Yeah.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, I'm answered this question on numerous occasions, and we know that there was 5 weeks of meetings through the Justice Committee. We know that the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner is studying this matter, and we know there's an ongoing court case. We know all information is public so that Canadians can decide. But, Mr. Speaker, let me share something else. This government's taken office now for 3.5 years we've been in office, and we have seen almost 300,000 children lifted out of poverty. We've seen almost over 800,000 Canadians lifted out of poverty. We have the lowest unemployment rate in my lifetime, Mr. Speaker. Canadians have created over 900,000 jobs. Conservatives couldn't do a fraction of it in 10 years.
Alors, l'honorable député de
Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, the debate on religious neutrality in Quebec began 12 years ago with the Bouchard-Taylor Commission. 6 years ago, Quebec launched the debate on secularism with the tabling of the Charter of Values. Impassioned, much-needed debate led us to the tabling last week of Bill 21 on secularism. And now, Ottawa wants to get in our way. Why is the federal government trying to prevent Quebecers from setting their own parameters around religious neutrality for government? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, our government has always defended and will continue to defend the fundamental rights of Canadians. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms belongs to all Canadians. You can't pick and choose between which rights you're going to respect and which you're going to curtail. Our position is clear. It's not for government to dictate to people what they may or may not wear, regardless of their beliefs. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, the government of Quebec's secularism is a matter for Quebec to decide and Quebec alone. It's not for Ottawa, out of touch with Quebec's priorities, to decide what's good or bad for Quebec. The Minister of Justice refuses to promise not to challenge Bill 21 in court. But Quebecers elected the current government in Quebec City precisely because they wanted this matter settled once and for all. Will the Minister of Justice finally promise to respect the will of Quebecers? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a secular country, and that's reflected in all of our institutions. Government workers can display their beliefs, and no one should have to choose between a job and the right to wear signs of their faith. It's the responsibility of all of us to protect fundamental rights. Any attempt to undermine those fundamental rights is unacceptable. Canada is open, inclusive, and enriched by its diversity. The Honourable Member for Beauce.
Gas prices went up in the 4 provinces where this government imposed its carbon tax. It was reported this morning that the Environment Minister is also preparing to release new regulations that will push up gas prices even more. Why does the minister falsely claim that she's making life more affordable for Canadians when she keeps adding taxes and costly regulation? Why?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, climate change is real and the cost of inaction is simply too great to ignore. I'm beginning to get sick of politicians on the right side of the spectrum denying this truth. I see them stand up and say that CO2 is plant food and not pollution. It's time we take action. Our government is putting a price on pollution, investing in public transit, having 90% of our electricity generated from green resources by 2030. Mr. Speaker, the member for Beauce is at least honest enough to say that his plan is to do nothing. I'd invite the Conservatives to be similarly honest with themselves.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent is rising on a point of order. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, all members in the House of Commons want to hear the truth, and therefore I'm sure you'll find unanimous consent on the part of the House to table the following motion. The Minister of Natural Resources will confirm that there was a 2.5% increase in greenhouse gas emissions. Mr. Speaker, do I have consent to table the motion? Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent?
Order. The honourable member for Durham is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, a matter of point of order rising from question period. In my question directed specifically to the Minister of National Defence related to a government policy in respect to covering legal fees for senior government officials, I specifically addressed the Minister of National Defence following the fact that the Minister of Justice had indicated each department is responsible for their own decisions on legal things. Not only is the minister, he had answered that question, he's also in a conflict, Mr. Speaker. I'd like the minister.
Thank you, member. This does sound like debate. I don't see any minister rising to respond. And now I believe the Honourable Opposition House Leader has the usual Thursday question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do rise to ask the usual Thursday question. I know this has been quite a good week where we've had some excellent comments and excellent debate that has been spearheaded by the honourable member from Carleton. We would very much enjoy that continuing because of the important discussions that have gone on. So I would be interested in hearing from the government. I think my honourable colleague is about halfway through his speech. So I am wondering if the government could tell us what business we will be continuing on this week and next week when we return. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Hi, Mr. Speaker. This government's taking a different approach where we actually believe many members should be able to stand up and represent the voices of their constituents, regardless of their political stripes. But we see that the Conservatives have continued their shenanigans of having one member speak over 4 days. But luckily, that is about to come to an end. So this afternoon, we will get to continue hearing from the member from Carleton as we have the final day of debate on the budget, which confirms they like repetition. Tomorrow, we will have the first day allotted day of the current supply period.
Monday midday, we will begin debate at second reading of Bill C-93 on cannabis and record suspension for possession. In the afternoon, we will move to vote on the Ways and Means motion tabled earlier today by the Minister of Finance. Tuesday, we will continue debate at second reading of Bill C-88 on the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. And Wednesday, we will move on to debate at second reading of the Budget Implementation Act for 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. I am now ready to rule. Order. Order. I am now ready to rule on the question of privilege raised on March 18, 2019 by the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby regarding allegedly misleading statements by the Minister of Justice and Attorney General and his Parliamentary Secretary. In his intervention, the member for New Westminster Burnaby accused the Minister of Justice and Attorney General and his Parliamentary Secretary of deliberately misleading the House by repeatedly denying accusations of political interference by the Prime Minister's office in the work of the former Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
As proof, the members cited certain answers provided by the minister during question period on February 7th and by the Parliamentary Secretary on February 8th, where it was argued that at no point were either the current or former Minister of Justice pressured or directed by the Prime Minister or anyone in the Prime Minister's office to make a decision on this or any other matter.
These answers, he contended, are contradictory to the testimonies given before the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights on February 27th by the former Minister of Justice and Attorney General, the member for Vancouver Granville, and on March 6th by Gerald Butts, as well as a statement made to the media by the Prime Minister on March 7th. He concluded that, quote, all parties involved, specifically the former Attorney General, the current Attorney General, the Prime Minister's former Principal Secretary, and especially the Prime Minister himself, admit that there was pressure placed on the Honourable Member for Vancouver Granville in her former role, unquote.
While he acknowledged that accusations of misleading the House are usually found to be disagreements as to the facts, he argued that the two versions of events presented amount to a breach of the privileges of the House. As I mentioned in my ruling on January 29, 2019, that can be found at page 25018 of debates, the charge of misleading the House is always regarded by the chair as a most serious one, for it touches not only on the technical aspects of the charge, but also the integrity of the member, end of quote.
In large part explains the rigorous burden of proof required to reach the conclusion of a member misleading the House. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition at page 85, describes this proof as threefold, stating, quote, 1, it must be proven that the statement was misleading. 2, it must be established that the member making the statement knew at the time that the statement was incorrect. And 3, that in making the statement, the member intended to mislead the House, unquote.
When questions of privilege are raised, which involve a charge of a member having deliberately misled the House, essentially, the Speaker is being asked to pass judgment on statements made. In this particular case, it is the answers of the Minister of Justice and Attorney General and his parliamentary secretary to oral questions. Members, of course, are well versed in the limited authority of the chair in this respect. The Speaker is not responsible for the quality or content of replies to questions.
As has been suggested, it is also true that exceptional circumstances could exist whereby, with proper evidence, a determination could be made that certain statements made to the House breached its privileges. After thorough study, the chair cannot find that the statements in question were misleading, made with the knowledge that they were incorrect, and made with the intent of misleading the House. Accordingly, the chair is unable to conclude that this matter constitutes a prima facie case of privilege. I would like to thank all honorable members for their attention. I am now ready to rule on the question of privilege raised during the sitting of March 20, 2019, by the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby concerning the validity of the vote on motion number 126 under opposed votes of the interim estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2020. Dans l'examen de cette question de privilège,
in raising the matter, I took note of the comments by the Leader of the Official Opposition. I also thank members who spoke to this issue.
He correctly points out that a point of order was raised with respect to the inability of members to hear the question that was put to the House. After listening to the point of order, the chair began reading the question anew, and the House proceeded with the vote on motion number 126. The issue identified by the member for New Westminster Burnaby was that many members were allegedly still entering the chamber when the chair was reading the motion the first time. The member contended that the voting by some members who had arrived after the chair had begun reading the question breached the rules and practices of the House. As consequence, there was some doubt about the integrity of the vote. Le 1er avril du
On April 1st, 2019, the House Leader of the Official Opposition agreed, arguing that as many members had entered the House after the question had been put the first time, without admitting as much, this amounted to interference in our proceedings and a contempt of the House. The right to vote in a recorded decision is one of the most significant rights members have in this House. As recently as February 21st, 2019, I was called upon to rule on a similar matter where I reaffirmed this at page 25018 of debate stating, quote, the right of all members to vote is fundamental. This cannot be overstated. It is through voting that members participate in making the decisions of the House. As Speaker, I am entrusted with protecting this right that belongs to all members, end quote.
Functions such as voting, members must trust that they can carry out these functions without interference and in the manner prescribed by our rules and practices. Relevant to the matter at hand is Standing Order 16.1, which states, quote, when the Speaker is putting a question, no member shall enter, walk out of or across the House or make any noise or disturbance, unquote. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition at page 588 also tells us that, quote, members must be in the chamber to hear the motion read and be in their assigned seats during the division in order for their votes to be recorded. Any member entering the chamber while the question is being put or after it has been put cannot have his or her vote counted. Members must remain seated until the result is announced by the clerk, unquote. As the chair has said on many occasions, to be allowed to vote, members must be in the chamber so that they hear the question. The chair said as much when the vote on motion number 126 took place. The logic of this is inescapable. Simply put, members are expected to make an informed decision. Les votes par appel nominal se déroulent.
Recorded votes usually proceed in an orderly fashion, with the chair finishing the reading of the question without interruption once started, followed by the other steps of the voting process. However, there are situations where the chair must adjust slightly the application of this in response to unforeseen circumstances, interrupted by a point of order. For example, the voting question during the sitting of March 20th, the chair did just that after it was made aware that there had been audio difficulties. Given the importance of members hearing the question, the reading of the question was restarted and read in its entirety for the members present. With respect to the circumstances surrounding the vote on motion number 126, the chair rendered a ruling that applied to that particular division.
The sitting of March 20th were somewhat exceptional. They can justly be described as a marathon of votes, voting continuously and successively on over 250 motions for more than 30 hours. The movement of members in and out of the House was naturally and understandably more frequent. As Speaker, I can assure the House that this did not alter the expected applicability of and respect for the rules and practices of voting. But it is the uncertainty of the right of some of the members who voted on motion number 126 that is the crux of this matter. At the suggestion of some members, I reviewed the relevant video footage. Unfortunately, it was not possible to determine from this if or when exactly each member entered or exited the chamber, and I have been informed that no other relevant video footage exists that would further the chair's understanding of the situation. The député de New Westminster.
The member for New Westminster Burnaby, for his part, is turning to the chair to confirm who of the members did not hear the question, whatever the circumstances of the moment during a vote. This is not a power conferred upon the chair. This is a reality that all members can most assuredly appreciate. The responsibility for determining who can or cannot vote rests solely with each and every member. Bosque and Gagnon indicates at page 588, quote, if a member's presence is disputed and the member in question asserts that he or she was present when the motion was read, convention prescribes that the House accept the member's word, end quote.
On each member individually to know and to make known if their vote should be counted or not. The chair cannot be expected to police the House or to know at all times exactly who was present or not when a motion put to the House is read. Rather, the chair must rely on all members to ensure that when they stand and vote in this House, they have heard the question on which they are pronouncing themselves. In fact, the member for New Westminster Burnaby noted that for motion number 126, some members abstained, while others voted or withdrew their votes, which should not have counted. As for the recorded division on motion number 126, the results of the vote stand, and as Speaker, I cannot conclude that this matter constitutes a prima facie case of privilege. I thank all honourable members for their attention. I am now prepared to rule on the point of order raised on March 19, 2019 by the Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills concerning the tabling of the Budget 2019 documents by the Minister of Finance. In raising the matter, the member for Wellington Halton Hills explained the long-standing parliamentary convention that the budget is not made public before the Minister of Finance presents it to the House, and usually not before North American equity markets close. As his point of order, he questioned whether the minister broke the convention on March 19th when he tabled the budget documents in the House before 4 p.m., making them public while an embargo was still in effect. Dans sa réponse, le secrétaire.
In response, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader contended that the Budget 2019 documents had been tabled in accordance with the rules.
Latitude to table documents, Standing Order 32.2 states, quote, a minister of the Crown or a parliamentary secretary acting on behalf of a minister may, in his or her place in the House, state that he or she proposes to lay upon the table of the House any report or other paper dealing with the matter coming within the administrative responsibilities of the government, and thereupon the same shall be deemed for all purposes to have been laid before the House, unquote. Bien que les documents déposés.
Although the tabling of documents pursuant to this standing order most often takes place during routine proceedings, it is not limited to that time. This is confirmed by the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition at page 445. And I quote, practices for tabling documents allow a minister to table a document at any time in a sitting, end quote. Neither a budget presentation nor a budget lockup has a procedural effect on bearing on this rule.
Scheduled for March 19th was somewhat unusual in that a deferred recorded division was scheduled to begin only minutes prior to the time the Minister of Finance was set to present his budget. As it happened, the Minister tabled the budget documents before 4 p.m. at 3:52 p.m. In doing this, the Minister seemed to acknowledge that he was not following the convention, but expressed his confidence that, quote, members will be judicious with their privilege before 4 p.m., unquote. In conclusion, while there was a departure from the usual practice with respect to the tabling of the budget documents, there is no point of order. I thank all honourable members for their attention. Orders of the day.
Government orders, Ways and Means, consideration of a motion standing in the name of Mr. Finance regarding the budgetary policy.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honor here to rise again and continue my remarks on the cover-up budget 2019. You'll recall when I stood up at the outset of this debate on Monday, I said that I would be delighted to cede the floor at any time if only a member of the government speaking with the authority of the Prime Minister would enter this chamber and say definitively that the government was prepared to have a full Ethics Committee investigation into the SNC-Lavalin corruption scandal and subsequent cover-up. I said that investigation would have to include sworn testimony from all of those alleged to have interfered with the Attorney General's role in the matter of SNC-Lavalin. I told the House that I would cede the floor immediately upon receiving such a binding offer and that Conservative members would accept it and an investigation would go ahead. Allow me to provide some background to the House as to why I made that original offer. Mr. Speaker, you will recall the origins of this scandal happened in the budget of 2018. the finance minister presented an omnibus bill to implement his budget measures, and buried within it was an amendment to the criminal code, creating a new mechanism to offer deals to accused corporate criminals that would allow them to avoid criminal prosecution for such serious offenses as bribery, fraud, and corruption. At the time, members of the Finance Committee were astonished to find such a measure contained in a budget bill. It is extremely unusual for budget legislation to amend the criminal code. In fact, it may even be unprecedented. The Liberal member for Hull-Elmer said he did not think it was right. The chairman of the committee, himself an ardent, partisan, committed Liberal, said that the measure did not belong in a budget bill. The Liberal member for Hull-Elmer further said that based on his reading of the criminal code amendment that the finance minister had put in the budget bill, he said words to the effect of, if I steal $10, I'm in trouble, but if I steal 10 million, I'm just fine. Now, what struck us in that moment was the question, who is asking for this? I remember looking over at the member from the Okanagan, a Conservative who's with us, who was listening carefully today. He raised the concern that this should not be included in a budget bill, that it should be separate legislation, carefully studied, the consequences widely known before it became law. But no, the government was determined to push ahead with as little scrutiny as humanly possible. And so we all went home late that night with that mystery of who was driving this agenda. You know, all of us go out to our communities, we talk to people about their concerns, and we hear people say they're worried about the cost of living or healthcare wait times for their families or safety in their streets, or you name it. We hear about it. But none of us had heard that there was a need to amend the criminal code so that corporate criminals could get off without conviction. That had never come up at any of the events I have attended, literally hundreds if not thousands of them, since I was elected almost a decade and a half ago. But somebody had to be driving this agenda, somebody powerful and influential. Powerful and influential enough to convince both the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister that such a criminal code amendment was needed. I have to say, there was a nagging part of me that wondered if maybe the Attorney General didn't like this criminal code amendment. Otherwise, she would have normally been the one to introduce it. She was also the Justice Minister. And while she is bound by cabinet solidarity and required thereby to publicly, anyway, support initiatives that the cabinet had decided upon, it was extremely unusual for her not to be the sponsoring minister for legislation changing the criminal code, a statute for which the Justice Minister has the carriage. And yet, the bill passed and it became law. And it wouldn't be until February of this year when we found out who was driving the train on this bill. An explosive headline in the front page above the fold on the Globe and Mail said that the Prime Minister and his team had pressured the former Attorney General, by then moved out of her position, to grant SNC-Lavalin a settlement to avoid criminal prosecution. And then it all made sense. That late-night session, that massive 500-page bill, that little tiny criminal code amendment tucked away at the very end, rushed through, no time to talk or discuss. We now knew where it all came from. SNC-Lavalin, a powerful Liberal-linked corporation, which had given over $100,000 in illegal donations to the Liberal Party, funneled through the production of false invoices, phony bonuses, and deceptive receipts through employees into the Liberal Party coffers. That same SNC-Lavalin had successfully convinced the government to change the law, allowing for a settlement so that companies accused of serious white-collar crime could evade prosecution altogether. Unreal. There was a problem with the plan, though, Mr. Speaker. It started with a very accomplished Director of Public Prosecutions. You see, the bill requires that the top prosecutor agree that a company is entitled for that special deal in order for it to go ahead. She'd read the Act, even as the Liberals had written it when they introduced it, and concluded the company was not eligible. It did not qualify. Why? Because its crimes were too serious, because it did not report its own crimes, because the participants were the highest level of the executive management of the company, and because the company had done absolutely nothing to compensate the victims of the alleged $130 million of theft. These victims are among the poorest people in the world. The company is alleged to have stolen their money. It's a pretty miserable way to make a living, stealing from the poor. Fortunately, it's also an illegal way to make a living. At least we thought so. But the Prime Minister attempted to apply political pressure, the Globe and Mail reported, to let this company off without prosecution despite that fact. And so, what happened? The Prime Minister denied it all. The story's false. Full stop, end of story. Nothing more to say here. Bob Fife and Steve Chase, the reporters who wrote it, they got it all wrong. Must have made it all up. So was the Prime Minister's story. And on we moved, right? Wrong. Because it turned out it wasn't false. When the Prime Minister would go out days later and say the proof that the story was false was the continued presence of the former Attorney General in his cabinet, then as Veterans Affairs Minister, he said, her presence speaks for itself. Well, she couldn't stomach that anymore, so she resigned. And then her resignation spoke for itself. And so the Prime Minister began to make up a new story. That yes, he had pressured the former Attorney General, but that was okay. There was nothing wrong with a little bit of pressure. Because of relentless public pressure, the Prime Minister was forced to allow the former Attorney General to testify before the Justice Committee, where she laid out a spectacular chronology of political interference at the highest level, including the personal interference of the Prime Minister himself. He denied. And then the evidence arrived, demonstrating that, in fact, he and his top members had participated in pressuring and interfering with the former Attorney General. She provided text messages, written journal entries, and finally, an audio recording in order to demonstrate that everything she had said was true. And so the Prime Minister's story had to change again. He went out into the world and said, look, the Attorney General, according to the Prime Minister's minions, the former Attorney General was just angry because she lost her dream job. Et c'est ça la raison pour laquelle.
And that's why she didn't want to keep working with the Prime Minister. And the only reason why she appeared to talk about political interference was because she was angry for having been removed from her dream job. So it was personal bitterness and not a principle nor the facts that caused her to speak out about the interference, political interference by the Prime Minister. We've heard talk about personal attacks. Liberals, like Sheila Copps, a prior Deputy Prime Minister. Others have called her a difficult person, a difficult woman. But we're happy that she was difficult, because when a Prime Minister attempts to interfere in the legal system, well, I hope that an Attorney General will be difficult. It's a good idea to be difficult if a Prime Minister attempts to corrupt the criminal system. Now, the Prime Minister needed to change his story once again. So he stood up to say that it was about the jobs. He interfered, but it was to save jobs and the headquarters or head office of the company. And we easily learned by looking at the internet that the corporate headquarters was not going to move because there was an agreement between the Caisse de dépôt and the corporation. And the agreement specifies that the corporation had to keep its office in Montreal for another 6 years in order to receive a $1.5 billion loan. So it was impossible, as the Prime Minister said and his team claimed, for the headquarters to move. What's more, the company just signed a 20-year lease for a building in Montreal. You don't sign a 20-year lease if you think you're going to move. The company had recently announced renovations to accommodate employees, a decision it would have never made if they were in the process of moving. So it was misrepresenting the facts by saying that the headquarters would move. Then the Prime Minister said 9,000 jobs will disappear if he hadn't interfered in the system. His best friend and former principal advisor, principal secretary, said it was so emotional for him. He needed to save those 9,000 jobs. That's what forced him to interfere in the system. The head of the Green Party asked, do you have a shred of proof, a single element of proof that 9,000 jobs will disappear if the process goes ahead? He said, nothing specific. Nothing specific. All of that interference over a period of 4 months with 20 points of contact to save these 9,000 jobs. And the principal secretary and best friend said, no, nothing specific to indicate that the 9,000 jobs were at stake. And he put the same question to the clerk of the Privy Council. Do you have reports showing that 9,000 jobs will disappear? No. We asked the Prime Minister at a he was asked at a press conference, the Prime Minister, if there was proof that the jobs would disappear if the trial went forward. No. After all, the CEO himself said that he had never threatened to move the headquarters, nor indicated that 9,000 jobs would disappear. Construction projects need to take place where the projects are located. We know that here in Ottawa, SNC will be working on the light rail project. So you can't put in place 24 kilometers of rail in London or China and except in Canada's case to drop the products out of a helicopter onto the site. So these jobs wouldn't be moving. $52 billion of construction projects are underway in Canada and that need to be completed here. So jobs for contractual and physical reasons can't be moved. It was misrepresenting the facts at the highest levels in the Prime Minister's office. Now, it's one thing to interfere in a trial, in a criminal proceeding, to prevent the trial from going ahead. But it's even more serious to lie to an Attorney General to prevent something from going ahead. That breaches Section 139 of the Criminal Code. That section says that obstructing justice in and of itself constitutes an offense. It is a violation of the Criminal Code, and the Prime Minister is talking about jobs because that excuse has been discredited. Everyone knows that it's an untruth. So it's another indication where he changed his story. And finally, he said, if the former Attorney General had had problems with this interference in the criminal proceedings, she should have said so. But she had never done so. But in her testimony, she said that she did. She stated directly to him, she said, I looked him in the eye and I said, are you interfering in my role as Attorney General? Because I strongly advise against that approach. She said that at the Justice Committee. And yesterday, in the House, the Prime Minister admitted that, yes, indeed, she had said those things. So he contradicted himself. He contradicted himself when he said that the Attorney General had never addressed his interference. So that's another change in his story. Mr. Speaker, when two people contradict themselves and you have to choose between one of them, sometimes the best way of knowing who's right is the one who doesn't change his or her story. Because the person who keeps changing his or her story is normally the one who's not telling the truth. And what I have shown during the hours and hours of debate is that the Prime Minister's story changed constantly. Even more quickly than he changes his socks. But the story, the version put forth by the former Attorney General, did not change. She said one thing about each fact, showed Canadians the text messages, her journal entries, her personal journal entries, and the recording of a conversation from December. And all the facts in those documents reinforce what she said before the Justice Committee in her testimony. But we can't assume that the story is behind us. What are the facts? There are people in the Prime Minister's office who interfered, and for months they were in contact with SNC-Lavalin. We should know, in fact, then what and why they did what they did. Secondly, we need to look at whether the Prime Minister lied to Canadians on this matter. And thirdly, we need to know what the Prime Minister and the current Attorney General will do in the future. There's a great deal of evidence that both are open to or determined to give SNC-Lavalin an agreement to enable the company to avoid a criminal trial. If that is the case, if yes, then we need to know that before the next election. It's possible that the trial could continue until after the election without an answer, and I predict and I advise you, Mr. Speaker, that if the Prime Minister is re-elected before Christmas, we will see an agreement for SNC-Lavalin enabling them to avoid justice on charges of fraud that are being alleged by our police forces. But Canadians should know before going to the polls before they go to vote, before they vote for the Prime Minister. Now, Mr. Speaker, all of these questions could be answered if the Liberal Party went to the Ethics Committee next Tuesday, where we will decide whether or not to proceed with an investigation. As I just said, I'd like to see a Liberal come in and say, yes, they will vote in favor of an investigation. There's no reason why the Prime Minister should deny this type of investigation. If there's nothing to hide, then it would be easy. There would be no problem. Canadians will see that he's as perfect as he claims to be. But if not, if there are secrets, well, I offer him this advice. It's best to get the secrets out now than to try to keep them hidden until a later point in time, because secrets are heavy. Each day one tries to hide them, bear the burden of these secrets, the more tired he will become. So let's allow Canadians to see what happened and what the Prime Minister and the Attorney General will do in the future. Because the choice is simple. Our current leader, our Conservative leader, said he will not interfere if elected. A Conservative government will not overturn the decision made by the former Attorney General as to how this trial will take place.
Know that we're much captivated by this actual scandal and the cover-up budget that is attempted to distract from it. The two are not entirely unrelated. In fact, they're related for two specific reasons. First, of course, the government thought it could distract from this scandal by simply spraying around an extra $41 billion in government spending, almost all of it paid for by deficits in the short run. This is what I call the Liberal three-step. Step one, massive scandal. Step two, massive deficit spending to distract from the scandal. And step three, massive tax increases to pay for it all after the election. But, so in that sense, these two issues are linked. The scandal is what convinced the government it needed to blow billions of dollars out the door right before the election and get everyone thinking and talking about something else. But there's a second reason they are linked. The reason why companies increasingly think that they can get ahead through their connections to this government is because the Prime Minister's philosophy is one of state economic control. He believes in an ever-growing government. Now, we are told whenever politicians on the far left decide to grow government, it's to replace greed with some government-directed altruism. We all agree, all of us, on all sides of the spectrum, that there is a human desire to improve one's lot, to have more and better tomorrow than today. In its benign form, we call this ambition. In excess, greed. Whatever word you use, it's part of human nature. In a recent speech, Socialist Senator Elizabeth Warren described it this way, and I quote, "In reality, billionaire investors and wealthy shareholders in powerful companies often have exactly three goals: maximize profit, maximize profit, maximize profit." End quote. But egalitarian socialism proposes to abolish this impulse from human nature altogether. All the money goes to the government, so everyone equally owns the government, and therefore everyone is equally rich or poor, and no one really moves back or forward relative to the pack, or so we're told. Ironically, both socialists and conservatives have accepted that this is what happens when government gets big enough. The former celebrate equal outcomes. The latter, decry the lack of incentive to work and produce industry that will result from government trying to eliminate any form of competition between peoples. Famously, Churchill once said, "The inherent virtue as the inherent vice of capitalism is the unequal sharing of blessings, and the inherent virtue of socialism is the equal sharing of miseries. But is that what happens? Can socialism really expand government to control all the wealth so that it is shared equally by everyone? Can it grow so big that it can replace human nature itself? If so, we must accept the belief that the state can literally banish personal ambition and avarice from the human DNA. The government can grow so large that it not only replaces the private sector, but replaces human nature altogether. If so, are we the only species whose very nature governments can alter? Or can the state change other creatures as well, so that flies no longer feast on honey, nor ravens on the carrion of dead gazelles, nor fish such as pike feed more on floating garbage, nor the greedy client feed from the lords of the state? You need to answer yes to believe socialism is capable of changing the self-seeking human desires. The alternative explanation, the alternative theory, comes from the great Nobel Prize-winning economist James Buchanan. He developed something called public choice theory, which he called politics without the romance. To quote the Wall Street Journal on him, Buchanan described public choice theory as the application of the profit motive to government. It presupposes that if there is value to be gained through politics, persons will invest resources in efforts to capture this value. Now, in the market, profit seekers invest in commercial enterprises to gain wealth. But in government-controlled economics, he invests in the political influence to gain wealth. Now, Buchanan wrote this: however, when governmental machinery directly uses almost 1/3 of national product, when interest groups clearly recognize the profits to be made through political action, and when a substantial proportion of all legislation exerts measurably differential effects on separate groups of the population, an economic theory can be a great help in pointing towards some of the means through which these conflicting interests may be ultimately recognized. End quote. Where people act rationally in a market economy, investing in order to get a return, Dr. Buchanan found that government-controlled economies have the exact same type of calculated trade-offs. People invest in politics in order to get rich. In fact, the only thing that changes is the way one gets rich. The way one gets rich in a government economy is by winning the favor of the political decision makers who allocate the resources. Instead of selling things that people agree to buy, one buys the politicians who control the money. If all the money is in the great vault of the state, profiteers work at buying or renting the keys to that vault. They donate to politicians who give them subsidies. They offer luxurious vacations to prime ministers in exchange for grants to their foundations. They hire lobbyists to convince governments to shut down their competitors with more regulation and tariffs. Buchanan wrote, "The individual who seeks short-term pleasure through consumption of modern items in the market is precisely the same individual who will seek partisan advantage through political action." In the book Welfare for the Well-to-Do, economist Gordon Tullock put it this way: today, the individual who works hard and thinks carefully in order to make money in the market will also work hard and think carefully in order to use the government to increase his wealth. Thus, we should anticipate that efforts and ingenuity would be put into using the government for gain. And if we look at the real world, we do indeed see such activities, end quote. Therefore, the larger the government becomes, the more we can expect profit seekers to turn their money into power and turn that power back into yet more money. We see this here in Canada. In 2017, there were 23,000 lobbying interactions with designated public office holders in the federal government, a 79% increase in just 3 years, which just happened to coincide with a 20% increase in government spending. Wow. What do you know? The two fastest growing sectors in the economy now are government and lobbying, which are two sectors that grow hand in hand. South of the border is no different, Mr. Speaker. The American company Strategas Partners Research produced a graph, fascinating graph, showing the correlation between the amount of money American business spends on lobbyists and the share of the U.S. federal government as a part of the GDP. And what did it show? That as the U.S. government in Washington gets bigger, the amount of money U.S. companies spend on lobbying that government. In 2000, federal spending in the U.S. was about 19% of GDP, and there was about $2 billion worth of lobbying. By 2009, a decade later, government spending had grown to 25% of GDP, almost a third bigger. And real lobbying had nearly doubled in inflation-adjusted terms to $4 billion. More money in the government in Washington, more money spent on lobbyists to get that money from Washington. Looks like Elizabeth Warren was right. Corporations seek profit, 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 profit. What she did not tell us is that they are just as capable of seeking that profit from big government. It makes sense. When government decides who gets what, business buys a bigger share of government. Who wins when that happens? Well, of course, it is those with money. They can hire the best lobbyists, promise future jobs to politicians, make donations, and schmooze the officials. The working class, by contrast, can afford none of these things. They're too busy trying to keep their heads above water, raise their kids, take them to hockey and soccer. They don't have the financial means to hire lobbyists and accumulate and leverage political influence. Let me give you an example of the payoff. Bombardier invested in lobbyists and got a $400 million interest-free loan from this Liberal government. And this is how it worked. Government gave them the $400 million interest-free loan so the company did not have to raise the money in equity markets. Why was that so important? Because the billionaire Bombardier Baudouin family wanted to stay majority controllers of the company. They own 53%. If they had sold more shares, they would have diluted their interest below a majority control and would no longer be in charge of the family business. Less than 50% means you no longer choose management, and you don't get to pass the business as a family heirloom from one person to another. And what did Canadian taxpayers get for this corporate welfare? Well, not very much. It turns out the company moved the jobs to South Carolina, sold the IP to Europe, but left the bill with Canadian taxpayers. The only winners were the billionaires. So yes, the lady bagging groceries at the corner store had to pay higher taxes to fund a bailout to a billionaire feudal family who were in charge of this family, of this company only because of their political connections to this government. Look elsewhere. Private equity funds and investment bankers have invested in lobbyists, and guess what they got? A $15 billion infrastructure bank to protect their investments in infrastructure mega projects. You know, if a banker asked you for $1,000, you'd say, what for? The Liberal government is asking for basically $1,000 from every Canadian family in order to set up this infrastructure bank. So what is it for? Let's go through the possible explanations of what it could possibly be for. Well, the first is that it would fund infrastructure. But private banks, capital markets, pension funds, private equity enterprises already bankroll billions of dollars of infrastructure projects. And they will invest $2 trillion more worldwide if we believe the estimates in the government's own fall economic update. So with so much private money already invested in infrastructure, the last thing we should need is another government bank to provide more. So that can't be the reason. Perhaps we need the new bank to bridge those private dollars into public projects, like mass transit. Yet, here again, the government's own fall economic update indicates that those investments are already happening without the bank. It cited the $2 billion Canada Line, the biggest public transit project at the time in Canadian history. It moves to 120,000 passengers daily between Vancouver's downtown suburbs and the airport, with investments from large private sector and commercial interests. For example, the Quebec Caisse de dépôt invests in that Vancouver project. So Quebec pensioners help build mass transit for British Columbians whose transit fares help pay Quebec pensioners. And yet, that all happened without an infrastructure bank. Just as the privatization of the 407 highway happened without an infrastructure bank. Just as the privatization of the Canadian National Railway happened without a government-owned infrastructure bank. So what's this bank for? I keep knocking down the possible explanation. But we got one. The Canadian Electricity Association made a submission to the House of Commons Transport Committee on how the bank should work. And here's what it said. Also important is the inclusion of de-risking mechanisms, such as loan guarantees. Bingo! There's the reason. In one sentence, the power companies explained the real purpose of the bank. Taxpayer-funded guarantees that protect investors from losses. Indeed, the government bill that creates the infrastructure bank uses the term loan guarantee 14 times. So the power companies are onto something. Their submission uses the term de-risking, de-risk, or reduce risk about 5 times. The prefix D implies the bank can delete the risk, like a magician can make a grenade disappear. You know, when you have a grenade, there's a chance that it could explode. But this de-risking magic can make it just vanish into thin air. Wrong. It doesn't disappear. It just takes the grenade from the company and puts it in the lap of Mr. and Mrs. Taxpayer. So it doesn't de-risk, it relocates the risk, right? So now we know why they need an infrastructure bank. Years ago, institutional investors could get taxpayer-funded returns from sleepy government bonds. But interest rates have been so low for so long that the only way to make real money is to invest in riskier ventures, like building power plants, for example. As JP Morgan Asset Management report indicated, merchant power generation pays 14 to 20% returns. But here's the problem. Its risk category is high. Cost overruns, revenue shortfalls, construction delays, labor disputes could cause major losses unless you have a new government bank that agrees to take all that risk off of your back. Currently, governments force builders to cover cost overruns on construction projects through fixed price contracts. And they force those companies to buy bankruptcy insurance to keep projects on budget if the contractor goes under. I know this personally because we had an essential piece of infrastructure under construction, a bridge connecting connecting east and west Ottawa deep in the south end of the city. And the builder went broke. But the good news was all the risk was on the company's back and the company had to hire a bonding company to take over the project if the major proponent went underground. In other words, the taxpayer did not pay for cost overruns, and while there was a delay, the people who pay their bills every day, the taxpayers of Canada, did not pay the price. The company did, and the bonding company did, but not with the new infrastructure bank. Testifying before the Commons Transport Committee, the top public servant responsible for the bank described the tool as existing for, quote, underwriting sophisticated, highly complex projects. The word underwriting comes from the 17th century London insurers who would literally write their names under a list of cargo on board a shipping vessel. If the ship sank, so did the underwriter's money. Taxpayers could sink billions of dollars by underwriting infrastructure projects with this new bank. Guess what? Guess who's involved in the infrastructure bank? It's a three-letter word. SNC. The bank, though it has a well-paid CEO and fancy offices in Toronto, which, by the way, do not comply with the Official Languages Act, has only one project to its name, and of course, SNC-Lavalin is right in the middle of it. Wow. No surprise there. Now, it is easy to imagine why SNC-Lavalin and other wealthy investment bankers and private equity fund managers would want this arrangement. But what's not clear is why would a government elected by taxpayers agree? Well, at closed-door meetings in Davos, New York, and Toronto, and in direct talks with officials, the most powerful financial interests on earth have directed this government on how the bank should work. It's the golden rule of the Liberal government. Those who have the gold make the rules. And their rules are simple. They get the rewards, taxpayers get the risk. Now that we know what and who the bank is for, those who will pay the price must fight to stop it. Now, it's not just the infrastructure bank. Some technology companies have invested in lobbyists, and they have been able to secure brand new billion-dollar corporate welfare funds called superclusters. Here in Ontario, at a provincial level, we saw the worst kind of these kinds of self-licking ice cream cones, where a commercial interest pays a lobbyist, which influences a politician to pay the commercial interest, and the commercial interest uses some of that money to pay the lobbyist to influence the politician, and on and on and go. It's a self-licking ice cream cone, and it has never been so big and so sumptuous as it is under this government. That's right. And actually, that's not fair. There was the Ontario government under Kathleen Wynne and Dalton McGuinty. Here in Ontario, wait a sec here. Somebody yelled, what about the Harper government? I want to point that out. Because there was something like 70% less lobbying going on around this place, according to the registry, when Harper was in charge and the size of government was shrinking. And the one place that went out of business? High Steakhouse went out of business. You think that is a coincidence? Now, God bless the good people who worked there. They were wonderful people, but it was a hangout for the lobbyists and the power brokers. And isn't it just fascinating that it was right in the middle of the Harper tenure that the place became so tired and so sleepy and so uninhabited that it no longer could afford to pay its bills. These kinds of places are popping up all over Ottawa now because the good times for the lobbyists and the insiders are rolling like they haven't in years. But we know where the Liberal government gets its lessons. In Ontario, we learned the largest corporate donor to the Ontario Liberal Party gave the party $480,000, in exchange for which it got $160 million in government handouts. What a return on investment, my friends. John Pierpont Morgan, the Rockefellers, Warren Buffett couldn't dream of getting that kind of return on investment. $480,000 to turn around $160 million in corporate welfare. And then there's the Green Energy Act, a deliberate government decision to pay 80 cents for a kilowatt hour of solar electricity that is worth 3 cents. The province has already forced consumers to overpay by $37 billion to buy unneeded, unreliable, and overpriced electricity from well-connected power companies. That is why hydro prices have risen by 100% in just over a decade. Now, who wins and who loses? Because remember, when governments get big, it's supposed to be really tough on the rich and good for the poor, we're told, right? Well, who won in this? Well, the rich power companies, they made off with massive profits because the government forced people to overpay them for their unneeded power. But who lost? The poorest people lost. Electricity is a larger share of their household budgets than it is for the rich. And the Ontario Association of Food Banks called it energy poverty. In 1 year, 60,000 people had their power cut for failure to pay. When the Ontario Attorney General looked at it, she predicted another $133 billion in overpayments between now and 2032 because of the Liberal government's Green Energy Act. That is a total of $170 billion the government is forcing Ontario consumers to overpay above market prices throughout a 25-year period, making it literally the single biggest wealth transfer from the working poor to the super rich in the history of Canada. Never has any government in my lifetime taken so much from so many to give to so few. All this follows countless donations and third-party advertising from the very companies that got all the electricity contracts. We see examples of big socialist governments using the power of the states to take from the poor and the working class and give to the rich and powerful all the time. And now we have something called the Clean Fuel Standard. Sounds very similar to the Green Energy Act. Yeah. And what will it do? It actually has nothing to do with cleaning fuel, unlike the name. All it does is require those who sell gasoline to pay credits to well-connected people who are able to sell those credits for supposedly green things that are happening in some other place in the world. And of course, there will be all kinds of greasy middlemen who will grab one piece after another of that action as it goes flying by. So just like the Win Liberals did to your electricity bill, this government will do to your gas bill. And of course, gasoline is a much bigger share of a family budget for a poor family than for a rich family, so it is yet another disgusting wealth transfer from the poor to the rich. But Macaulay, the great poet, warned of this. He wrote one of his great poems. He said, "Wherever you shed the honey, the buzzing flies will crowd. Wherever you fling the carrion, the raven's croak is loud. Wherever down Tiber garbage floats, the greedy pike you see. And wheresoever such lord is found, such client still will be." Wow. Isn't it funny he chose flies as his example on honey? Because flies don't make honey. They consume honey. The same way the parasitical interests that profit off of big government don't make any of the wealth they consume, but they sure are fantastic at consuming it.
That's right.
It is bees that make honey. And isn't it interesting that bees make honey in a process that is very similar to transactions in a free market economy? Bees do this in a mutually beneficial exchange between plant and insect. The plant provides the nectar, which the bee transforms into honey, and the bee pollinates the plant so that it can reproduce. That is the very nature of the free market transaction, where both participants always win. And we know they win because they're voluntarily participating in it. And these are the fundamental truths of the two different approaches to economic transaction. Every transaction, every single one in the free market is voluntary. Every transaction done by the government is done by force. Even when government spends on worthy causes that we all support, the military, for example, it does so through the forceful collection of taxes. And as government expands, force expands. As free markets expand, free choice expands. We understand that this is the only distinction between the two systems. We realize that almost everything we have been taught to the contrary is wrong. So when Elizabeth Warren and socialists like us warn us that those powerful companies search out new prey moving up and down their own food chain, I'm quoting here, she is making allusion to the law of the jungle. But it is the government economy, the government-run economy based on force and the power of the state. It is in that economy that the strong can use their money and power to prey on the weak. By contrast, in a system where every exchange is voluntary, based on the consent of both participants, such as a free market, it is impossible for anyone to prey on anyone else. No business in a free market can force the poor person to work for it or buy its products. That person only does so when he or she voluntarily agrees. Let me use the example of the Apple Store. Apple has been said to be the most powerful company on planet Earth, with a market capitalization of almost $1 trillion, depending on the fluctuations of the stock market. But if a boy whose net worth is $1,000 from mowing lawns throughout the summer walks into an Apple store, some of our socialist friends would say, how could this possibly be a fair transaction? Here we have on the one hand a company worth $1 trillion, and on the other, a young boy worth just 1,000. In other words, one is literally 1 billion times bigger than the other. How could they possibly exchange a free negotiation? And the answer is, when he walks into that store, he is literally just as powerful as the company. Exactly. Because they cannot get his $1,000 unless they offer him something that is more valuable to him than the money he has to pay to get it. Wonderful. In that sense, they have to obsess over making his life better. It is the only system of government where you must make someone else better off in order to be better off yourself. Now, presume that Apple took a different approach and decided to try and get rich off a government subsidy. Would that boy be equal to the company? Would they then be on a level playing field? Of course not. The company could hire lobbyists, could make donations, could cozy up to politicians, could have articles placed in newspapers, could run advertising, whereas in order to get a government subsidy at the expense of that young taxpayer whose net worth is only $1,000. And in that sense, the company would be far more powerful than that young person. That is the law of the jungle, not the free market. Any relationship based on force favors the strong over the weak. We know this, Mr. Speaker, from the most simple and elemental facts of life. If I have an apple and want an orange, you have an orange and want an apple, we trade. and we are both better off because each has something more valuable than he had before. That is, even though between us, we just have an apple and an orange. And that is the miraculous power of the free market economy. It is the voluntary exchange of work for wages, product for payment, and investment for interest. These voluntary exchanges happen literally trillions of times every day in the free market parts of the world, and every single time they do, both participants are made better off. And if you think this is just theory, look at the facts. Dr. Q.J. Cribria, a Princeton-trained economist, compared the poverty rate to the size of government in 40 different developing countries. For each increase in the size of government as a share of GDP, the percentage of people living on less than $1.90 a day increased on average 41%. In other words, bigger governments, even in the developing parts of the world, lead to more poverty, in spite of the fact that we are constantly told that these countries are poor because the state is not big enough, that it is not doing enough, and that it is not spending enough. In fact, the data shows precisely the opposite. And what is true in the developing world is true also in the developed world. Dr. Tanzi, a former IMF policy director, Harvard-trained, conducted similar research on developed countries and found countries where government is less than 40% of GDP have significantly better outcomes on the UN Development Index than countries where the government represents more than 50% of GDP. The two Asian countries that are the best ranked on the Human Development Index are Singapore and Hong Kong, countries with no natural resources. They actually have to import their own water. They live on land masses which are the fraction of the size of the city of Ottawa, with many multiples of the number of people. And yet they have the highest standard of living of any of the countries in the Asian world. Now, our critics will point out quickly that they have housing crisis. They'll forget, of course, that's because they're the most densely populated places in the world. But I'll point out that while the housing there is extremely expensive, it's basically the only thing the government controls. And so those countries, too, know the difference between, inside those countries, we can see the difference between the immense power of the free market to improve people's lives and the constraints that heavy and excessive government places to the contrary. They demonstrate, those countries, apart from that exception, that they, with governments that represent less than 20% of GDP, have incomes that are equal to or superior to countries around the world that have far longer to develop and far more natural resources with which to do it. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, the free market system has generated more wealth than any other system ever contemplated. But unfortunately, it has had one failing. We have allowed, those of us who advocate this system have allowed the other side, those who believe in expanding the force and control of the state, to steal key words. And I'm here today to take them back. Let's start with the word empathy. The free enterprise not only allows empathy, it requires it. The only way to make a profit in that system is to offer something that is more valuable to a person than they have to pay to get it. There is no one more empathetic than the entrepreneur to his customer, because he knows that when that customer comes into his shop, he needs to do everything in his power to make that customer happy. That is not something that any politician can claim, because at the end of the day, these politicians across the way make their living and grow their operation by the forceful collection of taxes. The reason why businesses and entrepreneurs in the free market system have to be so empathetic to their customers is because they have to sell them things through a voluntary transaction. And that means
Empathy means seeing through the other person's eyes. And the trick to sales is if you want to sell what John Smith buys, you have to see through John Smith's eyes. That is the oldest expression in sales. Now let's take back another word that they have wrongly expropriated over there on the socialist side: diversity. They believe in anything but diversity. They want government control to snuff out diversity. They just kicked 2 members out of their caucus because those women were speaking up and their voices brought too much diversity for this government to handle. The greatest thing about the free market is that it is in a constant state of mutation to accommodate every diverse and particular need. I flew from Ottawa to Toronto recently with a constituent whose 80-person company has made a business of helping companies do billing and marketing in Braille and large print with no government subsidy, all because businesses want access to the visually impaired market. Compare that to the inflexible and lumbering government school system that cannot provide basic IBI treatment under the previous Liberal government, under most governments, for autistic children, despite billions of dollars of money spent. Let's take more. Let's give another example. Tolerance. Let's take back the other word, tolerance, right? Tolerance exists in a place and in a system called the free market, which ruthlessly punishes the bigoted employer. No system more ruthlessly punishes bigotry in an employer than the one that makes him pay a price for turning down the best employee because of irrelevant characteristics such as race, gender, and sexual orientation. The free market ensures that there is always a built-in incentive, an imperfect one, but incentive no less, to promote and hire based on merit, and to treat every customer in the best possible way. Yes, we need strong civil rights protections in law, but at the same time, we also need to recognize that the greatest protector of all of our services is when we have entrepreneurial, free enterprise competition that requires entrepreneurs to reach out and serve both workers and customers. And so here is the ultimate difference between the two systems. You can have a free market where businesses get ahead by having the best product, not a government economy where they get ahead by having the best lobbyists, where entrepreneurs make money by pleasing customers, not a government economic system where they get by pleasing politicians or government officials, where the underdog gets the same chance as the fat cat, the challenger the same opportunity as the incumbent, and that we can all advance based on meritocracy, not aristocracy. And I would conclude today, if this Prime Minister had not decided that government had to be at the center of every economic decision, maybe SNC-Lavalin and others like it would not think that the way they get ahead is by relentlessly lobbying for special breaks and special deals. We on this side of the House of Commons will replace this centralized, government-controlled system of crony capitalism and corporatism with a new free market agenda that will allow everyone to get ahead on their own merit, a system where everybody can get ahead and move forward, a system that puts people before government. Thank you. In conclusion, I move, second by the opposition House Leader, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House reject the budget since it is an attempt to bury the SNC-Lavalin scandal under tens of billions of dollars of brand new spending for which Canadians will pay through higher taxes if the government is re-elected. Thank you.
Order. Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Ms. Bergen, moves that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House reject the budget since it is an attempt to bury the SNC-Lavalin scandal under tens of billions of dollars of brand new spending for which Canadians will pay through higher taxes if the government is re-elected. Before we go to questions and comments, I'll get to the point of order here momentarily. It's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Drummond in respect to official languages, the Honourable Member for Courtenay-Alberni in respect to fisheries and oceans, and the Honourable Member for Saskatoon West in respect to housing. Now we'll go to a point of order. The the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I'm sure you could attest yourself, as many members inside the chamber, when the member sat down, I had even stood up to ask a question, Mr. Speaker, but I suspect there was members around his colleagues that encouraged him to stand up so he could read an amendment. I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that the amendment is out of order because he actually sat down. When you sit in your chair, that means your speech is done and you're ready for questions. And I would like to ask my question, Mr. Speaker, because I have been waiting hours and hours for my question. I'm sure you can appreciate my sense of anxious, so I'd ask for a ruling. It was very clear, very, very clear. The member sat in his chair, thereby concluding his comments, and I was actually standing to answer, and it was only because his colleagues were saying, get back up. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, he wouldn't even have stood back up. I believe that the motion is out of order.
I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his intervention, and we will get to questions and comments. I do see the Honourable Member for Carleton rising on this. Is it on the point of order? The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to address the member's point. As the member correctly points out, I have been speaking now for, I think it's as much as 15 hours.
Record here. Unbelievable. You're a true Canadian.
If at any moment I were to have stumbled and even for a brief instant touched my chair, I withdraw that stumble. And it is now therefore withdrawn, and I do have the motion. It is tabled in the House of Commons, and I thank you for finding it in order.
I thank the Honourable Member for Carleton for his additional intervention. The observations of the members at the conclusion of the Honourable Member for Carleton's speech may well have been aware that this may or may not have been his intention to put an amendment. Certainly, as is customary in budget deliberations and budget debates, it's normal for the opposition to put an amendment into the debate towards the end of their first remarks, in the same way that the third party does as a sub-amendment, typically in their first intervention on a budget debate. While members may have seen the Honourable Member appearing to conclude his remarks, in fact, he still had the floor as I remain seated. And until such time as I stand up and interrupt his time on the floor, he still has the floor. And so he took the floor, and This follows the normal practices for the House, as I'm sure honourable members understand. And now we will go to questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I hope that you will give me a little latitude, given that I've listened for many, many hours of the member speaking, and the essence of what he was talking about is not that much different than when the opposition first took the benches of being in opposition. They have been on a crusade of personal attacks and assassinations, whether it's the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker, that this is an opposition that's only focused on the personal attacks of the government members. Now, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to tell people that had to witness those hours and hours of debate from the member to say that as much as the Conservative opposition focuses on those personal gutter attacks, we will continue to focus our attention on Canadians from coast to coast to coast, the middle class, and that is why we are seeing the 900,000 plus jobs. That's why we are seeing the thousands of seniors being lifted out of poverty, the thousands of young people, Mr. Speaker, that are being taken out of poverty. My question to the member opposite, can he explain why it is that the Conservative Party continues to vote against measure after measure that gives an advantage to Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it, Mr. Speaker?
Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have to say I'm a little disappointed in the honourable member. I wanted to be generous in helping him to prepare his question for me, so I gave him 15 hours. And that is what he produced. The rhetorical factory in the PMO must have broken down. It's not cranking out any more good rhetorical widgets, and as a result, even in 15 hours of chugging away, that is the best that we could have across the way of the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker. He says these are personal attacks, that it is character assassination. I want to tell him I've just spent the last 15 hours reading text messages, audio recordings, and journal entries written by Liberals about Liberals. So if he thinks they are personal attacks, then he should look around him at the mess that he and his team have created and that his own party members and now former party members have told us all about.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As you'll recall, back in 2012, I was speaking against a particularly egregious Conservative budget and rose in the House of Commons and spoke for 14 hours. It's very clear when you look at that budget, Conservative budget, the massive deficits and the huge spending handing out to corporate CEOs, that the members' rhetoric doesn't really match the reality. But I will say this, Mr. Speaker, it's important to note I believe that he has just broken a record in terms of filibuster, 15 hours, and I congratulate him for the stamina, because I know that it does take a lot of effort to put together coherent arguments, as he has done over the course of the last 15 hours. And I believe that this could well be the longest filibuster we've seen in Parliament. But getting back to the budget, because that indeed is why we're here, part of the legacy of the Conservative government is a series of tax havens and tax loopholes. And the government addressed it a little bit in the budget documents, talking about the fact that employee stock options basically being claimed by 2,000 individuals, claiming over $1.3 billion of employee stock options. These 2,000 people all having incomes of over $1 million. So obviously the government understands that there's a problem. However, in the budget documents, all the government says is, well, eventually we're going to get around to solving this. So my question to the member is, what does he think of a budget that says, yes, this is a problem, but doesn't do anything about it?
Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, I want to thank the honourable member for his very gracious remarks, and also for the counsel and mentorship he has been providing me the last several days. Regularly, he has come over to express concern for my physical well-being, and he has given me a number of tips on how I could survive this enduring task, and I thank him for that in a very sincere way. He also raises an important concern about the privileges that this government continues to protect for those with the most. He is quite right that while middle and working class people are paying more and more, struggling harder and harder just to get by, those with connections to government have never done better. And I think he will agree that we need to bring back the ladder of opportunity and make it available for all to climb, rather than, as the current government has done, pulling that ladder up over the castle walls so that no one else can climb it. And we as Conservatives will continue to work to create that aspirational Canada where people can get by rather than just they can get ahead rather than just getting by.
That's right. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to thank the member for Carleton for his contribution to this debate. Particularly, I was impressed with not only his ability to stand and to speak coherently to the issue, but also that he was able to explain some of the innovations that, for example, the gentleman he shared a flight with, about how a small firm without any government subsidy, without any expectation of a government subsidy, is actually performing and doing more for people. Could the member maybe just talk a little bit more about how competition is the best way for people, Canadians, to receive the widest benefits, but also how cronyism, particularly when you have lobbyists that are trying to change the rules so that incumbents receive protections that the average small business or new firm will never receive, how that actually works contrary to Canadians' best interest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Carleton.
And this is one of the great popular misconceptions. A lot of people think, oh, big business doesn't like regulation. Well, actually, a lot of business, big corporate business likes to use excessive regulation in order to keep out competition. And it is often in the sectors where we have the heaviest regulation and that we have the least competition. And that competition, the lobbyists for those powerful corporate interests then influence the regulators and the politicians to make it more and more difficult for anyone to break in. And why should we be surprised by that? Powerful, big incumbents have the resources to lobby. Entrepreneurial upstarts don't. They're scrambling just to get by. And that's why you will always see these powerful corporations stepping up with more and more recommendations for government intervention. It is designed to protect their ability to stay on top. We believe in opening up the free market to true competition so that the entrepreneurial upstart can get ahead, can do as Benjamin Franklin said. That is, do well by doing good.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for allowing me the privilege to ask a question from the member from Carleton, and also a member who I sit with on the Finance Committee. And I listened attentively over the last couple of days to his comments on the budget. And I will say, I just have to throw some facts out there. I know facts are inconvenient to the party on the opposite side, but the facts with regards to our economy. Our economy generating over 900,000 jobs since we were elected. The fact that over 800,000 Canadians have been lifted out of poverty since we were elected. The fact that in 2017, we led the G7 in economic growth at almost a 3% clip. The fact that Canadians are almost $2,000 or over $2,000 better off today, Canadian families are over $2,000 better off today than they were 3 years ago. The fact that our debt-to-GDP ratio is on a declining trend. The fact that Moody's and S&P and the other rating agencies reaffirmed and confirmed our AAA credit rating. The fact that we are the envy of the world and people are lining up all over the world and coming to Canada to immigrate. So I'd like to ask the member opposite what he thinks of those facts.
The honourable member for Carleton. Order.
Well, I think many of them are not facts. The member says that the average Canadian is $2,000 better off. That's just not true. In fact, Stats Canada has released the data on median income, and it's barely budged in 3 years. At various times, it's actually gone down. You know, in the previous 40 years, there was growth in median income only under only one prime minister, and that was Stephen Harper. And sorry, but don't take my word for it. That data comes right out of the Liberal budget in 2016. It showed that there was a massive drop in median incomes under the father, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, that it took about 20 years just to begin to recover those losses. And then we had the single biggest and best period of median income growth on record under the previous Conservative government. But you know what? Under the next Conservative government, we're going to beat that record.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. And I want to start with the foundation of this budget, and that goes back to what the member from Carleton just cited, the years of Stephen Harper. Under Conservatives, what we saw was successive and horrible deficits, crippling the country, massive billions of dollars handed out to corporate CEOs. And it was middle-class, regular Canadians across the country that paid the price of all of those policies that we saw from the Conservative government. So coming up to the Liberal government that took office in 2015, one would have thought that it was the time to actually think first about regular folks across the length and breadth of this land, to actually make a difference in the lives of regular Canadians. And I'm sad to say, Mr. Speaker, quoting the famous words of Charles Dickens, it's the best of times, it's the worst of times. But it's the best of times for a very small elite in Canadian society, and it's the worst of times for everyone else. Mr. Speaker, when we look at the size and scope of what regular Canadian families from coast to coast are living in, and this is not a situation that developed just under the Liberals. The Conservatives are equally guilty. In fact, you have to go back a number of decades as you saw the cutting apart of our social safety net to see why we have come to the state that we have come in. But the statistics speak for themselves. 46% of Canadians say on any given month they are $200 away from not being able to cover all those bills. 46%, nearly half of Canadian families, are living basically hand to mouth. And on any given month, a $200 shot, a car breakdown, a medical emergency, pharmaceutical products, medication that they have to buy, some emergency at school can make the difference to be whether or not they can actually pay their bills in that given month. And when you look even farther, Mr. Speaker, the reality is Canadian families are struggling under the worst debt load of any industrialized country. It's not only the worst debt load in Canadian history, it's the worst debt load that any industrialized country is living under. Now, that should give pause for thought, Mr. Speaker, as a setup for the budget. You would think that the government would actually want to do something when we have half the Canadian population living hand to mouth, basically $200 away from being able to cover their expenses on any given month. When we see Canadian families as a whole massively in debt because of government cutbacks over the last 2 or 3 decades, you would think that there would be, on the Liberal side, an understanding of what is at stake, and that they would show some imagination and some leadership to actually bring forward a budget that would make a difference in Canadian families' lives. Well, sadly, Mr. Speaker, that is not the case. Sadly, this budget that dropped like a stone in the middle of the lake with just a few ripples after 2 weeks ago when it was actually presented, this budget has really very little impact on the lives of regular families. And it does not do in any way address some of the most egregious challenges that we face as a country. First off, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, Canadian families are really struggling. They're struggling to pay for their medication, struggling to keep a roof over their head, struggling to try to make sure that they can pay for post-secondary studies or make sure that their sons or daughters can go on to post-secondary education. Those are all fundamental problems that Canadian families are facing. And I'm not even talking about the length and breadth of the crisis that Indigenous families are experiencing across the length and breadth of land. And of course, Mr. Speaker, as you know, if you've gone to Indigenous communities, you've seen what a sad betrayal this government's lack of commitment on actually achieving reconciliation has been when you look at some of the budget figures, and I'll come back to that in just a moment. Mais en même temps, Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, here we have a situation where the government wants to continue the same kind of tactics that the Conservatives have used, and the same plan, basically tax havens, and we have millions of dollars that are therefore given to big companies and the wealthiest of Canadians, without any regard for the benefits that accrue to Canadians through taxes being paid. The estimated amount is $15 to $20 billion in tax havens. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the Parliamentary Budget Officer is looking into these numbers. And the office started 5 years ago, actually 6 years ago, under the Conservatives. And they asked that the CRA give them all information related to tax havens and loopholes. But under Mr. Harper, that government did not want the information to be provided to the Parliamentary Budget Officer. For several years, the Conservatives refused. And then a new Liberal government came into power, and they were supposedly going to change everything. There was going to be transparency, and Canadians were going to be able to find out what wasn't working in the tax system. However, for 3 years, they as well refused to provide those numbers to the Parliamentary Budget Officer. So, Mr. Speaker, this means that for about 6 years, we had the previous Conservative government and the current Liberal government that both refused to provide the information to the Parliamentary Budget Officer. And therefore, as you know, he threatened to go to court last year to take them to court in order to get that. And it was only at that point in time, and the Liberals knew that this was embarrassing for them, so it's only at that point in time the Liberals said, okay, we'll give you the information. So for a year now, Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has collected this information. And in the next few weeks, probably in May, we'll find out what we're losing, actually losing. Because as I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, you know, when you're asking seniors and students and families to make sacrifices to go into debt because there aren't enough resources to invest in them, but at the same time, you're giving dozens of millions of dollars to big business and to the wealthiest, well, at least there should be transparency in all of that. And the Parliamentary Budget Officer is going to give us that transparency. We are going to finally know what amount we're talking about in tax havens and in tax loopholes. All that money that is just going up in smoke because we have governments that have acted irresponsibly. And even if you look at the information in this book, that is to say in this budget, you'll find, for example, that more than $1 billion per year is being lost to the millionaires who are taking advantage of the most unfair tax system of all industrialized countries. The Liberals said that we'll finally deal with these stock options, but we'll do it later. But there's nothing on this tax inequity. And it's an epidemic in our tax system. But next month, all Canadians will be able to judge for themselves. Because finally, the Parliamentary Budget Officer will report. And this is going to be extremely important.
Tax system that is the most unequal, the most inequitable of all industrialized countries. An effective tax rate for large corporations of 9%. Unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. And yet the Liberals refuse to take any sort of action. So that's why I say when it's the best of times, as Charles Dickens mentioned, it is really the best of times for the top 1% of Canadians. They get tax gifts left, right, and center. They did under the former Conservative government. That continues under the current Liberal government. And none of them actually stop to think for just a moment of the impact that has on seniors and students, the impact that has on regular families right across the country. But I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, that it's also the worst of times. And I'll mention two people that I know very well that I think really illustrate how far we have fallen in the Ottawa bubble from actually dealing with the problems and challenges that regular families live every single day. And I mentioned this earlier in the House, Mr. Speaker, and I'll come back to my friend Jim, because it is so egregious to me that we see the Liberal government, though they are aware of Jim, not doing anything to address this situation. Jim, as you know, Mr. Speaker, is right outside Parliament Hill, on the bridge between Parliament Hill and the Chateau Laurier. He is there every day. Minus 30-degree temperatures, he is out there. At the boiling sun, he is out there. It's pouring rain, a blizzard. He has to be out there. He lives on a disability pension. It barely pays for his rent and his food. But he needs medication. Costs him $580 a month. And so he has to go out there and say that, hope that strangers will actually do what the government refuses to do and provide him enough support so he can get through that month. This medication is not optional. He has to take it. And yet every day Liberal MPs walk by him. Every day Liberal cabinet ministers drive by in the limousines. The Prime Minister drives by in his limousine. And not once over the 4 years has any Liberal stood up to say, this is wrong. Jim should not be begging to try to get enough money for medication for the month. We need to put in place pharmacare now. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, an NDP government will do that because it has to be a priority. Our leader, the member from Burnaby South, said just this week that we will put it into place immediately for early 2020. Jim will finally get relief. The NDP is elected on October 21st because Jim's situation is not uncommon. There are hundreds of thousands of Canadians that are forced in the most difficult situations imaginable to try to find enough money for medication for the month. When Tommy Douglas, first leader of the NDP, founded Medicare, and he had to fight for it because there were lobbyists pushing back and saying, no, we're not going to have Medicare. There were Liberals criticizing Tommy Douglas, but he stuck to it, and he got it done, Mr. Speaker, and all Canadians benefited from having in place the universal single-payer Medicare system that we have today. But Tommy Douglas always envisions that we'd be moving rapidly to pharmacare. And yet, decades later, people like Jim are still begging, borrowing, or trying to find a way to get enough money for their medication in a wealthy country like Canada. And yet in this budget, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing that addresses Jim's difficulties. The Liberals just promise, like they do so often, just to study it a little bit more. Here's another Canadian that is not met, her needs are not met in any way by the budget. and that's my friend Heather. Heather lives with her daughter and her mother, and they're in a one-bedroom apartment, and they are struggling to keep that apartment over their heads. And she said to me, I wish we had affordable housing in this country. And she is not alone. There are so many families, hundreds of thousands of families, struggling just to keep a roof over their head, having to make tough choices. Do I pay for the heat? Do I pay for rent? Do I pay for medication this month? And yet, in this budget, instead of building affordable housing, so Liberals don't seem to want to do that, Liberals just promise that, well, they'll lend a little bit more money. And that's their way of solving what is a conscious decision made by the former Liberal government to eliminate the National Housing Program. Now, Mr. Speaker, as you know, if we go back 40 years, about 16% of the stock, the housing that was built in Canada, was affordable housing, cooperative housing, social housing. 16%. Then the Liberals eliminated the National Housing Program. They destroyed it. And now, 40 years later, that 16% has fallen to 3%. And that is the nut and the crux of the crisis that we are living today. Because the Liberals destroyed the National Housing Program, because they ripped up any possibility of continuing to build that cooperative housing, the social housing, that all Canadians were able to access affordable housing, because they did that, Mr. Speaker, people like Heather and her family are now wondering on a week-to-week basis whether they will still have a roof over their head. In a country as wealthy as Canada, a country that the Liberals feel is wealthy enough to send tens of billions of dollars to overseas tax havens, Heather, indicative of so many Canadian families, is wondering whether next month she'll still have a roof over the head of her family. What is wrong with a government that does not understand this situation? And when I mention Indigenous communities, when we talk about national reconciliation, it starts with putting in place a housing program to ensure that in Indigenous communities, housing is available. It has to be done in conjunction, working with First Nations, working with Indigenous communities. And that's what the leader of the NDP, the member from Burnaby South, and I pitched when we went public just a few days before the budget to say, here is what needs to be in this budget in 2019. The government, Minister of Finance, the Prime Minister, completely ignored that. Mr. Speaker, this budget should have contained significant provisions to build affordable housing now, right across the length and breadth of this country. This budget should have contained, rather than just paying lip service, a real, meaningful, true, and lasting national reconciliation policy that includes building housing, working with Indigenous communities, making those investments. And it doesn't. And this budget should have said very, very clearly that we need universal single-payer pharmacare in this country now. Not 10 years from now, not 20 years from now, not another 30 years of broken promises, but pharmacare in place now. And yet, Mr. Speaker, none of those things are in the budget. And this budget should have contained and could have contained real action to build a fair tax system in our country. We ask people to pay their taxes, and I've done hundreds of disability town halls. We're talking about the tax system. Nobody has ever said to me, well, we don't want to pay taxes. People want to make sure that within the tax system that they're not paying more than they should. But people understand, Canadians understand, that putting money in common makes sure that we're all taken care of. And yet we have a government system put into place that has allowed, over time, the wealthiest and most privileged of us to get by without paying those taxes. And the burden has fallen on seniors struggling with limited pensions. It's fallen on students who are crippled by post-secondary debt, unbelievable amounts. It's families struggling to keep a roof over their head like Heather. It's individuals and families like Jim who are struggling to pay for the medication. All of those people, all of those Canadians, are suffering because of the lack of priorities of this government. So, Mr. Speaker, before I finish, I would like to move, seconded by the member from Victoria, that the amendment be amended by deleting all the words after the words tens of billions and substituting the following: of dollars in election year promises that continue the government's track record of decision-making that benefits Canada's most wealthy and well-connected instead of everyday Canadians by A, failing to implement a universal public national pharmacare program, B, ignoring the scale and scope of catastrophic climate change on the future of the planet, C, failing to tackle the housing crisis head-on, and D, continuing to give billions from the public purse to highly profitable corporations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo.
Order. Mr. Julian, seconded by Mr. Where is he? Mr. Rankin, moved that the amendment be amended by deleting all the words after the word 10 of billions and substituting the following: of dollars in election year promises that continue the government's track record of decision-making that benefits Canada's most wealthy and well-connected instead of everyday Canadians by A, failing to implement a universal public national pharmacare program, B, ignoring the scale and scope of catastrophic climate change on the future of the planet, C, failing to tackle the housing crisis head-on, and D, continuing to give billions from the public purse to highly profitable corporations. And it being 5:15 p.m., it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the Ways and Means motion number 27. La question est la...
The question is as follows. Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Murray, moved that this House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government.
Mr. Poilievre, appuyé.
Mr. Poilievre moved that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following.
Budget. The House reject the budget since it is an attempt to bury the SNC-Lavalin scandal under tens of billions of brand new spending for which Canadians will pay through higher taxes if the government is re-elected. Mr. Julian, seconded by Mr. Rankin, moved the following sub-amendment: that the amendment be amended by deleting all the words after the words 10 a billion and substituting the following: of dollars in election year promises that continue the government's track record of decision-making that benefits Canada's most wealthy and well-connected instead of everyday Canadians by A, échouant à mettre...
Failing to implement a universal public national pharmacare program, B, ignoring the scale and scope of catastrophic climate change on the future of the planet, C, failing to tackle the housing crisis head-on, and D,
billions from the public purse to highly profitable corporations. The question is on the sub-amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the sub-amendment? No. Those in favor of the sub-amendment will please say yay. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Yay! In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members.
the government. Mr. Polyev, seconded by Ms. Bergen, moved the following amendment. That the motion, shall I dispense? No. That the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House reject the budget since it is an attempt to bury the SNC level in scandal under tens of billions of dollars of brand new spending, for which Canadians will pay through higher taxes if the government is re-elected. Mr. Julian, seconded by Mr. Rankin, moved the following sub-amendment. That the amendment be amended by deleting all the words after the words tens of billions and substituting the following. Of dollars in election year premises that continue the government's track record of decision-making that benefits Canada's most wealthy and well-connected instead of everyday Canadians by A, failing to implement a universal public national farmer care program, B, ignoring the scale and scope of catastrophic climate change on the future of the planet, C, failing to tackle the housing crisis head-on, and D, continuing to give billions from the public purse to highly profitable corporations. All those in favor of the sub-amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Navardière.
Madame Navardière.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to sub-amendment will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Lozon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest des Sables.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-est des Sables.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Anna de Sangri.
Mr. Anna de Sangri.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Moth.
Mr. Moth.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Lemuda.
Mr. Lemuda.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. De Corsi.
Monsieur De Corsi.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matam, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matam, Matapédia.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Mr. Brusen.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Sassy.
Monsieur Sassy.
Monsieur Coury.
Monsieur Coury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser. West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahoda.
Ms. Sahoda.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mishamatsu Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mishamatsu Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenveld.
Ms. Vandenveld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse Les Etchemins Lévy.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse Les Etchemins Lévy.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Alislev.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Ms. Leach.
Miss Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lausanne Stormont South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Boudria.
Mr. Boudria.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement. Yeas pour 25, 25. Nays contre 228, 228.
I declare the sub-amendment defeated. La prochaine mise au voix porte sur
The next vote is on the following amendment. Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Murray, moves that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House reject the budget since it is an attempt to bury the SNC-Lavalin scandal under tens of billions of brand new spending for which Canadians will pay through higher taxes if the government is re-elected. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the amendment will please say yea. All those opposed to the amendment will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Finley.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse Les Etchemins Lévy.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse Les Etchemins Lévy.
Mr. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Yodega.
Mr. Yodega.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lauzon Stormatunda South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon Stormont Dundas South
Mr.
Glengarry.
Van Kestern.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Ms. Jager.
Ms. Jager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Lemeti.
Mr. Lemeti.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Eiching.
Mr. Eiching.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lauzon, Argentin de la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sables.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est Île des Sables.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Tanzi.
Mr. Jasneski.
Mr. Jasneski.
Mr. Anna DeSangri.
Mr. Nanda Sandigan.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Lemuda.
Mr. Lemuda.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matipédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matipédia.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Mr. Brusen.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Sassy.
Monsieur Coury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine
Monsieur
Smith.
Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port
Mr.
Coquitlam.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Mr. Rubio.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hoda.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur Boulouris.
Monsieur Boulouris.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Brousseau.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame
Ms.
Sanssouci.
Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Monsieur Boudria.
Mr. Boudria.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Yeas pour 68, 68. Nays contre 182, 182.
I declare the motion defeated.
Questions on the main motion. Question is as follows. Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Murray, moves that this House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor. Ms. Murray. Ms. Qualtrough. Mr. Morneau. Mr. Lemetti. Ms. Bennett. Ms. Haidu. Mr. Hussain. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. Blair. Ms. Tassi. Ms. Ing. Mrs. Jordan. Ms. Mahaichuk. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Mr. McKay. Mr. Nault. Ms. Scrow. Mr. Eiking. Mrs. Lockhart. Mr. Lauzon, Argentin de la Petite Nation. Mr. Cormier. Mrs. McCrimmon. Ms. Jones. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Leslie. Mr. Carr. Ms. Gould. Mr. Sohi. Mr. Holland. Mr. Champagne. Ms. Monsef. Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North. Monsieur Duclos. Ms. McKenna. Madame Le Boutillier. Madame Bibeau. Mr. Wilkinson. Mr. Cuzner. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Vaughan. Mr. Serré. Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest des Sœurs. Monsieur Schiffke. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Scarpalegia. Mr. Sims. Ms. Ratanzi. Mr. Jasneski. Mr. Anna DeSangri. Mr. Fillmore. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Ms. DeMoss. Mr. Mendocino. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Lemuda. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Mr. Beach. Mr. Lightbound. Ms. O'Connell. Ms. Cara. Mr. Varani. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Ms. Young. Mrs. Schultz. Monsieur Vandal. Monsieur Poisson. Mr. De Corsi. Mrs. Romanado. Monsieur Massé-Avignon-Le-Métis Matapédia. Mr. Pescasolido. Madame Mendez. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Dubois. Mr. Alday. Mr. Amos. Monsieur Arsenault. Mr. Aria. Monsieur Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Monsieur Bayliss. Mr. Boissonneau. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Breton. Mr. Chen. Mr. Brusen. Monsieur Drouin. Ms. Zarowitz. Mr. Assassi. Monsieur Coury. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Erskine Smith. Monsieur Fergus. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragascatos. Mr. Fraser West Nova. Mr. Fuhrer. Mr. Garrettson. Mr. Graham. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Housefather. Ms. Hutchings. Mr. Yakino. Mr. Johari. Ms. Khalid. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Ms. Ludwig. Mr. Maloney. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Park Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Madame Nassif. Mr. Oliver. Mr. Peterson. Monsieur Picard. Monsieur Rioux. Monsieur Robillard. Ms. Rudd. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Rusnak. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Saini. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Sangha. Mr. Sarai. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Spengeman. Mr. Tabera. Mr. Tan.
Tan.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Deltag.
Mr. Deltag.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse Etchemin Levy.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse Etchemin Levy.
Mr. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Pulius.
Mr. Pulius.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abutiev.
Mr. Abutiev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lozon Stormatunda South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon Stormatunda South Glengarry.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller Bruce Gray on sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Lavaldière.
Madame Lavaldière.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Monsieur Boudria.
Mr. Baudry.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 156, 156. Nays contre 94, 94.
I declare the motion carried. Order. It being 6:13 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
On the député, resuming consideration of motion M207, Dutch Heritage Day, standing in the name of Mr. Van Kesteren.
Order. The honourable member for Saanich. Order. Order. I'd ask honourable members to assist me by saying order. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm deriving my point from the standing orders. It is becoming too common, I think, to see demonstrations on the floor of the House as we're voting. It certainly is against the rules to have any noise or disturbance while you're putting the question. I seek your guidance whether it's appropriate to have clapping and stomping of feet and so on while we're actually conducting a vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. She's quite right. Members should not be demonstrating or making noise during the calling of a vote. It's important that the clerks at the table be able to hear what is being called in terms of who is voting. Resuming debate, l'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to rise in the House today, this evening, to speak to motion M207, a motion that would designate May 5th as Dutch Heritage Day. This is a motion that is the initiative of my Conservative colleague from Ontario in the Chatham-Kent-Leamington riding. The text of the motion is the following: that in the opinion of the House, in recognition of the sacrifices made by Canadians in the liberation of the Netherlands, as well as the contributions made to Canada by those of Dutch heritage, the government should recognize every May 5th as Dutch Heritage Day to honor this unique bond. I'd like to take the opportunity to congratulate my NDP colleague for Vancouver East, Jenny Kwan, on her excellent work as a multiculturalism critic, all her work on promoting diversity throughout Canada. The NDP will be supporting, Madam Speaker, this motion to declare May 5th Dutch Heritage Day. The NDP is proud to support diversity, inclusiveness, and living together. And this contribution pays tribute to what so many Canadians of Dutch heritage have contributed to this country. We should also underscore here the courage of the people of the Netherlands who suffered greatly between 1940 and 1950 under the Nazi occupation. I'd also like to take this opportunity to salute the veterans of Greater Drummond for their commitment and courage. These veterans fought for peace and freedom. And I'd also like to salute the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 51 from Drummondville for its social involvement within our community. We must remember our veterans. Now, speaking of diversity and inclusion and of living together, I'd like to also take this opportunity to recall to everyone that the diversity celebrations in Drummondville will soon be upon us. On the 24th and the 25th of May, we come together to celebrate the wealth of our cultural communities. So I would invite you to come and participate and visit all the stands that will take place. I'd also like to underscore the remarkable work over the years by an organization that is so important for Greater Drummond. It is the only organization that directly helps immigrants in the Drummond MRC, and they are called the Regroupement Interculturel de Drummond. They make the integration of newcomers so much easier in Drummondville. So congratulations to this team led by Normand Bernier, who has been involved for so many years within our community. Speaking of immigration, in our riding, immigration is such a contribution to our area, whether it be in terms of their civic participation, whether it be in terms of their cuisine, whether it be in terms of the workforce that comes with immigration. You know, it's very important with this new immigration to have affordable housing in our riding. And I am so proud of our party for the positions it has taken on social housing, social, affordable, accessible housing. We don't want to stop at the half measures that the Liberal government has taken. We want a strong, inclusive program, and a program that will be able to quickly meet the urgent needs throughout the country and in Drummond in terms of social housing. Now, at a municipal level, the Immigration, Cultural Diversity and Inclusion Commission of the City of Drummondville is made up of organizations and citizens who think that social integration for new immigrants is very important. And I'd like to highlight the important contribution of the organizations and the citizens sitting on this commission, led by Ms. Cathy Bernier and Mr. Yves Grondin. Madam Speaker, obviously in this motion we're talking about Heritage Day, but also about exemplary or best practices in the Netherlands, because they are a leader. They're a leader when it comes to social affairs and environmental matters. So I think it's very important to talk about some of their successes, including, for example, cost of living and the cost of education. You know, in Canada, tuition is very costly. And so many of our students come out with huge debts. And the other day I met Daughters of the Vote, along with my colleagues. And one of the things they spoke to about was the high level of debt amongst young people. You know, the NDP has some many avant-garde policies about this, because debt is a huge source of stress and we have to deal with this. It's important to say that tuition in the Netherlands is much lower than it is here. And we should take that as a model when we mark May 5th as Dutch Heritage Day. We should look at all the social measures that they have used and taken.
As well, and this is very important for the Netherlands and something that has inspired Canada, it's urban cycling. There is a lot of there's a whole culture of riding bicycles in Holland. And they have racked up real progress in moving a car-based urban environment to a bicycle environment. And they have roads that are safer, that are greener. I'd like to get back to the Daughters of the Vote, Madam Speaker, because these young women were here all week. They met members of parliament and senators, and they watched how we experience our democracy. There were speeches in the House, and they talked about the environment, because we don't have a planet B. We need a clear plan, no half measures like the Liberals, no buying pipelines, $5.4 billion. And they have no plan, no concrete, solid plan. And they have the same targets as Stephen Harper and the Conservatives. And we know what he did in his time. So we have to listen to these young people. They are talking about the environment. We have to listen to them. They marched in their hundreds of thousands in Canadian cities because they want the environment to be a priority the way it is in the Netherlands. They have been inspired by the Dutch model, and I have to recognize the extraordinary work of my colleague, the member for Kootenay-Alberni. He rides a bicycle everywhere. And even my leader, he gets about by bicycle. We're living in a Canada that is far more in favor of cycling in cities. And this is the Dutch example. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The story of the Dutch in Canada begins well before Confederation. In fact, it starts in 1614, south of the border in what is New York State. In 1614, the Dutch established trading posts at New Amsterdam, present-day New York City, and at Fort Orange, present-day Albany, New York. they named their new colony New Netherland. And today, scores of places in present-day New York trace their roots back to Dutch names. Places like the Bronx, Brooklyn, Broadway, Harlem, Wall Street, Long Island, Staten Island, Rensselaer, Stuyvesant, and many more. The flag of New York City is a Dutch flag, the Prince's flag, introduced in the 17th century. And during the 17th century, thousands of Dutch immigrants moved to the new colony. They settled in present-day New York City, up the Hudson River Valley, into upstate New York, in present-day New Jersey, and in present-day Connecticut. And these Dutch immigrants brought with them ideas that have endured to this very day, ideas that have laid the foundation for Canadian and American society, ideas such as diversity, tolerance, and religious freedom. New Netherland, like the Netherlands of the 17th century, was a haven for religious diversity. For example, in 1655, the rule for religious freedom was upheld, and full residency was granted to Ashkenazi and Sephardi Jews in New Amsterdam. As a result of the Flushing Remonstrance in 1657, full religious freedom was granted to the Quakers. And in the 1640s, two religious leaders, both women, took refuge in New Netherland, Anne Hutchison and the Anabaptist Lady Deborah Moody. A direct line can be traced from that religious freedom in the Dutch colony of New Netherland to the freedom of religion enshrined in the Canadian and American constitutions. When the Treaty of Westminster transferred the colony from the Dutch to the British Crown in 1674, the thousands of Dutch remained as loyal subjects of their new sovereign. New Netherland was renamed the Province of New York, and New Amsterdam was renamed New York City. A century later came the American Revolution. Some of the Dutch sided with the rebels, while others remained loyal to the British. By this time, many of the Dutch had been anglicized after having been in the New World for some 2.5 centuries. And after the American Revolution, those loyal to the British fled the 13 colonies and headed north to the Maritimes and to present-day Ontario. People like Joseph Ryerson, the father of Egerton Ryerson, the founder of Ontario's public education system. And subsequent to that first wave of Dutch fleeing the Revolution, came many more waves, some from the Netherlands directly and others via the United States. And they have made big contributions to this country. People like the painter Cornelius Krieghoff, composer Alan de Ritter, photographer Jason Van Bruggen, film director Patricia Ruzema, actress Sonia Smits, and author Aretha Van Herk. Many Dutch Canadians have contributed to government, such as the first Surveyor General of British North America, Samuel Holland. They've contributed to business, like Sir William Cornelius Van Horn, the builder of Canada's transcontinental railway. And they've contributed to our national pastime hockey, players like Joe Nieuwendyk, Trevor Linden, and Steve Yzerman. Today, over 1 million Canadians identify themselves of Dutch origin. And today that story has come full circle. I am one of those 1 million Canadians of Dutch origin. I am here today, Madam Speaker, because my Dutch mother and her family were liberated by Canadian soldiers 74 years ago this May 5th. Some 7,600 Canadians died in the liberation of the Netherlands. They died in the canals, the fields, the little villages and cities of that country. They never came home, and thousands of Canadian war graves dot the Dutch countryside. They died so that my mother and her family could live, and we will never forget. Madam Speaker, the motion in front of us today says that, in the opinion of this House, in recognition of the sacrifices made by Canadians in the liberation of the Netherlands, as well as the contributions made to Canada by those of Dutch heritage, the government should recognize every May 5th as Dutch Heritage Day to honor this unique bond. This motion captures the Dutch story on the North American continent and the unique bond that ties the Canadian and Dutch people together. This is a motion that recognizes 4 centuries of history on this continent and the continued ties that bind our two peoples. The Dutch continue to this day to have tight ties with this country, both across the Atlantic and north and south of the border. I was in Washington several weeks ago, Madam Speaker, and I met with Representative Bill Huizinga from Western Michigan. He too is of Dutch origin, and his wife is a Canadian, also of Dutch origin, from Brampton, Ontario, and they spend every other Christmas with her family in Peel Region. There are thousands of stories like that throughout this country. The Dutch have worked hard to settle this country over many, many years and have contributed greatly in all facets of our national life. And, Madam Speaker, this country is made up of a diversity of different groups, people from all origins, all religions, all races, all walks of life. And that legacy that we have been granted here in this country of religious freedom, of tolerance, of diversity, is one of the greatest contributions the Dutch have made to our society and that south of the border. In the 17th century, it was the Dutch that were a haven for persecuted religious minorities, and remained so for many centuries thereafter, whether it was Quakers fleeing the United Kingdom, whether it was Huguenots fleeing the south of France, whether it was independently minded philosophers like René Descartes or other thinkers who were at odds with the church doctrine at the time. And those ideas were adopted by the Dutch in their new colony in the New World. And they were further continued after the transfer of that colony and subsequently into the American Constitution. And so it too is with us. These ideas infused the way we treated religious minorities on this continent prior to Confederation and afterwards. So, Madam Speaker, for all those reasons, I encourage members of this House to support this motion and to recognize the contributions made over many centuries by people from the Netherlands.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it is an honour to rise in the House today to speak to M207, a motion put forward by this House from the member from Chatham-Kent-Leamington to designate May 5th as Dutch Heritage Day in Kingston. And I was really moved in particular by the previous speaker and his story of the challenges in particular of what it took for his mother's side of the family to make their way to Canada and to establish a new life for themselves in Canada. And the story of my existence, Madam Speaker, is very similar in terms of the struggles of my grandparents to come to Canada. My grandparents, Pierre and Connie Gerritsen, were two young newlyweds living in Hilversum, which was about 20 minutes outside of Amsterdam in Holland. And they too had, great hope for their lives and what they could accomplish and the family that they could have. And they owned a small corner store, Madam Speaker. I've had the opportunity to go there and visit on a couple of occasions, where they sold various goods to people in the neighborhood to start that life for themselves. And they had a few children, 3 children. My father, who is the middle child, and an older brother, Peter, and a younger sister, Marika. And their story, Madam Speaker, really changed a lot during the Second World War. And what it meant was that when the Germans finally decided that they were going to invade Holland, many, as the previous speaker mentioned, many Dutch males in particular were taken away from their families to go and work in factories and to go fight the war on behalf of the Germans. And what ended up happening for my grandfather in particular is he spent a considerable amount of time, like many Dutchmen at the time, in hiding from the Germans to make sure that they weren't going to be ripped away from their families. And as a result, when my grandfather was finally liberated, it was the Canadian soldiers that were liberating Holland. And when he saw these Canadian soldiers marching through the streets and liberating their country, I'm convinced that at that point, he determined that he wanted to move to Canada. And so it was a number of years later, in 1954, that my grandparents took their 3 young children, they were in their 30s at the time, boarded a boat in 1954 to literally go to another part of the world that was not easily accessible at the time. Later in life, I met Joka Gerritsen, who was my father's cousin, who recounted that when she stood on the dock to watch her cousins leave, her mother said to her at the time, "Well, we'll never see them again." Literally leaving to go to another part of the world in an era where it wasn't easy to get on an airplane and be in another part of the world. And so they came and eventually, after a short period of time, ended up in Kingston. And as the previous speakers have said, the Dutch people contributed immensely to the Canadian culture. You know, I'll talk about a couple different particular personality traits that I saw in both my grandfather and my grandmother. In particular, Dutch were very resourceful people. Having very little money, my grandfather purchased a piece of land when they were selling off former prison farm land in the Kingston area, purchased a piece of property that he was going to build a house on. And not having a lot of money to be able to buy the materials to build this house, he went to another site where they were tearing down other houses to build a shopping center and literally disassembled a house piece by piece and used those materials to build the house that still stands to this day that my aunt lives in to this day. And it just shows, you know, the resourcefulness. They're also, Dutch, from my experience, are also extremely friendly and outgoing. My father, who served a long time in politics, both at the municipal level and later on in the provincial legislature, credits his original opportunity and his first election of getting elected to the fact that my grandmother, Connie Gerritsen, had a small hair salon in the basement of their house and would tell the ladies that would come over to have their hair done, "You better vote for my son, John." He credits his first city council win to that. And there's also, you know, this reputation out there, and I think that many Dutch people are extremely proud of it, of Dutch people being a little bit frugal. And there is some truth to that. I've witnessed that. But I'll tell you how it's actually benefited Canada. Back in 1984, Madam Speaker, the Dutch community in Kingston decided they were going to build a not-for-profit house, not-for-profit home. As a lot of Dutch people were getting to the age of retirement, they wanted a seniors' home, so they built an apartment building that was a Dutch heritage villa in Kingston. And to build this, they actually accessed some money from CMHC, the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. And they were so successful at building this house under budget that they actually tried to return money back to CMHC afterwards because there was money left over. And one of the things that I find so remarkable about that particular project is that even when they built this, and they built it with the intention of retired Dutch seniors moving into this home in Kingston, they never had the plan of it just being exclusively for Dutch heritage. They wanted everybody to live there, anybody who was interested in living with them. And the one thing that I'll say, and perhaps you know, one of the things that I found the most impressive about both my grandparents is as much as they were Dutch, and as much as they knew where their heritage originally began, where their roots began, they were equally as proud to be Canadian. And my dad tells a great story of in 1994, the World Cup was happening in the United States, and there was an exhibition game in Toronto. And it was between Canada and Holland. And my dad took my grandfather to this exhibition game, and my grandfather showed up there with a Dutch flag, ready to support the Dutch team in this exhibition World Cup game. And as soon as he walked in and he saw the Dutch on one side and the Canadians on the other side, my grandfather put down his Dutch flag and said, "Nope, I'm voting, I'm going to be supporting Canada. I live in Canada now. This is the team that I'm supporting." And I think that, this is not just the story of Dutch people moving to Canada. This is actually the story of Canada, Madam Speaker. Canada is such a young country at 151 years old. And what makes Canada so unique is the fact that we have had the opportunity to see people come from throughout the world and come to Canada and to establish new roots in Canada. And unlike some other parts of the world that would become more of a melting pot, Canada, we encourage people to celebrate those differences and the diversity that we have. You talk about some parts of the world. I was at last weekend at an event that was being put on by the India-Canada Association of Kingston, and they talked about the heritage of India and being 5,000 years old. That's a lot happens in 5,000 years. But when you think about Canada, 151 years old, we are a new country. So what ends up happening, Madam Speaker, is that our heritage is those various different places that we came from throughout the world. The reality of the situation is that unless you are of Indigenous descent, we are all immigrants. We have all come here throughout the last 151 and perhaps a little bit longer years to establish new roots in here, in this country. So I'm extremely proud, and I know my time is coming to an end, to speak in favor of this motion and to vote in favor of this motion, Madam Speaker. It gives me great pride today to stand here and to talk about my Dutch heritage, as I know other members have, and I look forward to voting on this when it comes before the House next week. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as the Member of Parliament for the beautiful riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke in the Upper Ottawa Valley, it gives me great pleasure to rise in Parliament and support Motion 207 to recognize every May 5th in Canada as Dutch Heritage Day. It also gives me great pleasure to congratulate the member for the Southwestern Ontario riding of Chatham-Kent-Leamington for putting forth this motion. Parliament will be losing a great member of Parliament as the member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington has announced his intention not to reoffer and run in the upcoming federal election. It's been a pleasure serving with such a fine member of Parliament and a true gentleman. I can think of no better tribute to make to recognize the contributions of that member to the people of Canada as we recognize the contribution of the Dutch people to our Canadian heritage, except to pass Motion 207. Before I continue my comments, I must declare a conflict of interest. My roots are in the member's riding, who is a sponsor of this motion. I was raised in Blenheim, worked the fields of Dover and in Chatham before leaving to obtain a post-secondary education and eventually following my heart to the Upper Ottawa Valley, where I am thankful to call home. Many of my members in the family reside in the Chatham area to this day. This motion is about recognizing the Dutch people in our home communities, families like the Van Hoofs, the Rooks, the Jansens, the Vandergraats, Vandergalens, Van Babels, De Vries, Vanderplugs, Vandersleens, Van Gentevoort, and Stoop, the founder of Stepcan Farm Equipment Manufacturing in Westmeath, just to name a few. The history of the Dutch in Canada actually starts south of the border when the Dutch began to settle in the Hudson Valley in the 17th century, as my colleague mentioned earlier. Many of the local familiar names in southern Ontario today date back to the Dutch. The Dutch United Empire Loyalists who emigrated in 1783 and 1784 as refugees from the American Revolution. Names like Van Alstyne, Van Eck, Van Dusen, and Van ten Broek date from that early period of Dutch migration. My family was part of that large Dutch migration that came to Canada in the aftermath of World War II. The story of my Dutch grandparents is my personal heritage moment, which I intend to share. And it's representative of the reason why May 5th deserves to be recognized as Dutch Heritage Day in Canada. My maternal grandparents, Arnoldus Jacobus Gielen and Eliza Huberdina Gielen Thiessen, emigrated from Holland, arriving in Quebec City on May 15, 1952, with 10 children, the youngest but a few weeks old. They'd heard about life in Canada from friends and relatives who were already here. They said it was good, and my family was not disappointed. They found the people friendly from the very first, as Canada became home to all of them. The family was understandably nervous about uprooting their growing children to an unknown land. The different customs, the different languages, the different food. This experience is no different from what the current generation of immigrants to Canada are feeling today when they arrive in a new land. Those Dutch immigrants made a point of not clinging to old country ways, and their children saw to that. The children in the Gielen family quickly learned English, and more quickly than my grandparents. Now, most of the people in the Netherlands speak English. Today, the Netherlands ranks second after Switzerland for English proficiency among non-native speaking countries. Back in the 1950s, when they arrived, they learned from grade 1 readers, and my parents and their siblings were quick to correct their parents when they got a word or phrase wrong. My mother said she soon lost the taste for Dutch food too, and my grandmother learned to cook in the Canadian way. I don't think anyone can really put into words why a family immigrates. The Netherlands is known for farming and their special practices. Currently, it's the world's second largest agricultural exporter with specialty crops like tulips, chicory, and sugar beets. Given the Netherlands' small land base and high population density, they have a plan to carefully maximize what they have. For example, a Dutch farmer cannot easily access a patch of land with machinery to cut hay, and if that's the case, he'll use that as pasture land for livestock. With Dutch farmers like my family, one of the main reasons they were attracted to Canada was that they wished to farm in the way this country does it. In Holland, they might have a farm of 20 acres, but it was broken up into many fields, far and distant from one another, and there was a constant moving of machinery from one area to another. Some of the fields were less than an acre in size. In Holland, the house and stables are all under one roof, with the living quarters being quite separate. The animals were not in the house, but the house and barns were connected. The building was 100 feet long and 30 feet wide. And during the Second World War, more than 100 German soldiers and their officers billeted themselves at my grandparents' home. War is always a frightening time. As their home was near the German border and the Allied forces were firing on the German troops just over the border, they were right in the middle of a war zone. The night one of my aunts was born, grenades and bullets filled the sky, and it was too risky for anyone to bicycle to bring the midwife. Someone went on foot for her, and my Aunt Nellie was born in the basement of the home. One evening in early January 1945, the Germans nailed notices on all the doors in Velden, the area of Holland where my grandparents are from. It said they were to evacuate their homes in the morning. They walked and rode in carts to a town in Germany and were put on a train. My aunt said there was horse manure in the cars and no seats or windows, and no one knew where they were going. In addition to my grandparents and their children, they'd been giving shelter to 3 other families who'd lost their homes and were all evicted from the home. They were taken to Groningen in northern Netherlands, where they were billeted in homes. There were 7 in the family, too many to be placed with one family, so the family was split up, which was very hard on everyone. Ordered by the German soldiers to leave their home and relocate in Northern Ireland, my grandparents returned months later to find their home in shambles. It was empty and dirty, and everything had been taken, even the sewing machine. The spirit which carried them through wartime deprivations and worry may well have been the factor contributing toward tremendous feeling of unity in the family and the desire to seek a fresh start in a place like Canada. My grandparents left Holland for Canada with 10 children and the allowable only $200 to their name. The ship the family was piled into was the SS Waterman. It was a troop transport ship from the war, complete with bunk beds, which they had to share. There were 4 in one cabin and 9 females in another cabin. And my mother remembered being seasick the whole time. They landed in Quebec City. She remembers through the eyes of a child a big glass building and getting on a train. The train took the family from Quebec City to Thamesville. They had no food on the train. My grandfather bought loaves of white sliced bread at a train stop. They'd never had sliced bread before. Their Uncle Ben, who'd been in Canada, met the family at the train station in Thamesville, Ontario. He brought the new arrivals to his old 2-story house. His family lived at the back of the house, my mother's family at the front. School was hard because they didn't know the language. Their clothes were different, and they had no money. But working industriously together, by 1961, my grandparents were able to purchase a 100-acre farm of their own, and the children were expected to help on the farm after school and holidays. And everyone received an equal education. And from there, the family has prospered, and several generations later. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to this motion.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington for bringing this motion to the floor of the House. It is a tremendous pleasure for me to speak in favour of the motion to create May 5th as Dutch Heritage Day every year in Canada, a day that I grew up knowing as Liberation Day. And I think it is also very fitting that today we are debating this in the House of Commons on the 70th anniversary to the day of the founding of NATO, of which Canada and the Netherlands were among the first 12 signatories of that treaty. I am also a daughter of Dutch immigrants. I grew up eating hagelslag and chocoladevlokjes on my sandwiches, oliebollen on New Year's Eve, and singing Sinterklaasliedjes and Roodborst getinkt. This was part of my identity growing up as a proud Canadian, but also with the Dutch traditions and the culture and the food that my parents brought with them. And that is the beauty of being Canadian, because we can have both, because what immigrants bring with them is something that enriches the Canadian identity and the pluralism that we enjoy as Canadians. But I also grew up with something else. I grew up inheriting from my parents a deep, deep appreciation for our freedom, for our democracy, for everything that Canada stands for, including the history that we have of always being outward-looking in the world and engaging where necessary in order to protect democracy and freedom in other parts of the world so that we can protect it here at home as well. And an incredible appreciation for those Canadian soldiers who went to the Netherlands, who died there, and who sacrificed so much, again, because my family would be able to live in freedom. And as a daughter of Dutch immigrants, I feel both, because I'm of course Canadian, and I'm so proud of what Canada has done historically. But my father was 5 years old in World War II when World War II ended. He was born in 1940. He grew up for 5 years in Deventer in the war. The very first time my dad got a chance to eat a candy was during the Liberation, when the Canadians came through the streets and they were throwing candies to the children. My dad tasted a candy for the first time because it was given to him by a Canadian soldier. My mom was a kindergarten teacher in the Netherlands in the late 1950s and early 60s, and she, every Wednesday afternoon, they didn't have classes on Wednesday afternoon, because she would bring all the kindergarten students to the graveyards where the Canadian soldiers were buried. And every child, every 4- and 5-year-old child, would lay flowers on the graves of the Canadian soldiers once a week. This is the deep appreciation that I grew up with. And I think that Canadian children today should have that same deep appreciation, because that is why we are all living in the world that we are living today and in the country that we're living. And when I was growing up, there was our next door neighbor. His name was Ernie. And he was a curmudgeon-y old man. He was very grumpy, and if we went on his lawn, he barked at us a little bit, and we were, 10 years old, 12 years old? We didn't like him very much. But my parents told us, always treat Ernie with the greatest respect. You are not allowed to say one bad word about Ernie, because Ernie was at D-Day. And Ernie was a scout with the Canadian Forces. He was the first Canadian soldier who crossed over the bridge and entered the city, Deventer, where my father was living with his family at the time. And my father's father and his grandfather were in the Dutch resistance. Ernie was the first Allied soldier to make contact with the resistance to prepare the ground for the liberation of Deventer. So my parents taught me, no matter whatever happens, you have to honor and respect Ernie and all the other soldiers who did so much for us as a family, but also for our country and for the Netherlands. There are over 1 million Canadians today, including several in this House that we've heard from, who are of Dutch heritage. And I'm very, very proud to be one of them. 140,000 of them came after World War II, like my parents. My dad was the oldest of 4 children. When he was 20 years old, as a young piano tuner in the Netherlands, his parents decided to make that change, to get on a boat. They arrived at Pier 21 with all of their furniture, including the bed that my mom and dad still sleep in today. And that furniture is still within the family today, that came on the boat in 1960, in April. And my mom, 5 years later, 19-year-old kindergarten teacher, on her own, by herself, traveled to Canada and ended up boarding, because if you were a young 19 or 20-year-old girl of Dutch heritage, you couldn't live by yourself in Calgary at that time. So she boarded with a Dutch family by the name of Vandenveld. And 3 years later, my mom and dad were married, because that was the family that was my dad's family that she was boarding with for those years. And I am so proud that both of my parents come from the Netherlands, and that they're part of that proud tradition, and that they pass that along to me. And in my writing, there are many, many people of Dutch heritage. And we even have, I'm so proud to say, the Dutch grocery store on Merivale Road in my writing, where you can get snoepjes and you can get all kinds of Dutch treats. And that's something I think that is very, very special. But it's even more special because we know that Dutch Canadians have contributed so much to this country. Today is about celebrating Liberation Day, celebrating what Canada has done for the Netherlands, but it is also about celebrating the contributions of Dutch Canadians to the fabric of our society. And not just Dutch Canadians, but all immigrants. Because from the very beginning, when Indigenous peoples taught the settlers how to survive in this land, this country has been made by wave after wave of successive immigrants. And each one has opened our arms and welcomed the groups that have come after. And my family is no exception. I talk about the liberation of the Netherlands and talk about when I'm on the chair of the Human Rights Subcommittee, and we look at what's happening in the world today. We look at the human rights abuses, genocides, horrible things that are happening in the world. I am so proud that Canada is a country that is contributing to that in order to end those kinds of things. Because starting in World War II, my mom used to tell the stories about how when she was a little girl, or just before she was born, when her older sister was a little girl, their farm was a safe house for Jewish families during the war. And one day, the German soldiers came and they expropriated the home. And there was a family in the barn. And her older sister had to go and climb through the attic to the barn so she could warn the family that the place had been taken over by the German soldiers. And my great-grandfather and his brother were both put into concentration camps because they were union leaders, and they were part of the Dutch underground, the Dutch resistance. And so they were political prisoners at that time. And so I grew up reading Anne Frank and understanding that this is an incredible part of Canadian history, that we have always stood up for what is right. We have always stood up for what is just. We have stood up against the atrocities of Hitler and the atrocities that are still happening in the world today. Because human rights, democracy, freedom, equality, these are Canadian values. These are also Dutch values. These are the values that my mom and dad, Herman and Maria Vandenbeld, instilled in me growing up. And I'm so proud that I'm the daughter of Dutch immigrants. I'm proud of the deep friendship between Canada and the Netherlands. And I am very, very proud to support this motion today to make May the 5th the every single year in Canada Dutch Heritage Day. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Chatham-Kent Leamington has 5 minutes for right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's indeed my privilege to wrap up this which has been a wonderful experience. I can't begin to express my thanks and appreciation to all of my colleagues both on this side and on the other side. Listening to the member for Ottawa West Neopan and the marvelous stories that she tells reminds me of some of the experiences that I have in my own house. My wife, who is here with me today, can also testify to her family, how they would protect Jews too on the farm. My father was a member of the Dutch underground. This whole motion is actually two stories. It's first of all the stories of our brave troops. The ones that, as my colleague here so eloquently told, how they died, how they were left on the shores and in the ditches of the Netherlands, and how they gave their lives so that we could experience this tremendous freedom and this tremendous place we call and love so much, Canada. It's also the story of brave immigrants, not just the Dutch. We all of us in our ridings know so many different ethnicities, those that have come from other lands, but the challenges and the hardships that they faced, and yet they rose to the top. And as a result, Canada is a better country for it. I had the opportunity to visit with a friend of mine, somebody I grew up with. He lived across the road when we were kids. They had 11 children. Imagine that, 11 children. His dad and mom, he was telling me, came to this country in 1957 with those 11 children. And he worked for a fruit farmer just a little bit south of Chatham, and he picked apples for 50 cents an hour. And Clarence said his first memory of his parents were seeing his dad, and his dad was experiencing what so many immigrants experience. He was crying and wondering how he's going to make it. And his mother put her arms around him. You know, they were sustained by their faith and by their hope for a better day. And today, that friend of mine, I look at his family, and there's so many of the Zantings. This was the family I was telling you about, was Hank and Allie Zanting. I would suggest that there may be as many as 100 offspring. and they're all great contributing members to this society. I know that I share this with all members in this place, the deep appreciation that we have for this country, for the opportunities that were granted to us as citizens. And I know that I speak for all the Dutch, all the immigrants, as well as all the other immigrants in this country, that are just so thankful that they're here, and so thankful that they can make a contribution to this country as well. And I'm looking forward to the vote that will take place. So thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you all for all your contributions as well, Steve.
The question is as follows. Mr. Van Kesteren, seconded by Mr. Eiking, moved that in the opinion of the House, in recognition of the sacrifices made by Canadians in the liberation of the Netherlands, as well as the contributions made to Canada by those of Dutch heritage, the government should recognize every May 5th as Dutch Heritage Day to honor this unique bond.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All the opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, April 10, 2018, immediately before the time provided for private members' business.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, it is an honour for me to rise in this House to speak about official languages in this country, and also to talk about the importance of promoting the French language throughout the country. On the 21st of November last, during the language crisis in Ontario, I once again called on the government to respond to the disastrous situation in Doug Ford's Ontario. That is, his decision to abolish the Office of the French Language Services Commissioner and cancel the project to build a French language university. This decision affects not only Ontario Francophones, but all Francophones throughout the country. Francophones are known for their strength throughout their battles for their language. The Prime Minister has said that he stands up for Francophone communities wherever he goes. But to date, nothing has happened, and Francophones are paying the price for this lack of political action. Now, in terms of the French Language University in Ontario, in an open letter in Le Devoir on the 21st of November last, historians spoke about the importance of a French language university. They said that abolishing the Office of the French Language Services Commissioner affects post-secondary education, and cancelling the project to build a French language university in Ontario affects their ability to be educated in their own language. For the first time, a state is abolishing a project for a university for budget reasons. And yet it's an institution that is crucial in all communities, especially in this case, a minority community. So, Madam Speaker, you can see why it's so important to do everything we can in order to ensure that we will stand up and defend the project for a French language university. Here we are in April, several months after the crisis, and still No one is speaking to each other between the federal government and the Ontario government in order to protect French language services, where there are approximately 800,000 French language speakers. This is so important, and yet there is still not a university that they can call their own. So people in Ontario and people throughout Francophone communities in the country are asking why we're not doing something concrete, why we're not taking a clear step, putting in the budget clearly support, financial support, and our fair share of financial support for the university. But the government has remained deaf to their requests. Allow me to speak about the Office of the French Language Services Commissioner. The Commissioner has a specific mission and a specific role as an arm's length position. But now apparently this is going to be part of the Ombudsman Office. Unfortunately, on the 16th of April, there will be a last report from the French Language Services Commissioner, and we have to act to find out what the government can do to improve the situation in Ontario. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism, Official Languages and Francophonie. Madam Speaker, it's an honour for me to rise and speak to official languages. I'd like to remind my colleague from Drummond that education is an exclusive provincial jurisdiction, and that is why, for approximately 50 years, the Government of Canada has worked in close cooperation with the provinces and the territories to support minority language education and second language education.
It's a crucial role played by institutions to ensure the rights of Ontario citizens according to the French Language Services Act. That is why we're supporting the Franco-Ontarian community as an official language minority community.
Under the Official Languages Action Plan, we approved $1.9 million in funding to support the activities of the working group on the French Language Ontario University up until January 2020. Clearly now, the ball is in the court of the Ontario government.
Incumbent on the Government of Ontario to apply for federal funding, not the reverse. On several occasions, from November 2018 to January 2019, our government has contacted the Government of Ontario to gauge their intentions and urge them to apply for funding under the current call for projects. Unfortunately, the province confirmed that this was not their intent at this point.
Communications between the Minister of Tourism, Official Languages, and the Francophonie and her Ontario counterparts were clear. In a first letter dated November 16, 2018, she expressed how disappointed she was about the Ontario government's decision to cancel the project to create the French Language University in Ontario and to abolish the province's French Language Services Commissioner's Office. In a second letter dated January 13, 2019, she repeated the federal government's commitment to contribute to the Ontario French Language University up to 50% of the total cost, to the extent that the Ontario government would submit a request for funding.
You should note that the Government of Canada has received a request for one-time funding directly from the team that is developing the Université de l'Ontario Français project concerning preliminary work to be done for the establishment of the Francophone Knowledge and Innovation Hub in Toronto. This unifying project could host the Université de l'Ontario Français once established. En Ontario, comme ailleurs de
In Ontario, like elsewhere in the country, the Government of Canada has contributed to building post-secondary infrastructure with the provinces and the territories, and we are willing to continue in that direction with the French Language University of Ontario project.
Merci.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, there were communications via letter from the Minister. However, when there is a crisis, What we'd like to see is the minister pick up the phone, that she ask for an emergency meeting, that she sit down with her provincial counterpart. We'd like to see the Prime Minister call for a federal, provincial, territorial forum in order to discuss the situation. This is a crisis, and we need action to respond to that crisis. And unfortunately, the action that the government is taking is not a display of leadership, and it is not sufficient. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, we hope that with the funding granted to the Francophone Knowledge and Innovation Hub, the preparatory work for establishing the university will continue at least until 2020. And we repeat publicly to the Government of Ontario that we are available to help fund this project.
This project lies with the Government of Ontario. And that being said, the Franco-Ontarian community will always be able to count on the Government of Canada's unwavering support as a partner in this project and to help ensure the vitality of the Francophone community in Ontario and across Canada. Merci, Madame Presidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, it's an honor to rise today to speak to a question that I brought forward to the attention of the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and Coast Guard regarding the herring fishery in the Strait of Georgia, which is the Salish Sea, Madam Speaker, in Indigenous language and familiar to people that live in that region. Madam Speaker, as we know, our oceans are under enormous pressure. There is huge threats to our Chinook salmon and to the southern resident killer whales, which the government has identified and is concerned about. They claim, Madam Speaker, right now there is only one herring fishery that's open between the state of Oregon and Alaska, and that's just off of my riding, Madam Speaker, and it's between north of Nanaimo, Madam Speaker, to Comox, to make it easy instead of using navigation terms on the water. Madam Speaker, this fishery is open where the government DFO goes out, they do assessments, they allow a harvest of up to 20% of the biomass. Herring are a dominant forage fish in British Columbia waters, meaning they're critical prey base, serving as an intermediary between plankton at one end and seabirds and Chinook salmon, southern resident killer whales and northern resident killer whales, as I identified. And the Sac-Roe fishery, as I talked about, opened on March 9th, and it's where it's saying in gill netters go out and they catch female herring for their eggs, and they're sold as kazunuko in Japan. And the rest of that fish, Madam Speaker, after the roe's taken out, is, like the males, is ground up and used for pet food and farm salmon. Madam Speaker, there's a lot of people in British Columbia that think this is hugely concerning. They question the whole idea of a reduction fishery, because that's what it is. Only 90% of it, well, actually over 90% of it's used for, like I said, pet food or animal feed or fish farms, and they don't think it's acceptable at a time when there's so much pressure on our oceans and our ecosystem. Madam Speaker, the herring fishery is closed off of the west coast of Vancouver Island, off of the Central Coast, off of Haida Gwaii, off of Prince Rupert, because of low stocks, Madam Speaker, because of fishing based on DFO models and predictions that have, resulted in overfishing. In fact, DFO's own modeling, they have overfished 6 of the last 13 years where they've got it wrong. So as you can imagine, Madam Speaker, that there's huge concerns in our region about DFO getting it wrong on the last remaining herring fishery on our coast, and it's vital to all of the species that rely on our forage fish. In fact, in the science community, this is even backed up in a sense by DFO's own staff. Jacqueline Cleary, head of the Pacific Region's Herring Stock Assessment Program for Fisheries and Oceans, said there are differing opinions, even among scientists, about whether there should be a fishery for forage species such as herring. We're hearing that, Madam Speaker, that a lot of scientists don't believe we should be fishing over 10%, if any, of our forage species, and even DFO is raising concern. Madam Speaker, the minister talked about relying on local and Indigenous knowledge. Well, I've talked to Chief Rakama, the chief of the Qualicum Nation, right off of where the fishery is. Nobody has consulted him. DFO has not even reached out. He thinks that the herring roe fishery should be suspended. Taliamin, Chief, who they go by Haggis for Chief, Clint Williams, he has basically said they don't want the herring fishery off of Powell River, where they got decimated in the 1980s. The Island Trust, the Comox Valley Regional District, is bringing a late motion to the Association of Vancouver Island Municipalities. Conservancy Vancouver Island, Courtney Fish and Game Club, Pacific Wild, all are calling on the government to listen to local communities and Indigenous knowledge and suspend the herring roe fishery in the Salish Sea, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our government takes the conservation and sustainable use of the Pacific herring fisheries very seriously. We are committed to ensuring the conservation of fisheries resources, and I'd like to assure Canadians that this is central to the mandate for the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. The decisions that we make about setting catch limits and implementing a fishery management plan for Pacific herring are informed by a rigorous and thorough process informed by science and input from a wide variety of First Nations, commercial fishing interests, and the broader public. Each year, scientific surveys are conducted in each of the 5 major Pacific herring stock areas, one of which is the Strait of Georgia. These surveys, along with biological sampling, inform the annual development of a peer-reviewed stock assessment by scientists at DFO. This stock assessment provides up-to-date advice on the health of each stock, which managers use to draft a fisheries management plan for each stock area that is consistent with the Department's Sustainable Fisheries Framework policies, which require we take a precautionary approach. Our draft management plan goes through a public consultation process to ensure that we account for important Indigenous and local knowledge before making final decisions about fishery planning. This year, Madam Speaker, the peer-reviewed stock assessment estimates for Pacific herring indicate that the biomass of the stock in the Strait of Georgia is in a very healthy state. A limited roe herring fishery was proposed for the Strait of Georgia that ensured a minimum of 80% of the estimated biomass was left in the water. This will ensure that there are enough herring left to spawn and sustain fisheries into the future, and ensure that herring can continue to play an important role in the ecosystem as a source of food for many other species such as salmon, seals, sea lions, and humpback whales. Madam Speaker, where evidence of concerns have emerged in the Strait of Georgia, we have responded. For example, we've implemented several closed areas where no herring fisheries will be permitted to occur to protect sensitive spawning areas of localized Pacific herring populations. I can assure you that the decision to close an area is not taken lightly and is always grounded in science advice. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, over the past 3 years, the Department has initiated a comprehensive renewal of its Pacific herring management regime through an extensive consultative process with First Nations and fishery stakeholders to ensure that it reflects the broadened goals that Canadians have come to expect from fisheries resource management and the best available scientific advice about how we can achieve those goals. Our approach to the management of the fishery in the Strait of Georgia this year explicitly reflects this comprehensive work. More details about this can be found in the Fishery Management Plan that was developed by way of a public consultation process and has been widely circulated to all stakeholders. In closing, Madam Speaker, I would reiterate that the management decisions we made this year for the Pacific herring fishery are based on careful consideration of the concerns raised and the best available science. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, as I stated earlier, they haven't actually consulted Indigenous communities. The chief of the Qualicum Nation hasn't even got a phone call from DFO to be consulted. In fact, Madam Speaker, they're concerned about DFO science and for good reason. 4 of the 5 fisheries in British Columbia are closed. And Chief Haggis, Haggis Williams, they go by Haggis in the Tla'amin language, he says, quote, I'm not 100% believer in their science. Their science said they could fish on the inside here, and it just devastated the fishery there. It's closed, Madam Speaker, and their herring have vanished almost. Madam Speaker, there's concerns from Indigenous communities about DFO science. And around the world, a quote in Stephen Hume's article in the Focus of Victoria says, in the 1950s, overfishing of Japan's herring led to a collapse. In the 1916s, it was the California sardine. Herring fisheries in Alaska and BC were closed in the 1960s. Overfishing destroyed herring stocks off of Iceland, Norway, and Russia. In 1972, they overfished the Peruvian anchovy fishery. In 1992, it was the Atlantic cod. We don't want it to be the herring roe fishery, Madam Speaker, in the Strait of Georgia, in the Salish Sea. So we're calling on the government to do the right thing. Listen to local knowledge, trust Indigenous knowledge, and not make this the final chapter of herring roe fishery in the coast of British Columbia.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and Canadian Coast Guard.
Madam Speaker, as I indicated in my remarks earlier, all decisions with respect to fisheries management, including the decisions with respect to the herring fishery in the Strait of Georgia, are grounded in science. If my honourable colleague does not believe in science, then that is up to him. We have also engaged in an extensive public consultation process. As I indicated, all of these things are factored into the management of the fishery. But first and foremost is that foundation in the best scientific advice available, which is in fact peer-reviewed. We have and we will continue to rely on science in these matters. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 235,000 Canadians experienced homelessness each and every year. In Saskatoon, a point-in-time count found that 475 individuals, including 26 young people and 11 children, experienced homelessness one night in April 2018. In Toronto, 6,800 people experienced homelessness last night, including 523 young people and 802 women. But these, of course, are not numbers, Madam Speaker, they are people. We know that the face of homelessness is changing. The fastest growing population accessing homeless shelters in Canada are families with young children. Women and children fleeing violence use shelters. And young people who identify as LGBTQ2S are overrepresented among those who are homeless, as are youth who have aged out of foster care, and as are Indigenous peoples in urban centres. For these reasons and others, New Democrats believe that all Canadians have a right to safe, affordable housing. So why does it matter if Canadians have a right to safe and affordable housing enshrined in our laws? Tim Richter, the CEO of the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness, I think said it best in a public comment he made last year, and I quote, "We know that rights-based housing approaches are the most effective approach to resolving homelessness and housing need. Without these rights-based approaches, I think the National Housing Strategy will not be as effective as it could be and may not meet its objectives." In other words, we need a rights-based housing policy because it is the most effective approach to solving homelessness, and without taking this approach, the government's housing policies and programs are likely to fail. Why has this Liberal government failed to enshrine the right to housing into law, something we had expected from this government? The obvious reason is that perhaps they don't believe that safe and affordable housing is a right. And if they don't believe that, then as a government, you are under no obligation to uphold or protect that right. And that's exactly what this government is doing. They are refusing to change our laws to ensure housing is a right, and they are choosing, I believe, to tolerate homelessness in Canada today, tomorrow, and in the future. The stated goal of this government's own plan to address homelessness is to reduce by 50% the number of chronic users of homeless shelters in 10 years. How can we end homelessness if ending homelessness is actually not the goal of the government? So if we fast forward a decade and assume that this government's homelessness policy is 100% successful in achieving its goal, what would we expect on April 4th, 2029? Well, we would see 3,400 residents still staying in homeless shelters in Toronto, 169 people would be homeless in Hamilton, 700 would be homeless in Ottawa, over 1,000 people would be homeless in Vancouver, and in my community in Saskatoon, there would be 288 people homeless, including 13 young people and 6 children. And that's if the current plan works. Madam Speaker, I find this unacceptable, and so my original question still stands. Why won't this government enshrine the right to safe, affordable housing in legislation, and why won't this government commit to ending homelessness once and for all? Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism, Official Languages and La Francophonie.
Madam Speaker, the member from Saskatoon West points out some of the housing challenges that Canada faces. These challenges are well known to our government, which is why from day one of our mandate, we've made it a top priority to ensure that more Canadians have a safe, affordable place to call home. We began funding solutions to these problems from our very first budget in 2016. Madam Speaker, Canadians don't have to wait for results. We've invested $5.7 billion to date and have improved housing for close to 1 million families. This includes young families, seniors, women, and children fleeing domestic violence, Indigenous peoples, persons with disabilities, persons with mental health and addiction issues, veterans, and young adults. And at the same time, as we were responding to immediate housing needs, we've begun delivering a comprehensive long-term plan, Canada's first ever national housing strategy. Many of the main initiatives of this 10-year, $40 billion plan were rolled out last spring. New homes and shelters are already being built. Existing homes are being repaired and renovated. We've launched an updated and expanded homelessness strategy with dedicated funding for Indigenous homelessness and more flexibility for communities to develop solutions that meet their needs. We're also investing in better data to get a clearer picture of the issues across Canada to develop innovative solutions. We're working in close collaboration with the provinces and the territories with 7 bilateral agreements in place and others well underway. These agreements are unlocking further investments for housing, like direct benefits for low-income Canadians and funding to stabilize community housing. Finally, I want to take a moment to specifically address my colleagues' comments regarding Indigenous housing. In February, we announced $638 million in investments to ensure Indigenous peoples living in urban, rural, and northern communities have better housing outcomes now and for generations to come. 1/3 of this funding will be delivered through the Canada Community Housing Initiative as part of the bilateral agreements. It will help preserve and improve the condition of community housing units for urban Indigenous families living in cities or urban centres across the country. 2/3 of the funding will address Indigenous homelessness. This represents an increase of almost 70% in dedicated Indigenous funding for homelessness. The funds delivered through Canada's new homelessness strategy, Reaching Home, which I mentioned earlier. As part of this funding, will also flow through the National Housing Co-Investment Fund, which will lead to more Indigenous housing projects, new and renovations, whether projects to create new homes or repair or modernize existing ones. Finally, we're also working closely with our Indigenous partners to finalize distinction-based housing strategies. These First Nations, Inuit, and Métis strategies will address the unique needs of the communities, and they are backed by a significant investment of $1.5 billion. Madam Speaker, I'm extremely proud of the work that we've achieved, but we know that there is much more work to be done. And to keep that momentum strong, we need to keep housing on the agenda for the long term. That's why we will soon be tabling legislation to protect the National Housing Strategy. The legislation will include measures to ensure accountability and to ensure that those most affected by Canada's housing challenges continue to have a strong voice in solutions going forward. It has strong support from Canadians across the country. Madam Speaker, I hope we can also count on the support of members from both sides of this House for the legislation. We have an opportunity to make a lasting change for housing in Canada, change that will create a strong economy, strong communities, where everyone in Canada has a safe and affordable place to call home.
Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to make some comments and take some issue with the government's response and their boasts about the infamous $40 billion number and dollars we keep hearing about. And I think it's important for Canadians to recognize that much of this money was promised under the previous federal government, and this government is taking a great deal of credit where it is not owed. We've had lots of announcements, very little investment. And especially since of the $40 billion, that includes matching funding not only from provinces and territories and municipalities, but also from private partners. It is not $40 billion invested by the federal government. As usual, Liberal words do not match actions. When it comes to homelessness, though, I think we can do better. Enshrining, I do hope that the legislation that the parliamentary secretary spoke about does enshrine the right to housing in law and commits the resources as well, and develops policies in support of this goal and measures their effectiveness as well. New Democrats know this, Madam Speaker, and we're ready to do just that. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the bottom line is that everyone in Canada deserves a place to call home and that they can afford and that meets their needs. Our government has made this a top priority since the beginning of our mandate, and we are already seeing the results. Already close to 1 million people in Canada have benefited from our investments in housing, and momentum is strong to reach our ambitious goal of lifting 530,000 Canadians out of housing need to reduce chronic homelessness by 50%. The National Housing Strategy's main programs have been rolled out. New projects are already breaking ground. We are working to finalize new First Nations, Inuit, and Métis strategies. New, more progressive bilateral agreements are being signed. And we're close to launching legislation to keep the housing on the agenda for generations to come. Yes, housing needs continue to be great, and yes, there's still lots of work to do, but Canadians are already feeling some relief. We're on track to make a lasting difference, giving more people a safe and affordable place to call home.
The motion to adjourn the House is deemed adopted. The House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to the standing order.